Hello! How is everybody? We're here. We're gonna be watching some content today. A bit different than usual. Analyzing Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. I think that's the one. Basically it's the story before Dark Road with Xehanort. And the Xehanort thing, I'm not sure if we'll stream tomorrow just because I have some stuff on actually, but we'll see. But, I will see how that goes, because also it's 3 hours, so it's like, yeah. I was thinking of not streaming today, but I was like, you know what, I'll just stream. I'm not feeling too hot today, so I was like, ugh, not feeling too well. But we'll see. But, yeah, we're going to be watching the explanation, because there's like an 8-hour video on explanations. I was like, I ain't doing that. Like, that's too long. So, we're going to do this, and hopefully learn something. For information to people who are watching now, I actually don't know much about Union Cross apart from like Ephemia, Scold, but not too much. Like I know their names. And yeah, so that's it. Don't mind me. I'm just quickly putting a post out on Instagram story. Join live chat. Live. Watching Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. And yet, I will say this now that I've finished this, that this is the part of the story that I don't actually know much about. I know everything else except for this part. Um, Only a little bit again, certain characters, but not anything else. So I am open to finding out stuff about it because there's a whole lot of content in this that I guess they just didn't have time to catch up on. And people were saying that it's sort of important to the rest of the story of Kingdom Hearts, especially more Xehanort's story than Sora's story. So I'm excited to sort of see what happens. Also curious about what the hype is, because I know that a lot of people do like it, but again, it's hidden behind a paywall for a phone game, so people are like, I'm not going to go out of my way and play it. So yeah, we shall see how it is. I'm excited. I'm nervous also, but yeah. Yeah, let's get into it. And we're watching someone analyze it basically. We're not watching the cutscenes. If we have time, we'll watch there's the Union Cross movie. Hold on, let me see. I think you guys can see my oh, you guys can't see it. That's my web browser, but there's the movie on 2.8 setup. Where is it? Yeah, the X back cover movie, a HD movie that tells the mysterious story of the foretellers from the series Origins. So we'll see if we have time today. That is quite a long movie that almost has a bit of fluff in it though. It's not really that important, so we will see. So I've got my tea here and some snacks. I got a cinnamon roll, but then I realized that unfortunately I accidentally overheated it and all the icing melted. I'm sad because I had butter on it.
After 8
But we'll see.
years and 4 separate installments,
Let's do
the
this.
story of the Kingdom Hearts Key Saga has now been told. The events that took place across these games retroactively set the stage for everything that would chronologically follow in the rest of the series, and will surely have tremendous influence on future titles. It's fundamentally the story of the Master of Masters and his grand orchestration of events that would irreversibly alter the lives of his disciples, his adversaries, thousands of innocent children, and the entire world itself. This video is a heavily condensed explanation of that story. I've been covering the story since 2018, so if you'd like to see a far less condensed version told as each update was released, check the playlist in the description. And if you'd like to see all the cutscenes without my stupid voice talking over them, the option to watch them all in what I consider the ideal order is in the description as well. Without any further ado, let's get started. This is the entire story of Kingdom Hearts Key, Key Back Cover, Unchained Key, and Union Cross. Let's dive in.
God, I hate Final Destination. Oh no.
Much like the physical concepts that these fantasy elements are based on, darkness can and does exist in literally every corner of the known universe. It is only the introduction of light that drives away and displaces the darkness, but deepening the darkness that is cast in the shadows. Long before Sora, Riku and Kairi were ever born, a boy that would one day be known as the Master of Masters lived among other beings of light. But those beings were in conflict with beings of darkness, as natural opposites are wont to do. The combatants on both sides were mortal, and were able to attack and slay each other's physical bodies. But the conflict fundamentally changed when the forces of darkness attempted a drastic move that, if successful, would see them become undefeatable. They shed their physical bodies and reduced themselves to a formless existence, and without a physical body to destroy, they could never truly die. Attempting to attack these formless beings of darkness was ultimately pointless, as they would simply reconstitute themselves again. Worse still, these beings of darkness can now infiltrate the hearts of the beings of light, possessing and taking control of their bodies, stripping their victims of their dignity, as they were powerless to stop themselves from submitting to the darkness's bidding. The moment that the darknesses began to hide within the bodies of the beings of light was the beginning of what would come to be known as the Keyblade War. But what the Dark Forces didn't realize is that by abandoning their physical forms, they had inadvertently put themselves at risk of losing their individual will. With enough time, they would completely lose their ability to think independently, to form plans and to rationalize. They would be reduced to beings only capable of acting on instinct. But they could stave off that fate by inhabiting the bodies of people with hearts. So, not only was their possession of people a means of attacking the light, but it also became a necessity for preventing their willpower from fading away. And hearts tainted by negative emotions became
So anything other than
a
a nobody.
Of all the beings of darkness that shed their form, 13 of these dangerous such darknesses existed. Shadows that retained their individual, independent will. Others were able to derive forms of their own, possibly by corrupting the forms of those that belong to the light, becoming beings known as the Pureblood Heartless. As that young boy grew into adulthood, he would lose many allies to the darkness, taken from him in humiliating deaths that saw his loved ones used as nothing but powerless pawns and vessels of the 13 Darknesses. It seemed inevitable that the darkness would ultimately continue to spread and eventually extinguish the light. After all, they were literally undestroyable in their formless state. But over the years, that boy grew into a man and devised a momentous plan. One that would require immense and unforgivable sacrifice, but could ultimately secure victory, or at the very least, a ceasefire in this war. He began his plan in a world known as Daybreak Town, a world brimming with light, and a town whose people seemed oblivious to the greater war between light and darkness. At this time, the individual worlds were all part of one enormous connected land known as the Realm of Light, and the man himself owned, or possibly created himself, a mysterious weapon known as a Keyblade. The man, now known as the Master of Masters, would select and train 6 apprentices, each filled with light and possessing a strong resistance to darkness. Step 1 of the plan was for the Master's 6th apprentice, Lushu, to be bequeathed the Master's Keyblade, embedded with the Master's very own eye. The Master had formed a temporal link with that eye, essentially allowing the Master to see through that eye into any moment in time that the Keyblade might one day be. Lushu was then instructed to take that Keyblade and a mysterious black box and travel out into the world, staying out of sight and not getting involved in the coming conflict at all. Eventually one day passing that Keyblade on to his own apprentice, and from that apprentice to a future apprentice, and so on, but continuing to watch over it from a safe distance until the Keyblade fell into the hands of its intended wielder. This would take countless lifetimes, and to achieve this, Lushu would have to eventually cast his body away and sequester his heart into the body of someone new, many, many times, as each vessel reached the end of its natural life. It would take countless lifetimes, but Lushu would be there to watch over the Master's Keyblade as it made its way naturally through time, being present for every major moment in history there would ever be. With the ability to peer into any moment in the future from the Keyblade's perspective, the Master of Masters wrote down the events he saw in a book known as the Book of Prophecies. He gave a copy of this book to each of the other 5 apprentices, who would come to be known as the Foretellers, along with a new name, Keyblades, and a role that they had to play that must be kept a secret from the rest of the Foretellers. The 5 Foretellers each read their copies of the books and learned the horrible truth that awaited on the final page. The world would be lost. Darkness would prevail and light expire. The 5 Foretellers, bastions of light and Keyblade masters in their own right, yearned to prevent this tragedy from occurring, but were explicitly forbidden by their master from forming alliances or going against their given role. They were simply to create their own unions and recruit the various children of Daybreak Town to those unions as Keyblade wielders, where those children would be tricked into collecting the physical light from the world and hoarding it within each of those 5 unions. The master also planted the idea that a traitor lurked among the Foretellers, that one of the 5 was secretly working to ensure the downfall of the light, that they could trust or confide in no one but themselves. The Foretellers would be manipulated into distrusting, then hating each other, destined to lead the children that pledged their loyalty to them against the other unions in an event of mutually assured destruction that would one day be known as the Keyblade War.
Yeah, it was like planned on purpose.
With his plan in place, the Master of Masters disappeared from the world, vanishing without a trace, not to be seen again for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This would cause the Foretellers to feel genuine, terrible pain, frustration, helplessness, hopelessness, and sadness, an entire cocktail of emotional suffering. All they could do was stand helplessly by and await the inevitable, powerless to go against the Master's explicit orders, lest they be thought of as the traitor by the rest of the 5. Their secret role only served to accelerate the journey to their inevitable confrontation, as each union leader struggled to gain more light than the other, in the fear that the Traders Union would gain enough light and use it to do something drastic like summoning Kingdom Hearts, the source of all light in the world. But the Master desired for exactly this to happen because the Foretellers were trained to withstand the destructive emotional turmoil. The negative emotions they harbored would unknowingly make them the perfect bait. Of those 13 darknesses we spoke of, 5 of them would be unable to resist the temptation of invading the Foretellers' hearts.
Hey Lance, how you doing?
Once they infiltrated the Foretellers, they would find themselves unable of invading the Foretellers' hearts. But once they infiltrated the would be unable to resist the temptation of invading the Foretellers' hearts. But once they infiltrated the Foretellers, they would find themselves unable to take control of the Foretellers' bodies. trapped by the foretellers' unwavering hearts that still
Oh.
shone with light, no matter the darkness.
I'm tired. How are you? Yeah, me too, girl. I was thinking of not streaming today, but because we're only watching and analyzing a movie, I thought that it'll be a chill stream. So we're eating some. What is this? It's just a pastry. I can't remember what these are called. Eating pastry, drinking tea, and we're just watching a movie. Good thinking, yeah.
That attempted to extinguish it. Well, I should say 7 darknesses. The Master's plan was also for himself and Elushu to harbour one of the 13 darknesses within their hearts, and in conjunction with the unknown
Hydrate.
foretellers,
Oh, I got my tea. Hold on. Knowing the conjunction unknown for the 7. Oh, hold on. I gotta watch this part. I think it's important.
and Elushu to harbour one of the
Thank you
13
for the
darknesses
hydrate.
within their hearts, and in conjunction with the unknowing foretellers, the 7 most deadly darknesses would be sealed away within these 7 hearts.
Oh.
Until the Keyblade War, that is. As fate, or the Master intended, the foretellers will lead their unions into war at what would come to
I
be
love
known
that.
as
Throw
the
it back.
Keyblade Graveyard, and fight to the death over Kingdom Hearts. The events played out seemingly exactly as the Master intended, and though Ava's fate is unclear, it is assumed that at least Ira, Aced, Gula, and Envy perished, as did the darknesses trapped within their hearts, as did the thousands of children recruited into the unions. We can't be certain yet, but let's say 5 of the 13 darknesses housed within the foretellers presumably perished in the Keyblade War, and with the one still trapped in the Master, as well as the one trapped in Lushu, that left 6 darknesses to be dealt with. But at such tremendous cost, the lives of thousands of children and
Yeah, that's one thing. I remember Ava. Now it's been retconned on what a theory I had was that the girl who was trapped in Radiant Garden, who they were testing stuff on, was. I thought that was Ava because it sort of made sense because Zigbar was there at the Lushu was there at the same time. So I was like, what if he captured her and kept her prisoner? Excuse me. So I thought that was the thing, but people have retconned that since then and have said, no, that's actually not her, that's somebody else, which we'll probably get to in this movie. But then I wonder what happened to her, because people were thinking when Key Back Cover was released that it was Kairi, like a reincarnation of Kairi, but I don't think it was. I feel like something happened to Ava, either she was killed and something happened to the darkness that was inside her, or she got away? Because the others did, but I think she may have gotten away in a different way. I don't know. We'll find out. Hopefully Nomura will explain that.
and the entire world itself for the price the Master paid, just to rid the world of up to 5 of the 13. As said, the Keyblade wielders had spent their days unknowingly siphoning the light from the world, leaving it, in my mind, hollowed and empty, primed to be destroyed as a casualty of the destructive force of the Keyblade War, shattering the realm of light into thousands of independent pieces and scattering them, making each piece completely inaccessible from each other, and surrounded by darkness that flowed in to close the empty space between. These separated pieces would one day be known as the independent worlds, but protected by barriers that prevented exit and kept them completely ignorant of each other's existence, seen only by their once connected neighbours as stars in the sky. The Master orchestrated such merciless destruction, the ruination of the realm of light, the sacrifice of the Master's most loyal and devoted followers, and the thousands of children that pledged their allegiance to the foretellers themselves, all to defeat a handful of the forces of darkness.
Yeah, there was so many
In
left
fact,
behind.
it seemed the sole survivor of the Keyblade War was us. Well, our character, the playable character of Kingdom Hearts Key. To rewind briefly, we started our journey by being recruited into one of the 5 unions, and spent our days collecting Lux with our Chirithy partner, as our foreteller instructed in the Disney worlds. We didn't really question our reality or our mission until we met another young wielder from a different union, Ephema. He challenged the story he had been told, correctly believing that the worlds we travelled to were nothing but illusions. The Heartless we fought were fake, and the light we were collecting was the light of the world itself, not light stolen by the Heartless.
Yeah.
We quickly formed a friendship with Ephema, and together tried to sneak into the Daybreak Town Tower after seeing the mysterious location in a dream and feeling compelled to visit it. It took us all day to find the secret entrance, and we decided that we'd come back tomorrow so as not to arouse suspicion among our union leader with our absence. However, we never got the chance. Despite waiting for Ephema all day at the Fountain Square, he never arrived. A girl called Strelitzia noticed just how sad and disappointed we were though, and wanted to introduce herself, but never quite worked up the courage. A few months later, a girl named Skuld approached us with a warning. Ephema had contacted her in her dreams and wanted to warn both Skuld and us that the Keyblade War was almost upon us, and as such, the world was about to end. We rushed to the Daybreak Town Tower, fighting through Darklings, children that had become corrupted by darkness, ironically in their pursuit of defending the light, and a Chirithy that had also been infested with darkness, and found Master Ava, where she confirmed to us that yes, the world was about to end, and asked if we'd like to join a group called the Dandelions. As I mentioned earlier, each of the foretellers had a secret role that they were forbidden from sharing with the others, and Master Ava's was to ensure that there would be survivors after the Keyblade War. She would gather Keyblade wielders from all the 5 unions, those most resistant to the darkness, those brimming with light, and train them to enter a different world instead of fighting in the Keyblade War.
Yeah.
These chosen wielders would be known as the Dandelions, and in this new world there would be no memories of any strife between the foretellers, no memory of the Keyblade War, no painful emotions for the darkness to take root in. However, in this new world there would be 5 new union leaders to watch over the Dandelions in the foretellers' stead. When the Master of Masters gave Ava her role, he instructed her to recruit 5 specific Keyblade wielders and make them take over as leaders of the Dandelions that would escape to this new world after the foretellers had perished. Ephema was one of these new union leaders. The reason he was unable to meet our character at the Fountain Square was because he was assisting the preparation of this new world. The Master had written the names of Ephema, Skuld, Strelitzia, a boy named Laurium, and a boy named Brain on a list for Ava, and told her to recruit them as Dandelions and promote them as the new union leaders in this new world. One of these union leaders was circled in red, and Ava was to give that union leader their own copy of the Book of Prophecies. This alternate world was actually a data backup of Daybreak Town and the false worlds that the Keyblade wielders had been visiting. The data backup was made to be a near-perfect replica of these illusionary worlds, along with a data backup of all the people who lived in Daybreak Town. The belief was that the Dandelions would be safe in this data version of the world, sheltered in a place that the destruction of the Keyblade War could not reach. However, the remaining darknesses could. Just as the Master has selected 5 apprentices to become the foretellers, who would each trap a darkness within their hearts and perish in the Keyblade War, he had also orchestrated for the 5 new union leaders to also unwillingly house one of the remaining 6 darknesses within them.
Oh my
One
god!
final darkness would be trapped within this data world, as it inevitably fell to destruction as well. These 5 would not be felled in this time. Rather, they would be sent to the future, where a new generation of Keyblade wielders would be tasked with ending them. This was the plan as the Master of Masters described it to his apprentice Lushu. He would directly sacrifice 12 people, including Lushu and himself, as well as the entire world and the lives of thousands of children, all to defeat the darkness.
That's
His
insane.
young student Lushu was disgusted by the plan, feeling that the cost was too great, that the lives of all these people were not simply his master's playthings. The boy was bubbling with rage, but seemed to calm down slightly when the Master revealed he had a safety plan for all those he planned to sacrifice. Likely, in my opinion, the data backups of the various people in Daybreak Town. The young Master walked away silently with a box in hand to carry out his stated mission, as the
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, there's been so much speculation about who the Master of Masters is. He has a lot of similarities to Ansem the Wise, but obviously I don't think it is Ansem the Wise, even though he's popped up so often. I don't think it's him, or even like a copy of him anyway. But he does have similarities to him, because Ansem the Wise also did the exact same thing with copying heart, studying the heart, and like trying to make a heart from scratch in the world of Kingdom Hearts, not in real life, and like stuff like that. So I know that lots of people was thinking it's him, or was thinking it was like an old version of Axel. I don't think it is though, but I feel like it could be anyone, because even with Zigba being Lushu, that was the biggest plot twist ever. Like, I didn't see that coming. So, yeah. We shall see. I don't know.
Master wished his apprentice well. Whatever Lushu's heart told him was right. Whatever he thought, whatever he felt, whatever actions he took, Lushu was the key to the future. Because Lushu would inevitably defy the Master's spoken wishes. In a sense, Lushu was a traitor. This is the problem with predestination paradoxes. The Master had looked into the future and written a book filled with invaluable and presumably accurate information about what that future would contain. He had forbidden Lushu from reading it, but apparently allowed his adversary, the Darkness, to have a peek. And he had also told Lushu the entire plan. But once you know what the future holds, you can make an effort to change it.
Yeah, even with that, making an effort to change the future is so dangerous though. Like, That is such a risk. Especially not even in the world of Kingdom Hearts, but just in general. Because so many things can go wrong.
The Master said that his plan was for these 12 people to become traps for the darkness, but things deviated from that plan. With Mia days before the Keyblade War, Strelitzia combed through Daybreak Town searching for our character, trying desperately to save us from having to fight in the Keyblade War, when one of the Darknesses possessed a lonely young boy named Ventus, and used his body to
Yeah, I
murder
know this
Strelitzia
part.
and take her green rulebook, allowing Ven to infiltrate the Union leaders unknowingly as an imposter. Master Ava had also slightly disobeyed the Master of Masters by changing who she gave the Book of Prophecies to, instead handing it to Brain, believing that his heart would guide him on how best to use it, and hoping that by changing the events that were written in the Book of Prophecies, perhaps the ultimate outcome could be changed as well. And Lushu allowed Ava to confront her, revealing what he believed to be the truth about the traitor and the Master's intentions, shaking her to her core, and possibly making her deviate from her intended fate. We
Yeah.
don't really know just yet. Other than that, the first part of the plan seemed to go off without a hitch. Like I said, it is implied that Ira, Aced, Envy, and Gula, and possibly Ava, perished in the Keyblade War. The Dandelions did as they were trained to do and escaped into the new world, not realizing they had entered a data version of the world they already knew, and were having their memories overwritten by their Chirithy partners. Our character had chosen not to escape with the Dandelions. We had been taunted by the Dark Chirithy, and it claimed that it belonged to us, and instead, we joined our union on the final battlefield and withstood attack after attack from each of the other 4 foretellers. The battle nearly killed us, and as we lay mortally wounded, we were saved only by the intervention of Skuld and Ephema, who returned from the dream world they had been awaiting the war in and rescued us, sending us to the data world with the rest of the Dandelions, causing us to also lose our memories of the strife in the
Oh
process.
no.
And, as instructed, the Union leaders assembled in the Keyblade graveyard after the Keyblade War had concluded, formally meeting each other for the first time, and at this stage, not realizing anything was wrong, that an imposter was among them. They soon joined the rest of the Dandelions in the alternate Daybreak Town, not realizing that instead of the world they had practiced entering, they were now in a data world, and that they were now trapped within it. But once in that data world, it gradually became apparent that things had gone off course. For a start, Strelitzia's absence was noted by her brother Lorium. He sought out her
Streliza is his sister? Oh my god, and I was about to say, is that, what's her face, Larxene? It is Elrena, that spells L-A-R, Larxene? Yeah, that's her. That's Larxene. I didn't know that they were brother and sister though, Streliza, and think that makes sense because of the hair now, but... What? I mean, I would never have known that, but holy shit.
Former party member Elrena for any clues about her whereabouts, and she revealed that Strelitzia was last seen searching for our character right before the Keyblade War. Ephema and Lorian paid us a visit, and although we couldn't help out, given that we'd never actually spoken to Strelitzia, we agreed to keep her in our heart. We finally got to spend some time with Ephema again, but unfortunately it was cut rather short, as we soon noticed some strange glitchy occurrences in Daybreak Town, and we went to go investigate. We returned to the tower with Ephema, as the intelligent brain claimed to have stabilized the glitches, and correctly guessed that we must be in a data version of Daybreak Town. These glitches seemed to be occurring because our data world was being forcibly connected by a strange other world that didn't belong to the realm of light as we knew it. Ephema and our character teamed up to check out this strange world, and found out that it was a hub world of sorts, connecting to several other data worlds, full of characters that were innately aware that they lived in data worlds.
What?
We chased some Darklings who seemed to be searching for
the
someone in particular through this hub world and its connected worlds, and tried to learn why the glitches had invaded Daybreak Town. We met a villain of this world, and though we suspected him of being the source of the glitches and the darkness, we eventually realized that he didn't have any darkness inside him. This world had good guys and
Ralph.
bad guys, but they didn't seem to be motivated by darkness or light. We got off course when a Cybug absorbed a Darkling and pursued it into the Candy Kingdom, and our presence seemed to stabilize the glitches of the young Vanellope. Eventually, we defeated King Candy and tracked down the last of the mutated Darkling bug hybrids. Just like Vanellope was a princess but decided to be a racer, our Chirithy wondered if we might also have another version of ourselves, maybe even one that potentially belonged to the darkness. And with our leads exhausted, we decided to return home to Daybreak Town. During this time, The intelligent brain quickly put it together that not only was Strelitzia supposed to be a Union leader, and that one of the 5 was in her place, but he also correctly ascertained that there were intangible beings of darkness pulling the strings behind the scenes. He's a clever guy. He gathered Ethelred, Skuld, and Ventus with the intention of privately telling Ventus that his name wasn't on the list of Union leaders. The poor boy initially refuted the idea. He was so sure that it had been Master Arva that approached him, walked with him to the Daybreak Town Tower, and given him his green rulebook. But
No.
by searching deep within his repressed memories, Ven realized that, indeed, something terrible had happened. His body had been used to commit a dreadful atrocity, and tricked him into believing Master Arva had chosen him. He was never
Aw.
meant to be a Union leader, and the poor boy passed out from the pain of the revealed memories.
Oh,
Lorien wasn't
poor
present
thing.
because, again, he was out searching for his sister's whereabouts, and he stumbled across Maleficent in the tower's basement.
Maleficent?
Okay. So, recall that in Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent suffered a defeat against Sora and had her heart unlocked by the Ansem-possessed Riku. Kingdom Hearts, man. At this moment, her heart left her body, and she remembered that a strange old man had told her long ago, without the burden of a body, her heart could travel through time to a prior version of herself. She attempted to travel back about 10 years to the time of birth by sleep. but in
What?
doing so, fell for the trap that the Master of Masters had set for her, traveling all the way back to the age of fairy tales and to the data version of Enchanted Dominion.
What?
Once here, she got beat up again by our player character and was frustrated that the events played out exactly as they had the first time around. A Keyblade wielder, paired with Prince Philip, still managed to defeat her. She
That's
explained her frustrations
insane.
aloud, and one of the 13 Darknesses answered her, revealing to her that she was trapped in a data world far further in the past than she had attempted to travel to. The Darkness escorted her to the Data Daybreak Town and led her down to the tower basement. Well, the Data tower basement. Here, the Darkness informed her that this was the only method accessible to her to leave the Data world. These sandbox would
Wait!
transport the occupant into the real-world version of this room, the basement of the real Daybreak Town Tower. As Maleficent was about to enter one of the
Hold on a second, and that's that is also one of the pods that was used for Kairi. I'm so confused now. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think back to Kingdom Hearts 1 because we see that room with the pods and it's sort of like a separated realm. Was that a data world then that we saw that was a copy of the basement? I'm so confused now. Hold on. Hold on. We're just gonna quickly go to my thing really quick. I'm so confused now. Oh my god. Oh wait, hold on. I'm just gonna use my playlist. Where's my playlist? Kingdom Hearts. Where is it? My brain is exploding right now. Here we go. Final mix. Is it this one? Hold on. It's for before the Chernobog. Yeah, here it is. Oh my god, yeah! I'm so confused now then. End of the world. Is End of the World in Kingdom Hearts 1 just a replica world of everything that we went through? I'm so confused now. And this is the only... Hold on. Nope, that's not it. Why is my thing open? Hold on. Where did it go? You're seeing all the stuff that I've been watching? Lol. Here. I'm so confused now then.
She was approached by, as previously mentioned, Lorien, who confronted the intruder but was badly beaten by her, destroying one of the 7 data arcs in the process.
Oh
Maleficent
no!
and this darkness took the rightmost arc from the data version of the Daybreak Town basement to the real Daybreak Town basement, when Maleficent eventually agreed to take the now real-world version of
Oh.
this pod and be transported back to the future. As the real-world version of this arc accelerated to the speed of light, it would strip away its occupant's body, leaving nothing but a heart that could surpass the speed of light and travel through time to its intended destination. A destination that is determined by following a waypoint. To be completely reformed from that heart at your destination, you require two things. You need a medium to reform your body with, and you need someone that remembers you, that holds memories of you, to repopulate your own body with your own memories, to give you a sense of self. Darkness has apparently read snippets of the Book of Prophecies and seen that Maleficent.
Oh, hold on. 2 seconds. I'm streaming. Hello. Oh my god. My brain is actually blown. I'm so shocked by what we're watching. What the hell? Hold on.
Exists in it shortly after her defeat in Kingdom Hearts 1, so that's her waypoint. And anyone that's played Kingdom Hearts 2 will remember her being reformed from a cloak left behind after her defeat, which acts as the medium, and the memories
Oh, what?
by the three good fairies, allowing her to be fully recompleted at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2. So, Darkness convinced Maleficent to enter, and she took one of the 7 pods from the real world. So that's one gone from the real world, one gone from the data world, and one destroyed in the data world. The Darkness did not travel with her into the future, it remained in the real world. But no sooner had Maleficent departed than it was approached by Luxu.
Meet Asana.
Oh my god, I am shookened. Are you serious? That is insane. What the hell? That is so crazy. Sorry, I'm fixing the lighting. The lighting keeps changing because I think the sun's going down, so now the light's gone all weird. Oh my god.
As Lauriam lay defeated on the ground, he dreamed of a more peaceful time with his sister Strelitzia,
Aww.
recalling that he teased her about this silent Keyblade wielder that she had developed something of a crush on. This moment of bliss was quickly interrupted though, as Lauriam's dream was seemingly contacted by some version of his sister in a white robe, and the shock was enough to jolt him out of his slumber. His assailant had vanished and the room was empty, so there was nothing left for Lauriam to do but return to the other Union leaders. Poor Ven awoke from his slumber, fully remembering what had happened to him, and also headed back to his Union leader pals. Skuld, Ephema, and Brain discuss what had happened. They think Ven was telling the truth, but infer that there must be forces of darkness acting much closer than they realize. They wonder if the darkness may come for the Union leaders. Heck, it may have already come for Strelitzia. At the same time, the wounded Lauriam finally reached his comrades, and quickly became enraged at the idea that the rest of the Union leaders had been hiding knowledge of his sister from him. The crucial knowledge
my god.
that she had been murdered. He lashed out at his allies, playing exactly into Darkness's plan by harboring terrible negative emotions towards his fellow Union leaders. Ven also arrived and confessed his responsibility out of guilt, turning Lauriam's wrath upon himself. But as Ephema held off his enraged ally, Ven screamed in pain as the darkness that was hiding within his body finally revealed itself. Brain began to question the strange being in front of them, and the darkness revealed several things, such as that their main goal was expansion and infection. The darknesses existed to reach and infect every world, and planned to soon infect the countless currently uninfected worlds that were connected to the game's central station. Data Daybreak Town was about to be destroyed as part of the Master's plan to trap the remaining darknesses. By that first darkness sending Maleficent into the future, it had started an irreversible process to end this world.
Oh my
This
god.
darkness took control of Ven because the Book of Prophecies stated that he was a being that would harbor darkness in the future, and tried to convince the Union leaders that Ven wanted power, and the darknesses simply tried to give him his wish by striking Strelitzia down and usurping her position as a Union leader.
Oh
Lauriam
my
took the bait
god.
and attacked, but the injured wielder was effortlessly flicked aside, joining Ventus in unconsciousness. Brain ascertained that there indeed were multiple darknesses, but the one in front of the Union leaders was the only one present right this moment, so he rallied Skuld and Ephema to attack it.
No.
Without success. Eventually the darkness confessed that Ventus was not to blame for Strelitzia's death, and Lauriam joined his allies against their new foe. This was the exact moment that our character emerged from the Candy Kingdom with Keyblade in hand, making the fight a 5 versus 1. a fight that we were able to win, but again, to no avail. The formless darkness could not be destroyed, and it was
Yeah,
immediately
they
able
said.
to reconstitute itself. Ventus awoke and realized that this darkness had used him, extracting all of his own natural internal darkness from within his heart as it exited his body, leaving Ven as a pure light. The poor boy was the target the Darklings had been searching for, but he embraced his status as a pure light and marched confidently towards the darkness, intending to withdraw it within himself once more and give his fellow Union leaders a form for the darkness that could be permanently destroyed. He told Lorien that everything was going to be okay as he leapt towards the darkness, seemingly successful in his attempt to draw it back within his heart and falling into a deep sleep.
Oh.
Shortly after, Lorien watched over his sleeping ally, apologizing for acting rashly, but ominously concerned that the darkness still slept within Ven. The awful train of thought was interrupted by Strelitzia's presence once more, a faint apparition that prayed for her brother to let go of these venomous thoughts and emotions instead of stoking them. Ephema interrupted and let Lorien know that Elrena had arrived. She wished to speak to him with further news that might help him. A couple of days ago, Strelitzia's figure seemed to have been spotted in the Data Daybreak town, walking with one of the Masters. It seems that Lushu has entered the Data Daybreak town and potentially collected the data backup of Strelitzia, and may have extracted what he could of it from the data world. But the Dandelions didn't have time to chat. With Maleficent's departure, the timer had begun, and this world was coming to an end. Brain scooped up the Book of Prophecies, Lorien scooped up Ventus, and together the group went downstairs into the basement. And now we can return back to Lushu and another of the darknesses in the real world.
Yeah.
Lushu carried a white cloak under his arms.
Oh, is that
and approached his adversary,
Streliza?
who was surprised to see him. From its
Strelitzia.
hasty reading of the Book of Prophecies, the darkness believed that all the Masters would be gone by this point. Lushu activated the terminal and sent this mysterious white coat away into the future, using one more of the 7 real-world pods, referring to it as the True Dandelion, again to the surprise of darkness. The True Dandelion slumped under his arms as Lushu carried it, and was therefore seemingly unable to walk on its own, quite unlike the Data Strelitzia Lushu was seen walking with only days before, and there were also no distinctive tufts of orange hair that could be seen from under the hood. Strelitzia's real body faded from this world when she was struck down, so perhaps this True Dandelion is in some way connected to Strelitzia, perhaps a collection of her data memories stored formlessly in this white robe. I suppose it doesn't have to be Strelitzia though, and this will be discussed in its own video soon. Lushu is again choosing to interpret the Master's instructions, rather than following them to the letter, which seems to be what the Master of Masters actually wants, and is counting on. That makes him a traitor in the strictest sense of the word, but it is Lushu's unpredictable nature that the Master seems to believe is the wildcard factor in eluding the darkness and ultimately prevailing over it. Despite Darkness's taunts, Lushu affirms his loyalty to the Master. Even though he can't tell what the mysterious man is thinking, Lushu is certain that the Master of Masters is no fan of the darkness.
Yeah, it's interesting now, because I think growing up, I had the sense of very much what Ericus was like, which is that darkness is bad and light is good. But in this case, I don't know, it's interesting now that I'm exploring this part of Kingdom Hearts, and even Birth by Sleep, because, like, seeing the Master of Masters, he's very extremist, and the way that he's done everything is like, I'm doing it this way, very extreme, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of children, plus the Union leaders who are basically like his children, or looked at him as a father, and pitting them against each other for the sake of seeing if this test will work, trapping 6 of the darknesses, or 5 of the darknesses, sorry, while 6 is still out there, is insane! Like, that is such a big risk, and it's so extreme, but, like, his actions, like, are almost like preservation of, like, trying to keep the world at balance, and it's crazy, though. Like, I'm so shocked by it all. It's crazy. Like, I'm trying to think if Streliza is connected to any other character, too, or if there's somebody who's just, like, another form of her, but I don't know.
Questions this darkness, trying to ascertain the status of the ones that remained after the Keyblade War, believing that there should be 6. It's interesting that Lushu can see that things have deviated from the Master's stated plan, though. If everything was going as intended, there would only be one free darkness right now, but that is clearly not the case.
Yeah.
1 is currently in front of him in the real world, 1 was just fought by the Union leaders, 7 should have been trapped within the Foretellers, the Master of Masters and Lushu, and that leaves 4 unaccounted for. This darkness is again taken off guard by the depth of Lushu's knowledge, but affirms that yes, The four Luxu was concerned about are still in the data world, meaning that the one with Luxu now is the only thing standing in his way. It's pointless to try and destroy this formless darkness,
Yeah.
but perhaps Luxu has come up with another plan as he draws the Master's blade and approaches his foe. The implications of what happens next are enormous, but I'm sorry to say that we don't actually get to see. Instead, we return to the data version of this room.
Seriously?
As the Union leaders have just arrived. Time is running out for this world. Only 5 usable pods remain, and they need to make a decision. After some discussion, they come to the understanding that Brain stands the best chance at freeing all the Dandelions, not just the Union leaders, if and only if he's able to control things from the real world. Laurium, Elrena, and the unconscious Ven will accompany him, while Ephema, Skuld, and the player will stay on the data side and take care of things from this end. As Laurium, Elrena, and the unconscious Ven enter their pods, Brain bequeaths Ephema with the Master Defender and the copy of the Book of Prophecies Ava gave to him, believing that they were always meant for Ephema.
Huh? Master Defender? Isn't that Ericus's Keyblade?
And Ephema agrees to hold onto them for Brain
Oh,
temporarily.
he was
until
meant
they
to have
see
the
each other
book.
again. Brain tells Ephema, "May your heart be your guiding key." And at this moment, there are 4 friends present and a key. Brain also enters a pod, and together the 4 Dandelions escape into the outside world, leaving one unused for now on this side. As soon as they arrive in the real world, Brain begins his attempts to bring Ephema, Skuld, and the player across as well. But seeing his time is limited, he insists that Laurium, Elrena, and Ven use 3 of the real pods and escape into the future first, ensuring the survival of the light. Brain can't be sure when or where the pods will take these 3, but asks Laurium to keep his goal of finding his sister in mind. That will serve as his waypoint. The 2 Union leaders share a touching farewell, as Laurium and Elrena join the still unconscious Ven in their pods, but as Brain seals them in...
Wait, so does that mean... Oh, I'm confused, but does that mean... well, Sora saved Ventus, but I'm wondering if either Ventus's new self, like here, went into that body, and that was the new life he got, or if it was before that, before he met Xehanort for the first time. It had to have been then. But with Marluxia and Laurium and Elrena, interesting though, because I don't know when they... Either it's before Kingdom Hearts 2 in their original selves, or it's after Kingdom Hearts 3. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
The room starts to violently shake, and Laurium can only call out his ally's name before he is immediately whisked away into the future. Brain turns and sees what Laurium was trying to warn him of. Someone else has entered the room.
Oh,
Master
Luxu!
Luxu approaches Brain and essentially asks him about the status of the Union leaders, perhaps as a test, with Brain confirming that 1 was struck down, Strelitzia, 1 escaped moments ago, Laurium, and 2 were trapped within the data world, along with the player character, Ephema and Skuld. Luxu wonders if Brain will be taking one of the remaining pods, but Brain insists that he will be sending the 2 currently in this world back into the data world, and with the 1 that still exists there, he will bring Ephema, Skuld, and our character back across and send them into the future, before dedicating his life to staying alive amidst the dying world and trying to free the remaining Dandelions. Luxu approaches the young wielder, chastising him for his recklessness. Once the lifeboats depart, that's it. There will be no awakening the Data Daybreak town after it falls into the slumber of darkness. It's a trap designed for exactly this purpose, to cage the darknesses and prevent their escape. There will be no way to unlock it, he continues, letting Brain know that these lifeboats are incomplete. Anyone using one of them needs 2 things at their destination in order to become complete again. Someone with memories of them, and a vessel to occupy, which is interesting given that that's very different from how the Master of Masters phrased it, whereby you needed a medium to reform your body, not a vessel to possess. Brain didn't know the exact details of how these things worked, and he doesn't have a concrete plan, but no matter what, he is determined to succeed, no matter how long it takes. Luxu makes his way to within arm's reach of Brain, and complimented him on his intelligence, before lamenting that he only had 1 lifetime to live. We don't see what happens next. But
Does
again,
it
the
kill him?
implications are huge. What happens is intentionally left ambiguous, likely because the exact occurrence will be elaborated on further in future Kingdom Hearts titles. But believe me, we can make some assumptions.
Yeah.
While this conversation between Luxu and Brain has been happening in the real world, Ephema, Skuld, and our character have been busy in the data world as well. No sooner did their companions leave when they were set upon by the 4 aforementioned darknesses,
Oh,
the ones whose whereabouts
no.
Luxu wasn't sure of. They approached Ephema, Skuld, and the player with an ultimatum. Given that it had taken 5 dandelions to defeat just 1 darkness, attempting to fight against 4 darknesses with only 3 dandelions would be pointlessly impossible. The darknesses assumed that the dandelions were about to make their escape from this dying world, and only asked that the dandelions kindly open them a portal into the data worlds before they left, seeking to infect those currently neutral worlds. They required a Keyblade to unlock those doors, and if Ephema didn't agree, then they'd simply possess the player character and do it themselves. But there was no way the Heroes of the Light would agree to aid the darkness willingly, so the 3 Keyblade wielders took up arms against their hopelessly powerful foes. Knowing their odds, Ephema whispered under his breath for our character to jump into an arc as soon as the fighting began and escape. He and Skuld would sacrifice themselves to keep the darkness busy. Our character looked around and realized the hopelessness of the group's situation. Then with a small smile, realized what had to come next. We revealed the horrible news. Ventus had not been successful in trapping the darkness we battled earlier within his heart. It had nestled itself within our heart instead. Now in control of our body, we commanded the other darknesses to stand by as we attacked Ephema and Skuld with our full power.
No.
And they were forced to retaliate in kind.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, that is so sad. Oh my god. I want to look at this guy's YouTube channel there for the Streliza stuff, because that looked really interesting. Agreed. The fact that there's so much shit that we don't know about in a mobile game is insane. Oh shit, whoops.
Yet, with our tremendous strength, we were able to overwhelm both of our allies, causing them to keel over in pain and exhaustion.
No.
We stood over Skuld, raising our Keyblade high as if to strike her down with it, and launched taunts at Ephema, hoping to stoke his rage, sorrow and anguish, emotions that the other darknesses thrived on, and reminded him that if he'd only opened the portal to the other worlds, none of this would have happened. As we motioned to swing our Keyblade down over the helpless Skuld, Ephema screamed out in desperation and shot a beam of light through our heart, opening a portal behind us that sucked both our body and the 4 darknesses that orbited us into it, sealing it shut after we had vanished through the gateway. All he could do was desperately apologize to us as our body flies into the portal, having no choice but to trap his possessed dear friend in a horrible world, surrounded by enemies. But now he and Skuld are alone. An eerie silence fills the air, where moments ago had been the clashing of Keyblades and screams of regret. With nothing left he could do in this data world, Ephema dispels his Keyblade and scoops up Skuld in his arms. At the same moment, 2 pods are sent back through from the real world into the data worlds, meaning there are now enough for Ephema, Skuld, and the player. However, that pod will unfortunately go unused. Ephema places Skuld inside a pod and enters its neighbor himself, and the 2 forlorn wielders make their escape into the real world.
Oh, at least they got
The 2 pods
away.
materialize in the real world, and now they step into an identical copy of the room they just left, of course unaware of the events that just transpired here. From Ephema and Skuld's point of view, 5 pods have departed from this world, and they would have no reason to assume that anyone other than Maleficent, Lorien, Ven, Elrena, and Brain were their passengers. They couldn't possibly know that one of those pods was taken by the true Dandelion, and of course could not possibly know what happened between Darkness and Luxu, or Luxu and Brain for that matter. But again, unfortunately, neither do we. All we know is that after Brain and Luxu's conversation, 2 pods were sent back for Ephema and Skuld. This
Yeah.
will be an important detail to remember later.
Okay.
The pair slowly walk to the roof and bear witness to the maelstrom that is ravaging the real Daybreak Town. Tornadoes pull the water that once ran through Daybreak Town's aqueducts upwards. It's almost as if the pull of gravity itself is being reversed. The chaos of the Keyblade War caused tremendous trauma to the world at large, and now the departure of the lifeboats has heralded the destruction of this town and its data equivalent. If it hasn't happened already, the Realm of Light will soon be destroyed and split into thousands of independent chunks that we will come to know as the independent worlds from the future of the series. As Ephema and Skuld return to the basement and hop into the pods once more, the pods that will now propel them into the future, a teary-eyed Skuld can at least take solace that she isn't alone at the end of all things. Ephema tries to convince her to stay hopeful, but as he closes his eyes, all he can think of is our character and the brief time we had spent together.
Yeah.
And now the poor wielder who just wanted to spend time with Ephema, who followed Ephema into the Daybreak Town Tower, who gave up the chance to escape into the real world just to stay with Ephema, is now trapped, all alone, in an impossibly horrible situation. Tears roll down Ephema's eyes as the pod doors close, just as the entire Daybreak Town tower seems to come crumbling down on top of them. Speaking of the player, they woke in the connection between the data Daybreak Town and the game's central station after being flung through the portal Ephema opened. The other four Darknesses congratulated their ally for baiting Ephema into opening a portal into these data worlds that were now ripe for the infecting. Our breathing was extremely laboured. In a few short hours, we had battled our way through the Candy Kingdom, a terribly corrupted Darkling, one of the 13 Darknesses, and now Skuld and Ephema, after which Ephema pierced our heart with a beam of light. The Darknesses that orbited around us advised the darkness to linger within our body to remove itself, lest it perish along with us. But through our pain, we managed to smile. I didn't think tricking you guys would be so easy. Are all of you this gullible? We stood up and used our Keyblade to seal the opposite side of the corridor that Ephema had sent us into, and the Darknesses realized what had happened. We were never possessed, no. We had realized that there was absolutely no other option, and fooled not only the gathered Darknesses, but also Ephema and Skuld into believing we were under that first Darkness's control. As said, Ephema locked the way in, and we just locked the way out. These four Darknesses are now trapped in this corridor between worlds, and angrily disperse themselves, possibly searching for an escape. But our body could take no more punishment. We fell to the ground and apologized to our Chirruthy for getting it trapped along with us. We picked it up in our arms and held it close to our chest as our body faded into a bright, white light. The entire data world, as with the real Daybreak Town, was falling to darkness as the Master of Masters had orchestrated. And as Master Ava had predicted, when the data Daybreak Town fell to darkness, it should enter a state of sleep. This concept was prominently featured previously in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance.
As we just
the various
played.
worlds lost their hearts to the darkness prior to Kingdom Hearts 1, many of them entered a state of sleep, and the worlds themselves dreamt of more peaceful times. After the destruction of Ansem the Seeker of Darkness and the sealing of the Door to Darkness, many of these worlds were restored to the Realm of Light. However, if not for the intervention of Sora and Riku, some of them would have remained stuck in that state of sleep. Recall that Sora and Riku travelled backwards in time to enter the sleeping realm.
Hey, hold on. Sorry. Hey, Mike, how you doing? We're just watching the analysis of Union Cross because I never played it. Doing good? That's good. And yeah, it's been eye-opening. There's so much stuff I didn't know about. Streliza being Malusha's sister, or Larium's sister, and then the whole thing about Maleficent, and how when she died in Birth by Sleep, she got teleported all the way back to Union Cross. Then in Union Cross, she teleported all the way back to Kingdom Hearts 2, and that's how she was remembered, because of the fairies. Because that was something I never understood, too. I was like, is it just because of the memories? But it's because of the time magic crap that it's like, oh yeah, oh wait, I gotta fix this chat stuff. Oh yeah, remember that the fact that if you go back in time, you have to have somebody waiting there who remembers you. It's like, ugh, bruh. It's so good though. I'm loving it. But like, I hate the fact that this game was locked behind a phone game when it's so integral to the whole of Kingdom Hearts. Like, it makes so much more sense with certain things in the story now, because it's like, shit, but then I didn't know any of this. It's like, freaking hell, man. Also, one thing I will say, what the heck is this Doctor Who logic? I know, but I love it, honestly, because it makes so much sense for certain events that happens in the game. One thing I'm annoyed about is that, again, it's just a bloody phone game, and nobody's gonna play it, especially because it's so expensive to get stuff. It's a microtransaction game. And also, like, the capsule thing with Kingdom Hearts 1, where we see it, and then it's in this, and then we see Kairi in it later in Melody of Music. It's like, what the hell? Like, yeah, apparently that's what everybody said. That even I played it, I think, before my phone couldn't handle it, because you need a high-powered phone to play it. And I don't have that. And I played it, and it's just so, like, it is boring, because it takes so long to get to a story point and stuff. So it's like, they should have just made a PlayStation game out of it. I don't understand why they didn't do it.
And we're able to unlock 7 sleeping keyholes, freeing some of these worlds from their slumber, and allowing them to be awoken back in the real world. So to cut to the chase, this is what is about to happen to this world. It is doomed
Yeah.
and is falling to darkness. And it, along with all of its residents, the dandelions, will be falling to sleep. But instead
Yeah.
of losing their hearts to the darkness as this happens, each of the dandelions of Chirithy stepped in to protect them, shielding their
Aw.
bonded wielders' hearts within their bodies, and taking on the appearance of the spirit dream eaters we have seen throughout Dream Drop Distance. We have been
What?
told since Dream Drop Distance that spirits protect sleeping dreamers, and we are now seeing that in an extremely literal sense. Don't forget that the Chirithys are the creation of the Master of Masters, made to hold on to the wielders' gathered light, their memories, and now their hearts. Perhaps these were also part of the Master's backup plan to keep the wielders safe all along. As for our character, we ask our Chirithy if we will also fall asleep, and it responds that
What the
we have a
fuck?
choice. So many of our dandelion friends are still waiting for their new beginning, their birth by sleep. And we could join them, or if we refuse to sleep, our heart would end this life, to be reborn and melt into a new heart. We get a brief flash of what this life would look like, and see ourselves in the arms of what I can only assume is our new mother, as she tearfully hands us off to a stranger in a blue cloak, in an unknown, unfamiliar city. That stranger takes us to a world we've never been to before, a series of peaceful islands that keeps us entirely separated from the outside world. It seems the stranger dedicates the rest of his life to keeping a watch over
Xehanort!
us as we grow from an infant into an adolescent, until the day where they cannot watch anymore and they reach the end of their life. Soon after that, we will find a way to escape this world and find ourselves in an unfamiliar land, but it's
Huh? What? What do you mean? What the hell, man? That is so important. Why is this a mobile phone game? What? Oh my god. But it seems like... What? So, wait. So, if we choose not to birth by sleep, which is what Ventus does, we basically become a baby who is Xehanort, grow up into Xehanort, and then... What? Oh my god. That is insane. What do you mean? I am so shooketh to my core. What is this? Why is it on a phone game? Oh my god. They need to make this actually properly into a movie instead of the back cover bullshit. Because the back cover shit came out, and I was like, what does this even mean? I have no idea what this movie means, apart from the fact that it's supposed to connect to Kingdom Hearts 3. But seeing all of this now makes so much sense. Oh. This whole storyline with the Master of Masters, what's inside the box, is one that I'm slightly curious about, but I know I will be underwhelming. It will be an underwhelming outcome. Even a novel. Oh my god, a graphic novel! They did that with Kingdom Hearts 2. They did, I think for Riku, or even for the Kingdom Hearts series, I think they did one, a manga or something. Bruh. I'm actually so annoyed. Because why? This is so important! And to why Kingdom Hearts 3 works the way it works. Because with Kingdom Hearts 3, I didn't like it. Because I was like, I don't understand majority of what is going on. Because I didn't play this game! Oh my god, I'm actually really annoyed now. Because I felt so dumb playing Kingdom Hearts 3. And I was like, okay, cool. But now, it makes sense. Hold on one second. Sorry, just putting medicine on my face. I think, yeah, with the Master was inside the box. Yeah, I think, well, from what we found out at the beginning of this, when we were watching this, is basically the Master of Masters' plan is to trap the 13 Darknesses, because the 13 Darknesses is, they're like actual beings. So, how many have been caught now? 4, 5, I think? If you go and watch this analysis actually is brilliant. It makes it so easy to follow. But there are still no. So wait, so the 4, 5. Yeah, there's a couple I think that are still free. From what I need to go back and watch this again. But still, there's a couple that are free still, Darknesses. But Oh my god. Sorry, my brain is still trying to take in everything that happened just then about Xehanort. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the whole Master and Masters thing. What's it called? The storyline with the color, slightly curious a little bit. Yeah. So with that, yeah. So it seems like the Master and Masters is very extreme. It's very much like what is it? He's very extreme, very much like Xehanort. So it's very much like he wants to eradicate, sort of eradicate, but like trap these darknesses so that people in the future, for some reason, can destroy them, which is basically our heroes at the moment, Sora, Riku, Kairi, all that shit. But at an extreme cost, which is the Keyblade War. So he traps them in the Union Cross leaders, and then gets the not the Dandelions, but the Union Cross people to fight them, and because of that, it causes Kingdom Hearts to open, and that's what happens. And it's like, what the frick, man? Like, it's insane. Shy, they even made the freaking concert canon. Like, you know, when they did a concert for the tracks, they even added more context there that you don't see. What? What the fuck, man? Like, why? What do you mean? Oh, that is so annoying. That's annoying. That makes me so annoyed. What the fuck? Oh, I hate this game so much, but I love it.
Seems like we will make
Hold on, we need to go back and watch this because I was screaming the whole time.
Ourselves in the arms of what I can only assume is our new mother, as she tearfully hands herself.
Wait, hold on. So Scald is Xehanort's mum? Does that mean Ephemera is his father? What the frick, man? Oh my god!
In a blue cloak, in an unknown, unfamiliar city.
She looks pretty though. I like that dress.
Takes us to a world we've never been to before. A series of peaceful islands that keeps us entirely separated from the outside world. It seems the stranger dedicates the rest of his life to keeping a watchful eye over us as we grow from an infant into an adolescent.
Oh,
until
Jesus.
the day where they cannot watch anymore and they reach the end of their life. Soon after that, we will find a way to escape this world and find ourselves in an unfamiliar land. But it seems like we will make a wonderful friend while we are there.
Ericus.
We peacefully close our eyes, knowing that our adventure is not over yet.
What
and
the
take
fuck?
our Chiruki in our arms. It wishes us a good night as our body disappears and our heart floats away.
What the fuck? I'm so mad. What is this bullshit? Oh. Oh my god, dude. My head. Ugh. What do you mean that this player becomes Xehanort? That is insane. Oh my god.
So, we chose to be reborn and saw some happy moments from our new life. But of course, any fan of the series will recognize that our character will be reborn hundreds of years in the future as Xehanort. And the moments of our life we saw did not include the more tragic moments of what will one day become our story. So as not to indulge in speculation, I will elaborate more on this in its own video. But one thing we do know for relatively certain is the moment the stranger dies is the moment that Xehanort's future self is able to approach him and make contact, allowing us to take the first step down our dark road.
Oh!
When the stranger dies is the moment that Xehanort's future self is able to approach him and make contact.
Shit! So, oh my god, so whoever was protecting him was actually protecting him from whoever, like, his future self from making contact with him. But because it died, then they were like, okay, now this is the perfect time. I need to go and speak to him and tell him of the plan that my future self has? What the hell, man? That's insane.
Allowing us to take the first step down our dark road. After the storm has passed, a pod washes up upon the obliterated ruins of Daybreak Town. The camera is initially zoomed in on a figure that emerges from the pod.
Ephemera?
A figure that is surely Ephemera, but it quickly zooms out to reveal a massive land in the background. Maleficent's heart safely arrives in the future, allowing her body to be reformed in Yensid's tower, as we previously saw in Kingdom Hearts 2.
What?
Maleficent's raven took the Evil Queen's cloak to the mysterious tower shortly after Sora had departed on his second great world-hopping adventure. And at the side of the cloak, the three good fairies, Flora, Fauna,
Yeah,
and Merida,
that is
unintentionally
fucking
provide the memories
insane,
necessary for
man.
Maleficent to reform herself in the present. We also see Lorium, Elrena, and Ventus have arrived somewhere in the future as well.
Insane.
Lorien appears to be in the Dwarf Woodlands among a field of flowers. Poor Elrena is on a cliffside among a lightning storm in the Enchanted Dominion, and Ventus lies unconscious among the Keyblade graveyard and is discovered by someone who just happens to be passing through the sacred land at that moment. We can assume that this is the much older Master Xehanort based off his ninth report from Birth by Sleep.
Yes!
So there I stood.
With the vast knowledge in one gnarled, dying hand and newfound purpose in the other, the next step was clear. I needed a new vessel, and that was when I met Ventus and made him my pupil! Sense of potential within him, but the boy was too...
With vast knowledge in one gnarled, dying hand, and newfound purpose in the other, the next step was clear. I needed a new vessel. And that was when I met Ventus and made him my pupil. We were destined to meet, and I could sense the potential within him. But the boy was too benign for his own good. I came to the conclusion he was too frail to serve as a vessel, and decided to use him for a second purpose I had in mind. I would remove the darkness from his heart and split him in two.
What do you mean? Oh my god, they linked everything together. That is insane.
Then I would have my heart of pure light, and my heart of pure darkness. I believe all three of these young people arrived at approximately the same time period, a few years before
Insane,
the
what the
events of
fuck?
Birth by Sleep. Recall that Lorien used his goal of finding his sister or her backup data as his waypoint, which for some reason brought him to this time period. Elrena likely used the same goal, or Lorien himself as her waypoint, but there's also the possibility that they used Maleficent as a waypoint. Remember, Lorien did briefly meet Maleficent in the Day-to-Day breakdown, but poor Ven didn't even know he would be time traveling. But perhaps the darkness within him that had read the Book of Prophecies and knew that Ven was destined to...
Wait! So the darkness was... Oh my god. So the darkness that was trapped in Ventus never left. It didn't even go into the player before. It was still in Ventus. So does that mean that... Wait. Vanitas is one of them? But Vanitas died. So did the darkness die with him? That's a question then.
To arrive at this point in time, took the wheel, and let him arrive at this point in time. Hell, maybe Ven yearned to be with his friends, and found a tiny trace of our character within Xehanort, leading him to be reformed at the exact same location where he had first met his new friends, at the exact moment that Xehanort was passing through.
Oh,
The
yeah,
meaning to
true.
reform the bodies of these three was potentially the flowers Lorien found himself in, the lightning striking the Enchanted Dominion,
My fucking god, the flowers and everything make so much sense now!
and I suppose the wind that was blowing in the Keyblade graveyard, possibly contributing to the powers the three would one day be associated with. Unfortunately,
What?
no one existed in the current day that could or would provide these three with memories to reform themselves completely. It seems like they retained their own names, but precious little else.
Oh my
I'd
god,
argue
what
that
the
Lucio
fuck?
should still
What do
exist
you
in this time
mean?
and potentially have memories of these three, but certainly not enough to fully restore those memories to their hosts. All three will now take their place in the series timeline as we know it. Ven will soon be trained by Master Xehanort and show tremendous resilience using any of his latent darkness. Perhaps the amnesiac boy doesn't even truly remember why, but feels with all his heart that he must not allow the darkness within him to be unleashed. Unfortunately for him though, it will. Xehanort will extract that darkness within him.
Yeah!
Darkness plus one of the 13 darknesses to become the being Vanitas. Though that being will be reabsorbed back into his heart at the end of Birth by Sleep, lingering just below the surface once more. Lorien and Elrena might spend the next few years or so on Dwarf Woodlands and the Enchanted Dominion respectively. I can't imagine the two would have any methods of leaving those worlds, given that the pair clearly have no memories of being Keyblade wielders. After the events of Birth by Sleep, once Samson the Wise has been banished, and his former apprentices form an organization dedicated to creating an artificial Kingdom Hearts, they will begin seeking out additional members to fill out their ranks.
Oh
We do
my
not know
god,
for certain
yes!
Phoenix or Luke Sword's recruitment into the fold, but we do know that it will fall upon Xigbar to seek out additional members, and that he will personally recruit Lorien, now Marluxia, as the 11th member.
Yes!
And possibly, if not likely, Elrena as well. As we know, Luxu has remained loyal to the Master this entire time, and dutifully continued to steal vessels of countless people until he arrived at his latest and last visage, Xigbar. Luxu did express care and concern for the Union leaders those hundreds of years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if he has been keeping tabs on them throughout the years, now fully having an excuse to keep them at a very close distance. After we see the shots of Ventus in the Keyblade graveyard, we see another shot from what appears to be the exact same location, just back those hundreds of years in the past. A hooded figure dragging the black box and holding the Master of Masters Keyblade in their hands makes their way across the Keyblade graveyard. They pause, take a moment to turn, hold the Master's Keyblade aloft and recite to themselves, "May my heart be my guiding key." The figure opens his hood and reveals his face. Brain's face. I refuse to allow myself to speculate here and add another 5 hours onto this video, so I'll just give you some quick thoughts, and I promise this is the quick version. Lushu may have taken Brain's body,
Yes!
but I'm not so sure about that. That would essentially break continuity with the 12th secret report of Kingdom Hearts 3. To me, it makes more sense if he chose Brain as his first apprentice and bestowed him with both the Master's Keyblade and the Black Box before setting off on his centuries-long task to watch over the blade from a distance until it fell into the hands of a wielder intending to recreate the Keyblade War. This seems to fit in
Oh!
line perfectly with the 12th secret report, where Lushu stated that he had handed the blade to a Union leader before departing, and at this stage, Brain is the only Union leader left in this time, except Ephema. It would also possibly explain why Lushu is unaware of the box's whereabouts at the time of Kingdom Hearts 3, but is able to find it after the conclusion of the Keyblade War, because at this time he simply doesn't have it.
Oh my god.
There is, however, one big problem with this, and it's the final scene of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. Brain has awoken in a strange new city that he has never seen before, but we will recognize as the city that the baby Xehanort will be born in.
Yeah.
He is immediately greeted by a man dressed in a purple and black cloak, hood, and hat that obscures his face and introduces himself as Sigurd. The man
Sigurd.
knows that Brain was destined to arrive at this exact point, at this exact time, and hands Brain back his hat, which seems likely to me to be Brain's medium that reformed him at this point in time. Sigurd radios the news of Brain's arrival back into his headquarters and beckons Brain to follow him there. Brain has some questions first, asking if any of his friends that escaped Daybreak Town's destruction have also arrived at this time, but unfortunately, Brain is the only one that did. As they walk through town, Brain spots a familiar figure atop the fountain in the middle of this town square. Sigurd explains that this was the original Keyblade Master of this world, Scala Adkar.
Ephemera.
Brain of course knows who it is. After all, Ephema was one of his best friends.
Babe, did you pay the electricity bill?
Oh my god, my brain.
Okay, again, I'm ignoring the temptation to speculate for as long as I want to here, believe me. But here are the things I am fairly certain have happened. Let's rewind a bit. Scald's pod time-traveled into the future. She likely arrives in Radiant Garden a little while after the events of Birth by Sleep, is found by the apprentice Xehanort, and
Why have I never read these in Kingdom Hearts 3? I'm so dumb. Well, this is something I can do now that I'm going to replay the game. I work in a cell alone until the researchers came. 4 friends and a key. That is the sum total of my memory. I could not even recall. I was called X. My only solid time spent talking with 2 boys who would visit from time to time.
and imprisoned in the Radiant Garden Castle's dungeon and given the moniker Subject X. Subject X barely remembers her past, with scant recollections of 4 friends, a key, and the phrase, "May your heart be your guiding key." Her
Eye
captivity
patch!
is noticed by Issa and Lee, shortly before she is rescued by someone with an eye patch, who is likely, though not confirmed, Lushu.
It has to
During the events
be.
of Kingdom Hearts 3, her whereabouts are shown to be of concern to Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. In my mind, because of her connection to his research. Ephema's pod did not travel through time. He emerged
Oh, so he's talking about Scald. Okay.
in my mind because of her connection to his research. Ephema's pod did not travel through time. He emerged shortly after the destruction of Daybreak Town, and armed with the Book of Prophecies
I was gonna
and
say-
the Master Defender Keyblade, began creating a city named Scala ad Kylum, like
Oh!
in a manner of speaking, instructed him to do. It said he would, so he did it. Of course, this Scala ad Kylum looks extremely different to the one we are familiar with from both Dark Road and Kingdom Hearts 3. Recall that Ephema had promised to return both the Book of Prophecies and the Master Defender Keyblade to Brain the next time the pair saw each other, and once this Brain materializes in the new city of Scala ad Kylum, potentially several generations after the city's inception, I believe these items will be returned to him. I have a feeling that at this time Ephema will have long since passed, but he will have left instructions for the guardians of this bizarre city in the event of Brain's arrival. This is certainly not confirmed.
Okay, so then Ephema isn't Xehanort's father. Instead, Scald went into the future, and Ephema's back in the past, and made Scala ad Kylum. Brain came back somehow, and then Ephema had died already, and so he took over and changed things?
But Kingdom Hearts Dark Road implies that Brain will start a family, and that the young Ericus will be his grandson. But we know that something will happen to that grandfather. He may have disappeared from the world or perhaps even perished, but given that he would be an older man by the time of his grandson's birth, which should be around the time of Xehanort's birth, I can't help but wonder if this brain is the old man that agrees to take Xehanort from his willing but regretful mother and hide him on the Destiny Islands.
Oh.
I'm certainly not positive about that though. In my mind, Brain will definitely be trying to dedicate his life to freeing the trapped dandelions from the Data Daybreak Town. Something that could take him a lifetime to achieve, and possibly cost him up to his life if successful. Let's not forget, there are 4 darknesses trapped in the Data Daybreak Town as well.
Yeah.
Opening the data cage that contains the dandelions, said to be the symbols of the world's hope, but accidentally freeing the darknesses within it. Sounds a whole lot to me like opening Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Of course, if everything I've said so far is correct though, the huge mystery in my mind becomes, how can Brain seemingly be in 2 places and times at once?
Yeah.
The last line uttered by Luxu to Brain before the circumstances get fuzzy is, "It's a shame this lifetime is the only one you've got." My brain immediately wonders, what if the statement was somewhat rhetorical, and perhaps there was a way Brain could lead 2 lives at once? Again, this will get its own video, but to give you the extremely version, my earliest possible thought is that, okay, perhaps Luxu retrieved the data backup of Brain from the Data Daybreak Town and sent one into the future while making the other his apprentice. Let's put aside the speculation for now and try to end this video by bringing it back to the beginning.
No, but this makes so much sense. Sending the real Brain makes sense, but then using the data version and remaking him into his apprentice changes him entirely. It makes so much sense.
What is that? Okay. Perhaps Luxu retrieved the data backup of Brain from the Data Daybreak Town and sent one into the future while making the other his apprentice.
Yeah. That
Let's
makes
put
so
aside
much
the
sense
speculation for
though.
now
Oh my
and
god,
try
this
to
guy's
end
great.
video by bringing it back to the beginning. The Master of Masters' plan to trap or defeat the 13 darknesses that he claims have attacked the people of light. 5 were to perish in the Keyblade War in the bodies of the 5 foretellers. The Master of Masters and Luxu were also to each house one, and as soon as the Master's plan was set up, he would time travel into the future as Luxu made his way there manually, living each and every moment patiently as he awaited the return of the Master. 5 should have been trapped within the 5 Union Leaders' hearts and jettisoned into the future through time travel arcs, meaning that 7 would arrive in the future where a new generation of Keyblade wielders capable of prevailing in a renewed Keyblade War would
Wait,
be there.
7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't understand that. Oh, Luxu. 1, 2. Oh no. Wait, hold on. 7 into the future.
Where a new generation of Keyblade wielders capable of prevailing in a renewed Keyblade War
I
would be
don't know.
there to defeat them. This seems to be the implication of the Kingdom Hearts 3 epilogue scene. The new game that Eric has described sees 7 black pieces facing off against what one would assume to be the Heroes of Light, with the first piece entering the board being the crown that represented Sora in the previous game. And one final darkness would be trapped inside the data world. Maybe the Master of Masters intended to keep it trapped there eternally in this place, rather than utterly expunging a fundamental force of the universe.
Yeah.
Or perhaps he intended for it to be destroyed last, after the remaining 12 had been taken care of, and the combined forces of light from both past and future could complete the feat together. However, as stated, things deviated wildly from this plan. I think we can only say with any level of assuredness that 4 of the foretellers perished. It's possible Ava did as well, but given the implications from the epilogue, I'm not so sure. The 5 darknesses that were supposed to possess the Union leaders certainly diverged from the path. The one perhaps intended to possess Strelitzia ended up entering Ventus's heart instead and murdering the poor girl. Based on the events of Kingdom Hearts 3's Reminds DLC, it seems that though it was able to roam free for a time as Vanitas, now that Vanitas has rejoined with Ven, this particular darkness still lingers deep within Ven's heart.
Oh!
The other 4 darknesses, possibly intended for the remaining
Oh,
Union
yeah.
leaders, have all found themselves trapped within an external corridor of Data Daybreak Town, rather than the world itself. And I think the implication is that the Master of Masters and Luxu successfully trapped the darkness within their hearts as well. The Master does seem set to arrive in the future as planned, but what about the one inside Luxu? Before we forget, he's already perished, right? Maybe even
No,
twice
has he?
now. It's likely he faked his death in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh,
because
100%.
nobody-
He 100% faked his death. I mean, we saw that at the end.
And his Heartless must have been defeated in Kingdom Hearts 2, which allowed him to be recompleted. I suppose it probably doesn't count as properly dying, though. So let's just say that Luxu also has a darkness within his heart, and is also poised to be struck down in the present. So that's 4 or 5 struck down already, 1 each in the Master and Luxu, 1 in Ventus that hopefully we can find a way not to destroy, and 4 trapped in the data world. That makes 12 that we have a pretty good idea about the location of. Now for the 13th and final darkness, the one that was
Yeah.
last seen with Lushu in the real world, where it seems they're about
Yeah.
to have some sort of confrontation. Again, so we don't have to speculate, I'll cut to the chase. We know the darkness could not have been destroyed without a form, so unless Lushu quickly forced it into some sort of vessel and then destroyed it, I would assume it's still out there. I see there being 2 interesting ideas here. Either Lushu took it upon himself to try and bear the burden of a second darkness in his heart, which possibly had an effect on his personality from that point onwards,
Maybe.
or he drove it out into the world, allowing it to spread and corrupt people throughout the realm of light, and giving one explanation as to why darkness exists in people's hearts in future titles, before the advent of Ansem and his apprentices' experiments. So things are clearly deviated from the Master's stated plan, but of course, this is the Master of Masters we're talking about. This
Maybe.
could well have been the plan all along. He knows his adversary Darkness is shrewd and cunning, and it will take an extremely complicated plan with a healthy amount of unpredictability to actually triumph over them. After all, the original ending of the Book of Prophecies described an event in which darkness prevailed, which is why, in my mind at least, the Master allowed darkness to have a peek at the book, and why darkness is attempting to follow along with that future the book described as closely as possible.
Oh,
what
so
is
if it
essential-
follows the book, it's perfect to a T, but the people who are in the light may be unpredictable and may change its ways.
Actually a series of instructions, they should
Yeah.
end up completely extinguishing the light. Or so they
Yeah.
believe. Which, in a way, did happen.
Mhm.
The original ending to the conflict between light and darkness in Kingdom Hearts 3 was that darkness prevailed, just as the book said it would. It was only through a breaking of the taboos of nature that allowed Sora to rewind time and alter the events that were apparently destined to happen, allowing the lights to ultimately triumph over the darkness.
Mhm.
Master Xehanort infused 13 vessels with his own darkness, and each were defeated, allowing the creation of the Keyblade. I had wondered if Xehanort's entire purpose for being was to be the Master's final backup plan. If the 13 darknesses were not destroyed as planned, perhaps they would all find their way into this one ultimate heart, our reincarnated hero from the Age of Fairy Tales, who was able to channel
Oh!
an ever-increasing amount of darkness without ever seeing.
Because I was about to say, I was like, then what the whole thing with Xehanort then? Like, was he just always the pawn of this story?
From the Age of Fairy Tales that was able to channel an ever-increasing amount of darkness without ever seeming to be fazed by it. A wielder who would ultimately triumph over every seemingly impossible situation they found themselves in. Would such a heart be capable of handling all 13 darknesses within it?
Oh yeah,
With some
that would be
gentle
extreme.
prodding? Would they attempt to recreate the Keyblade War? And if that sacrificial lamb containing all 13 darknesses was destroyed, would the darkness be defeated once and for all? I am less confident in that idea now, but it could be one explanation from why Xehanort was taken from his place of birth, perhaps to avoid the fate that was written for him. Perhaps it was why the Master chose to personally visit him and send him down his dark path. One final sacrifice in the name of defeating the darkness.
Oh my
The darkness
god.
cannot comprehend what the Master is planning, just as the Master cannot truly comprehend what the darkness is after. The two have discussed as much, and on one such occasion, the Master revealed to the darkness that he was sending not just himself and the Union leaders into the future, but also 7 crowns that one would assume will help the forces of light. He also revealed to the darkness something of great importance to him that he had noticed while peering through time. A world he can't even imagine. Using the other Kingdom Hearts games as context, he is surely referring to the fictional worlds that have been brought up recently in the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, in Remind, and in Melody of Memory. For some reason, the Master of Masters shows a great interest in this world of neither light nor darkness. Perhaps as it is a location that is yet to become tainted by the darkness, the Master wants to ensure that it remains that way, or
Of
possibly
purity?
wants to claim it for himself. It has been hinted that the Foretellers, or some other ancient Keyblade Masters, might have disappeared into this fictional world, and recalled that Ansem the Seeker of Darkness also showed an interest in this place. And now, Sora, Riku, Yozora, and apparently the Master of Masters himself have all entered within a year after the events of Kingdom Hearts 3. In the vein of wrapping up, I should also
Oh.
mention, of course, that Lauriam and Larxene may well have regained their memories from the ancient past after being defeated in Kingdom Hearts 3, and will likely have spent the last year searching for any clues of Strelitzia's whereabouts
Yeah.
and how to revive her. Hopefully the next installment in the franchise will give us an update
Yeah, I
on that
forgot that's
situation as
supposed to
well.
be her.
Speaking of that next installment, Dark Road will apparently receive its finale in late September 2021. Hopefully, we will learn more about this mysterious second Scala and the organization that Brain has become involved with at this time. And if we're lucky, we might get some more clarification about the fate of that 13th Darkness and the whole situation with the second Brain as well. And of course, the most important question that's still to be asked. About the person who knows the story of those ancient Keyblade Masters, that forgotten Keyblade War, and the children that rebuilt the Lost World, and ensures that story is passed on to future generations. Is Kairi's grandmother Ava or Vor? And with that, I think I'll leave you here for now, friends.
What?
I've definitely rushed through some details, particularly the ones I've already covered more thoroughly in my earlier explanation videos, but I believe this is everything you need to know about the story of Kingdom Hearts Key, Unchained Key, back cover, and you.
Hold on! What? Oh my god, what? I've never thought about that! Cause how else would Kairi and everybody know about it? Oh my god. I just thought it was a fairy tale that they told kids about the darkness and how there's good in children and all that shit. But oh my god, what if it actually was Ava? I am so shooked. And what happened to Ephemer after? Like, what? Oh my god. What? I am so... What even is Kingdom Hearts anymore? I'm so shooked how they connected everything. Hold on, I just want to see what else he says.
As well as what you need to know before you enjoy the next games in the series. Rest assured though, I will absolutely be making videos elaborating further on the ending, so please ask any questions you still have, and I will do my best to create further videos to answer them. Just as a start, I really want to dive further into my reasonings behind the 2 brains and the 2 Scalas. I really want to thank you for watching. This has been such an interesting series to create, releasing my first main video shortly before the release of Kingdom Hearts 3, when I feel no one really understood or cared about the story of the stupid mobile game, to now seeing the entire fanbase.
Hold on a second, sir. We all thought it was a stupid mobile game because we didn't think that something like this would be in the mobile game. I'm so mad. What the fuck? Oh, he's done an explanation for Dark Road as well. I need to watch that actually with him. I'm not gonna do it tonight. We'll do it. Can we do it tomorrow? I'm trying to think, cause a full story of what is this? Ah, fuck. He said to watch this one beforehand. How long is this one? Can we watch it now?
The video that
Oh, it's 16
you are
minutes. We can watch
currently
it.
watching will summarize everything important that has happened in the last 6.5 years in Kingdom Hearts Key and Union Cross, with the intention of catching you up on only the most important events of the entire series as a refresher before you play the Kingdom Hearts 3 DLC, Remind. I will skip almost all the character interactions.
Oh wait, I don't know what happens in Remind. I won't watch that.
After
My
8
brain.
years.
What the frick, man? Like, ugh. What do you mean? Is there any other videos talking about Cross? I don't think so. How long is the Dark Road is 3 hours. What are we doing now? And what am I doing today? What time is it now? 6:25. 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's wrong. 7, 8, 9. Or maybe we can watch at least half of it. I just gotta remember what time we finish and shit. But I think... subscribe. Duh. Oh, damn, you're doing a dub for it. Nice. Good on him. That's great. Look at him. Who are they? Toddler not? Yes, because in Missing Link, that's why everybody's so excited about Missing Link now, because it has Brain in it. That makes sense. They need to hurry up and finish Missing Link. What's in the box? It's not Lushu. I can't believe I didn't read those secret passages, though, for Kingdom Hearts 3. Like... that's when I didn't take the story seriously, but yeah, let's try and do half of
Kingdom
this at
Hearts
least.
Dark Road is fundamentally a story about being presented with difficult choices. It is a complex and somewhat challenging narrative.
Hold
that
on, wait, I'll
asks
change the
characters-
title. But oh my god, my mind is blown! And Kingdom Hearts. And Dark Road. I wonder if it has it on Twitch. Kingdom Hearts Dark. Oh, there we go. Nice. I'm just gonna fix it on YouTube really quick. Don't mind me. Oh wait, y'all are watching my screen. That's embarrassing, I forgot. We'll close that now. Hold on. I will put my camera screen on. Whoops. Oh my god, my brain. I go. Like, what do you mean? Ugh. I'm just so shooketh. Oh, yay. Where'd the string go? Oh, no, because it was so far back, that's why. I was so confused. I was like, my god. Kingdom Hearts Chi. And Dark Road. I have to go back and watch my reaction to the whole thing about Xehanort, because I was so shocked. I was like, what? What do you mean? Like, it's so crazy. Kingdom Hearts Dark Road. Kingdom Hearts Dark Road analysis. Two seconds. There we go. Oh, there's no Dark Road on YouTube. Okay, I will just keep it on Kingdom Hearts Key. Unchained Key. Okay, 2 seconds. Okay. Where is it? Browser. There we go.
With an array of different perspectives, what they believe to be right, and just how far they would be willing to go when following that so-called right path. When faced with danger, would they turn and run, or stand and fight? Would they choose to endure hardship and suffering in the short term, in the hopes of ultimately improving the rest of their lives? Would they be willing to take the life of an innocent, knowing that doing so would save the lives of countless people? Would they instead
Whoa.
put the entire universe at risk, in the hopes that just one life might be saved? When our characters are presented with these impossibly difficult decisions, would they accept the burden of making a horrible choice when no one else seems willing? Do they even possess the mental fortitude to see their choices through to their conclusion? And what kind of person will they have become in the aftermath of those decisions? What part
Actually,
of
hold on a second.
themselves-
I need to get some water. Stare at the screen. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh. I brought snacks, and we're ready.
will they have had to sacrifice in order to walk down their chosen path at their proverbial crossroads? The story of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road acts as both a sequel to Kingdom Hearts Union Cross and the currently unreleased Kingdom Hearts Missing Link, as well as being a chronological predecessor to the rest of the Kingdom Hearts series.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. Hold on. Oh, look at that.
Predecessor
That's insane. What the fuck?
to the rest of the Kingdom Hearts series. Please be advised, this video will assume you have seen the explanation of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross and will immediately discuss spoilers from that game. I will, however, give you a heads up before I discuss the events of Kingdom Hearts 3 and beyond, as I can never be too sure where in their Kingdom Hearts journey people are going to choose to watch these videos.
Don't worry, I've played it already.
Union Cross's finale. You, the playable protagonist of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, sacrificed your freedom and life so that your friends and fellow Keyblade wielders, Ephema and Skuld, could escape the overwhelming threat of 4 near-immortal beings of primordial darkness. Ephema and Skuld's fellow Union leaders appeared to have already successfully used some special pods to travel forward through time to futures unknown, and as the doomed Daybreak Town crumbled around them, Ephema and Skuld boarded pods of their own. In the aftermath of Daybreak Town's destruction, Ephema's pod drifted among the obliterated ruins of his former home until the boy within emerged. Skuld did not appear to be with him. Hopefully her departure had occurred successfully, but either way, Ephema was left all alone. In his hands he held both a copy of the fabled Book of Prophecies and a special Keyblade called the Master Defender, both given to him by his fellow Union leader, Brain, right before departing the doomed world. Because of the Master Defender's special world-altering properties, it can be assumed that Ephema took that distinct Keyblade and used the Book of Prophecies as a guide to reshape this decimated land into the world of Scala Adkaim.
Oh!
And generations from now, the people that would come to inhabit this land would revere their town's founder, Master Ephema, and all that he had done. Missing Link will cover a large portion of this currently unwritten time period, so I will not speculate on the plot of that game here. However, we are being led to believe that during this time period, the playable character of Union Cross will experience some form of reincarnation, getting to live again as the protagonist of Missing Link as well, experiencing another full life in this incarnation of Scala Adkaim. Again, without speculating, we know that at some point during the second lifetime, the player will learn of a prophecy of the Child of Destiny. This prophecy seems to state
Child
that
of Destiny being
prophesied
Xehanort.
child will save the world from darkness, that they will hail from the Destiny Islands, and that they will have the ability to connect their heart with the hearts of others. Whether or not this prophecy has any authenticity
Oh,
to
Sora.
it, the player will start to consider that a descendant of Ephema could be that destined child, and towards the natural end of the player's second life, they will take a newborn baby from their tearful but willing mother's arms and travel the corridors of darkness to the Destiny Islands to raise the child alone as his mentor and guardian. Over the years, this newborn, Xehanort, the protagonist of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road and central antagonist of the entire Kingdom Hearts series thus far, will be kept safe, shielded from darkness, and taught a portion of the knowledge and wisdom that his guardian gained over the course of their 2 lifetimes. When Xehanort was still but a child, he demonstrated the ability
Oh!
with the hearts of others. Whether or not this prophecy has any authenticity to it, the player will start to consider that a descendant of Ephema could be that destined child, and towards the natural end of the player's second life, they will take a newborn baby from their tearful but willing mother's arms
Oh!
and travel the corridors
Okay.
of darkness to the Destiny Islands to raise the child alone as his mentor and guardian. Over the years, this newborn...
But still, he was a descendant of
protagonist
Ephema.
of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road,
That's
and
huge.
central antagonist of the entire Kingdom Hearts series thus far, will be kept safe, shielded from darkness, and taught a portion of the knowledge and wisdom that his guardian gained over the course of their 2 lifetimes. When Xehanort was still but a child, he demonstrated the ability to see into the player's deepest, most cherished thoughts, leading the player to become utterly convinced that Xehanort was indeed the Child of Destiny as the prophecy stated. Xehanort was having dreams about people he had never seen in person before, considering them to be his dear friends, and greatly desiring to one day travel to whichever outside worlds they could be found on, and meet them for real. Xehanort had unknowingly connected his heart with that of his guardians, and felt a strong bond to the player's treasured friends from their first lifetime in the Age of Fairy Tales. the Union leaders, who are also unwilling pawns on the great chessboard of the Master of Masters, in his never-ending conflict with the forces of darkness. Xehanort wouldn't know any of their names, but in his dreams he would unknowingly see his own ancestor Ephema, as well as Brain, Laurium, Ventus, Skuld, noting that her hair looks just like his own mother's, and the player themselves. And this realization caused the player to weep with joy
Yeah.
and take the young boy gently into their arms. The player held such admiration and respect for Ephema, and now he was his descendant, growing up on the Destiny Islands and demonstrating the empathetic ability to connect his heart to others. Surely, he must be the child of Destiny, as the prophecy predicted. And whether the player was right or wrong, this is what Xehanort was raised to believe, growing into an adolescent who believed he would one day leave these tiny islands that he called home behind, and realize the prophecy that he was born to fulfill. Over the years, as the player aged and reached the end of this lifetime, perhaps their protection over their charge came to an end as well. Because very soon after they passed, as Xehanort awoke from yet another dream of his unknown friends, the teenager would be approached by a strange being in a cloak, addressing Xehanort as his waypoint, and providing him with a dark corridor that would lead away from these tiny isles. The stranger tantalized the youth with the choice of remaining on these islands and the quiet life and uneventful death that would surely accompany them, but venturing out into the unknown could lead to the friends that Xehanort still saw in his dreams. With only a moment's hesitation, Xehanort entered the portal, taking that first step down the dark road that would lead him ironically back to this exact moment, but also to friendship, loss, obsession, and catastrophe.
My God!
The main story of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road is told across 7 episodes, which relay the tale heavily out of chronological order by blending the main plot with a series of flashbacks, flash-forwards, and obscured information to deliver its narrative. This order is of course the intended and perfect way to experience the story for the first time, allowing you to enjoy the many mysteries that the plot is centered around. But in order to actually get the best understanding of this twisting and turning tale, I will be summarizing and explaining everything that happens in chronological order. I very much enjoy the story of Dark Road. It's a
Oh. Damn. So the player became his protector.
Right, and the way that it integrates the requisite visits to the various a maelstrom of turbulent emotions. But for now, we will proceed. After traversing the murky corridor and enduring a maelstrom of turbulent emotions, some of which were somehow even directed at Xehanort himself, Xehanort washed ashore in a world known as Scala ad Caem. This particular section of Scala ad Caem looks very visually distinct from the home that Xehanort left as an infant that also bears the same name. So, as of the time of writing, we cannot say with certainty if this world is the exact same Scala ad Caem that Xehanort was born in and Missing Link is set in, so I will not dwell on the mystery.
Looks very much like
But
Daybreak
soon
Town.
after his arrival, the unconscious Xehanort was taken in by the residents of this world, and eventually enrolled in an academy for aspiring Keyblade Masters, and granted the ability to use a basic Keyblade alongside his fellow classmates. He formed a fast kinship and friendly rivalry with an energetic boy named Ericus, and would often enjoy matches of chess between classes. Ericus was fascinated with Xehanort's origins, a subject that Xehanort stayed very coy about, choosing to reveal almost nothing about his life before arriving in Scala, meaning Ericus stayed ever curious about what lay beyond the ocean that surrounded and encapsulated his world. Also making up their cohort of lower classmen were 5 more students named Ermod, Erd, Bragi, Ver, and Balder, and they all studied under an older Keyblade Master known as Master Odin. Their regular classroom was the site of many lessons and friendly chess games, and everything that occurred here did so under the watchful gaze of a most ancient Keyblade, known officially as No Name. Very few people knew the secret purpose of this Keyblade, however, that through the eye embedded in the blade, the Master of Masters could gaze upon this world
My
from the past, allowing
God.
him to observe countless new generations of malleable Keyblade wielders that
What?
might be useful to his plans. On one occasion,
Crazy.
before the proper beginning of Dark Road, Ver had asked her classmates why they all wished to become Keyblade Masters. Ericus initially felt obligated to become one, to uphold the perceived family tradition, a subject we'll touch on later. But now he only wished to eradicate the darkness itself once and for all. Bragi often presented himself as being quite laid back and aloof, and in this instance merely responded that he wanted to do what's right. Erd is prudent, thoughtful, and dreamed of learning and exploring. Becoming a Keyblade Master would allow her to see all the worlds out there for herself. Balder, a reserved and timid boy, just wants to protect what's important to him. A desire that will one day be expressed by future protagonists of the Kingdom Hearts series. Ermod is almost like the soft-spoken, self-appointed older brother of the group, and agrees with everything the group has discussed so far, as well as also wanting to uphold the greater order of the worlds. As a reminder, the Realm of Light had been cataclysmically split apart as a result of the Keyblade War seen in Kingdom Hearts Key, and the individual pieces of the realm now stood separated from each other as independent worlds in the Void of Darkness, prevented from interacting with each other ever again, lest another apocalyptic event born of conflict occur. Anyway, Xehanort wanted to see those friends from his dream again, refusing to reveal any more information to the inquiring Ericus. And finally, the cheerful and cheeky Ver refused to tell anyone else her dream, teasing the group that now that they had made theirs public, theirs wouldn't come true. In class, Master Odin would lecture the students on the ways of the world in which they resided. Though darkness and light are fundamental complementary forces of the Kingdom Hearts universe, darkness was treated as an absolute, unquestionable threat, and lectures were taught on identifying the various dark forces that inhabited their world. As Keyblade wielders and future masters, the students had a responsibility to know about the so-called dangers that lurked in both their own world of Scala Adkaim and the various scattered worlds that they would one day be permitted to travel to. On one such occasion, Master Odin taught them that in ancient times the darkness would take people as vessels, spreading far and wide like an infection among the populace, echoing the same sentiments that the Master of Masters espoused to win the trust of his disciple, Lushu, years earlier. We'll see another example of this soon, but it's interesting to note that the teachings of the Master of Masters has somehow persisted, even though it's not exactly clear who actually survived the events of Union Cross to pass that knowledge down.
Yeah, true.
Though Odin seems to have knowledge of the 13 primordial darknesses of old, he informs the students that over the years, darkness and the hearts of humans became entangled. People were reshaped by their interactions with the dark beings, and now negative emotions in the hearts of people can literally birth dark embodiments of the heart's negativity, beings that have come to be known as the Heartless. The examples Odin gives of negative emotions are greed, ire, or envy, which you may recognize as 3 of the 7 deadly sins, the same deadly sins that the Foretellers are named after, a point that we'll also come back to later. After studying for a set amount of time, students will be tested for the Mark of Mastery exam, a chance to show their tutor that they possess the makings of a true Keyblade Master, and it is around one of these Mark of Mastery exams that the main plot of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road takes place. Not for our cast of lower classmen that have been introduced so far, but for an older cohort of upperclassmen, also comprised of 7 students, that were a couple of years ahead of our main cast.
Okay.
Vidar, Vala, Vali, Sigrun, Helgi, Heimdall, and Hoda were also students of Master Odin's, and after years of studying topics such as the nature of the darkness and the importance of maintaining each world's order, Master Odin announced to the class that it was now time to undergo the rites. It is at this point that I will remind you, the viewer, that I'm explaining these events in chronological order to ensure that we have the best understanding of the plot possible, and that you will likely enjoy experiencing this story far more by viewing the game in its intended order first, before watching this very spoiler-heavy explanation.
That's alright.
Hoda had let her younger brother Balder know that she was soon to undertake the test, that the upperclassmen were meant to travel to the worlds outside of Scala Adkaim, and that the ones who returned will be made Keyblade Masters. This worries Balder greatly though, and shortly after Hoda and her classmates departed, Balder confided in his friend Ericus about his worries. For one, this test sounded very irregular when compared to a normal Mark of Mastery exam. Instead of a straightforward trip to broaden the group's horizons before the test itself, it sounded like Master Odin wasn't expecting some members of the group to make it back at all. This greatly concerned Balder, and ever since Hoda and her class left for the exam, he couldn't help but worry that Hoda would be lost to darkness. At the mere mention of the word darkness, Ericus perked up, and Baldur apologized for bringing up a painful subject, recalling that Ericus's grandfather had once battled the darkness, resulting in an unknown fate. Ericus cuts him off
Ooh.
quickly, stating that he isn't sure what happened to his grandfather, and reiterating that the thought that darkness could be nearby makes him nervous. Maybe hating darkness is in his blood. This is another hint.
Then that makes sense about Birth by Sleep. I've said this too when we played Birth by Sleep, that the reason because of his hatred against darkness has to be something from his past, meaning from this story, from Dark Road. And the fact now that it's explained that his brains, is that his name, brains, and like grandson, like that's his grandfather, surely explains why, because he's had a history with losing people to the darkness, so that's why he's like, darkness is bad, light is good, and that explains so much now.
At Ericus's bloodline that will likely be explored further in Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. Combining this with the earlier mention that being a Keyblade Master runs in Ericus's family, the fact that Ericus is known to eventually be in possession of the Master Defender Keyblade that was once owned by Brain, and the similarity in the appearance between the two characters, the current running fan theory is that Brain, or one of his descendants, will eventually be revealed to be Ericus's grandfather. It seems like a pretty safe bet, but I've certainly been wrong about these things before, so we should get back on track. Baldur was born much like Xehanort and Sora, as an empath that was particularly sensitive to the hearts of others. From a young age, he also demonstrated the ability to be able to see inside the hearts of those around him, and though this led him to share in the joys of his friends, it also meant that he was attuned to the darkness in their hearts as well.
Yeah.
You'll recall that one of the main takeaways of Kingdom Hearts R Recoded was to demonstrate that Data Sora, and by proxy, the Sora that we know and love, was capable of withstanding the hurt and pain of those whose hearts had joined with his own. Whether he intended to or not, he was helping to shoulder the suffering of his closest friends, as well as Naminé, the Sea Salt Trio, the Wayfinder Trio, and anyone whose heart he was connected to, even sometimes his enemies. Baldur would act in much the same way to his fellow Keyblade wielders of Scala, only the burdens he helped shoulder in this case were their lingering societal fears of darkness and of the unknown. These students were preached to endlessly that darkness was unquestionably evil and must be eradicated, that various forms of darkness had caused endless suffering and destruction to the realm and people of the light throughout history, and still plague the worlds outside of their own safe home to this day, potentially lurking around every dark corner, festering in every shadow. That collective fear of the darkness and the unknown was endlessly lectured to the burgeoning Keyblade wielders and left terror in their hearts, which was all observed and shouldered by the empathetic Baldur. It was unintentionally absorbed by him, and began to combine and manifest as a darkness within his own heart. Practically all hearts had traces of darkness, but through Baldur's inadvertent actions, theirs were allowed to stay relatively pure and bright, while Baldur's heart only fell deeper and deeper into the abyss, until Baldur realized that the shadows he believed he was merely carrying for his friends had become genuine darkness of his own.
Oh shit.
When Baldur now stood beside his friends and the bright lights of their hearts, his own darkened heart would cast shadows in their wake. In his mind, it appeared that there were two kinds of people in this world, and it seemed Baldur was very different from everyone else. It was terrifying to the poor boy, because whereas someone like Sora would shoulder the pain of his friends and their struggles, he could also then turn to those same friends for support.
Yeah.
Sora's belief that his friends' interconnected hearts were his power served as more than just poetic words. It is a literal truth and recurring motif of the series. As Sora helped others, they in turn provided him with the strength to overcome those burdens. A Kingdom Heartsified example of the real-world importance of turning to others when we need help in our own lives.
Yeah.
That even just talking about your struggles with others can go a long way towards alleviating those burdens.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Baldur had no one that could help him.
Aww.
Who could he possibly turn to for support with this? How could he confess to anyone that he felt the presence of darkness stirring within his heart? Once again, the people of this society were endlessly preached to.
See, that's why I think Kingdom Hearts is such an incredible game, because that's why I always talk about greed and anger and desire being such like sin, sort of like the traits of sin. And that's something that I think we all experience, you know, whether it's like with, you know, overuse of like, you know, drinking, drugs, whatever it is, or even just like bad, I think, things in our lives, and yet we can't really talk about it. It's almost like, again, like darkness is stigmatized, like real life situations, like with depression and with addiction and all that stuff. It's so interesting, and I love that they sort of incorporate that into the story. It's so well done.
That darkness is the ultimate threat and must be eliminated. So I don't think it's an over-exaggeration to state that Balder had genuine reason to suspect he would be ostracized, exiled, or even potentially executed for making such a confession. And of course, this only exacerbated the problem, because whenever Balder would observe his fellow students and witness their mostly pure hearts, ironically unburdened through Balder's own empathetic actions, he began to feel animosity towards them. They got to live radiant and carefree lives in devotion to the light, alongside other people that were just like them. They didn't have to suffer as he did. As time passed, the shadows that Balder had absorbed from others combined with this internalized distaste for those people. A true being of darkness that was simultaneously an honest embodiment of Balder's own feelings and an unwelcome foreign entity was born within Balder's heart. The only thing the agonizing Balder could take scant solace in was the light of his sister's heart. Even among the Keyblade wielders of Scala, Hoda's light seemed particularly bright, almost flawlessly so, and as Balder grew ever more terrified of the darkness that was growing within him, he became increasingly reliant on Hoda's light to keep that budding darkness at bay. If he could just ignore that component of himself, suppress its existence by constantly bathing himself in the light of Hoda's heart, then maybe everything would be okay. Maybe this truth could stay hidden forever.
Don't think so.
So when Master Odin confirmed that the upperclassmen were about to undertake their Mark of Mastery exam, that they were about to leave Scala ad Caem and tour the worlds of fairy tales, Balder again had genuine reason to panic. Master Odin seemed to imply that perhaps not all of the upperclassmen would return, which of course was troublesome enough on its own. But even if Hoda returned and was eventually named a Keyblade Master, what would happen then? Surely with her newfound title, she would leave this world and her flawed younger brother behind in her life's journey. And what fate would befall Balder then? Who would remain to keep Balder's growing darkness in check? What would happen when the truth was inevitably revealed? When these people eventually discovered Balder's secret? That through no fault of his own, he was born in such a way that seemed utterly incompatible within the society in which he existed. So, to return to our explanation, as Balder started to voice these concerns with Ericus, a boy much like his sister that was also utterly devoted to the teachings of the light, and with a heart of almost pure light to match, an almost perfect encapsulation of this society and its priorities was demonstrated. As the troubled Balder spoke of his concerns, telling Ericus that he feared his sister would be lost to darkness, the single-minded Ericus immediately lost all focus on Balder's strife and honed in on that word. In Ericus' own words, hatred of the darkness is something deeply ingrained in him and his entire family at the bloodline level, and that prejudice instantly took precedence over showing concern for his friend's mental health.
Yeah.
Even though Ericus eventually did try to ease Balder's mind, the damage was already done. Ericus had once again affirmed Balder's fears that he would never be safe sharing this secret with anyone.
Yeah.
Hoda was about to leave for her exam, and once she did, things would only get worse for Balder.
Oh!
This being of darkness within him was
Hezron.
born of Balder's heart. It had a will of its own. A will that encapsulated and could act on Balder's own most forbidden
Welcome
thoughts
in,
and
Hezron,
desires.
or if you're
These
still here, I
wielders
don't know.
feared and demonized one of the fundamental components of their own universe, and this fear had directly birthed a being of their own terrors, a being that would in turn draw strength from that same fear of the darkness and the unknown. It could act from the shadows and prey upon the deepest, frightful recesses of the wielders' minds, and as an extension of Balder's own heart, it both loathed those Keyblade wielders for their blind devotion to these unjust ways, but conflictingly also cared for them as comrades. But ultimately, and above all else, Balder's darkness
How
would
are you,
surely
Hez?
desire to upset the status quo that forbade its mere existence. Even saying
Sorry,
these
just fixing
words,
this.
trying to understand why this being of darkness is a being that would
Hold on, going back
damage was
because I
already
missed it.
done, sharing and could born of Balder's.
There.
It had a will of its own, a will that
I hope
encapsulated
to soon
and
go.
could act on
Hezron,
Balder's
my
own most
mind has
forbidden
been
thoughts and desires.
blurred.
These wielders
Oh well, I don't know if you know about Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, there's so much crap going on. I legit like nearly threw my drink across the room because we found out so much crap that connects to the rest of the story is crazy, and like the future of the story, and just so many twists and turns. It's so crazy.
and demonized one of the fundamental components of their own universe.
It's very good
And
though.
this fear had directly
This is sort of new. It came out in 2021. It finished in 2021. It's not new. I just never got it. It's the mobile phone stuff. But we did the Kingdom Hearts key or chi stuff, and oh my god, my brain. Like, I knew only bits and pieces of it, but now it makes sense why there's so much stuff that happens in Kingdom Hearts 3. And then people are like, oh yeah, it's not really that important, when in reality it's them. And it's so stupid, because I was just saying this before. They should have made this into like a graphic novel or something and been like, you guys actually need to fucking read this before we release Kingdom Hearts 3. But no! They just glossed over it and were like, watch the movie, the key back cover movie, you'll be fine. In reality, we needed to watch the whole fucking Union Cross thing, and we didn't, so it's annoying. But it's very good.
Of their own terrors, a being that would in turn draw strength from that same fear of the darkness and the
Classic
unknown.
Square Enix, yeah.
It could act from the shadows and prey upon
Oh,
the deep.
but I know you haven't played Kingdom Hearts much, Hez, but I feel like you would love it. But just, it's so fucking messed up and it's so shocking. It's like, what the hell? It's crazy.
Frightful recesses of the wielder's minds, and as an extension of Balder's own heart, it both loathed those Keyblade wielders for their blind devotion to these unjust ways, but conflictingly also cared for them as comrades. But ultimately, and above all else, Balder's darkness would
Sort of. Do you know about it, the Union Cross stuff? Talk about how they yeah, sort of, not really, but it was more like, was it enslavement? A little bit, not much though, but basically how they got them into unions and then basically set them up for the Keyblade War, only to, for a specific reason. It wasn't actually for a good reason. And yeah, and how the darkness is actually beings, which is kind of cool. I like that idea, that it's not just one, like, darkness thing. It's like, darkness is an actual being and it infects people. It's so cool. But, fucking hell. It makes no sense and it's so fucking annoying. It's just so cool, but also so annoying. Like, what the hell? Oh my god. It's crazy. Yeah, they sort of enslaved them. Yeah, I looked it up ages ago. I can't remember all of it. Yeah, I didn't know about how the Master of Masters basically got his foretellers, his children basically, not children, but his apprentices, people who looked up to him as a father, and were like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a war, look at the prophecies, and turn them against each other to set off the war, and it's like, bruh, like, what? And then him being like, Talushi, you're gonna be the traitor, and bye-bye, you're gonna go and do all that stuff. And then I'm gonna go off into the future by myself. Bye. And then it's just like, oh my god. Like, what? It's just like, what the fuck? And still, what is in the black box? Nobody knows to this day, but still.
to upset the status quo that forbade its mere existence. Even saying these words, trying to understand why this being of darkness is about to act in the way that it does, it makes me feel like some sort of darkness apologist. But I think that's the point. Dark Road repeatedly challenges our typical notions that so often accompany narratives with similar thematic elements, and even the majority of the Kingdom Hearts series so far.
I love that.
Ingrained perceptions that position the audience to, by default, support the actions of those that associate themselves with the light, no matter how destructive they might actually be.
Yeah, this stuff made the ending of KHC much more... No, but that's the thing. Like, even now, I'm like, fucking hell, Kingdom Hearts 3 is so much better. But it's like, why was this in a mobile game? Like, this should have been either a graphic novel, it should have been... Hold on, I need to move my fucking chat. This should have been in an actual game, this should have been... Or at least they should have been like, oh yeah, guys, remember, you guys need to play so-so, or like, at least catch up on those, because then you'll understand what happens in Kingdom Hearts 3, and then... In reality, everybody went into Kingdom Hearts 3, came out really confused, and was like, what the fuck? Like, everything that we've built up in Kingdom Hearts 3, or to Kingdom Hearts 3, is completely different. And that's what even this guy is saying. Like, our perception of the darkness was so different in Dark Road. Dark Road came out after, I think after Kingdom Hearts 3, actually. Yes, it did. But still, it's like, why? Like, nah, then how can they sell mobile and app purchases? Yeah, I know. Fucking Square Enix. Ugh, it's so annoying. Like, that really fucked up the success of Kingdom Hearts 3. Because everybody was like, what the hell's going on? Like, this is nothing. Oh my god, this chat thing is going annoying. It's like, this is everything that is not what we were waiting for or, like, expecting in Kingdom Hearts. Like, meh. Like, they just made a small indie company and they need our money. Sort of. Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. Like, that's their biggest mistake. It's just, yeah, it's annoying. Oh well.
And condemn the actions of those that follow the darkness.
But it's so
This
good,
idea
though.
was certainly present in Birth by Sleep.
I can't wait to go back and get all my reactions, because I, like, fucking, like, just lost my shit at so many points. It's, like,
Those
crazy.
that follow the darkness. This idea was certainly present in Birth by Sleep, a point we'll touch on later, and Riku's entire arc across the series so far is perhaps the best reminder that we should not be so quick to see the world through such a narrow lens of black and white. There is
Yay!
much more to be gained
I
on
said
both
that.
sides by trying to understand those that you initially considered your enemy. And as the series moves into its latest saga, maybe we should get acclimated with the idea that some actions performed in the name of the light are not deemed right based on that virtue alone. When seeing things from Baldur's Darkness's perspective, how could it not long for a world in which the tyranny of light, as it were, was abolished, and it had the permission to not only exist, but thrive?
I'm gotta lurk, but come back. Have a good stream. Thank you, Hez. Appreciate you, dude. I'll speak to you later.
Against an opposition that is utterly unwilling to compromise in its stance of eradication, would
That
the
is
darkness not
true.
be justified in making terrible choices to ensure not only its own survival, but also forge a better life for itself and its kind? And now, with
That's
Baldur
true.
experiencing the turmoil of his sister's fate as a result of Master Odin's suspicious Mark of Mastery exam and his own uncertain future, perhaps here was a chance for the darkness to turn these desires into actions. As part of their exam and journey to explore the outside worlds, the upperclassmen arrived at the world of the Enchanted Dominion. According to the timeline of this world, which we'll address a little bit later on, the upperclassmen arrived during the nearly 16-year time period where Princess Aurora was being hidden away by the three good fairies, and the pupils soon learned that Aurora had been cursed by the evil fairy Maleficent. The classmates were of course troubled by this and wanted to help Aurora, but feared that they lacked the proper insight and experience to challenge what seemed to be the established order of this world, deciding to return to Scala ad Caem and ask Master Odin about it tomorrow. But instead of following through with the group's apparent unanimous agreement, in the morning, Hoda silently snuck off into Maleficent's castle to deal with the mistress of all evil herself. Similar to Ericus, Hoda seemed to be the kind of person that believed that darkness is evil and must be eradicated no matter what. Forget about maintaining the order of the worlds. An innocent girl was suffering because of a being of darkness, and Hoda had to take action, even if she did it alone. Vali first noticed Hoda's absence and woke up Vidar to let him know. Vidar seemed concerned that going after her as a large group of 6 would risk the world's order even more, so Helgi, Heimdall, and Sigrun split off to try and find Hoda before she got hurt. Unfortunately, as said earlier, the empathetic Baldur was also gravely concerned for his sister, and the darkness within his heart was wreaking havoc on his emotions and his mind. Baldur had followed her to this world, trailed her to Maleficent's throne room, and called out to her as he spotted her. But things get slightly murky here. The way that Baldur and even the 3 upperclassmen tell this story later, Hoda was battling Maleficent in her mighty dragon form, but upon noticing that Baldur had arrived, she ran towards him to shield him with her body and was fatally wounded by a blast of cursed fire. However, I do not think that this is the truth. This important scene is shown in 3 different flashbacks, as narrated by 3 different people over the course of the game, some of whom are unreliable, and I think this has led to some confusion within the fanbase as to what truly happened here. However, I think all 3 versions must be considered simultaneously to fully understand what happened. We have seen in Kingdom Hearts Union Cross that a being of darkness can lurk within a person's heart and can project convincing illusions about the space around them. With that in mind, I think it's simpler if Maleficent wasn't ever actually in her throne room at this moment at all. Either way, it ultimately does not matter too greatly if she was or was not. I believe that upon discovering...
Hold on. My understanding, Maleficent was never there. Baldur's darkness struck Hoda twice. It then possessed Baldur. Next, it attacked the upperclassmen. Okay.
Ultimately does not matter too greatly if she was or was not. I believe that upon discovering Hoda, Baldur's darkness saw a perfect window of opportunity and used Baldur's body as a conduit to create an illusion of Maleficent's dragon form that distracted both Hoda and Baldur himself. Hoda thought she was battling and then protecting Baldur from a great dragon, but horribly, it was her own brother's darkness that was the true threat. It was not Dragonfire, but the darkness itself that struck Hoda, bringing her to her knees in front of Baldur.
Okay.
At that moment, the
That
poor
makes
boy
sense.
had his greatest fears realized, and at the sight of his dying sister reaching out to him and beginning to fade before his eyes, he became fully vulnerable to his own darkness. He was now completely possessed by it, a helpless prisoner within his own body, capable only of observing what was to come.
Okay.
Heimdall, Sigrun, and Helgi arrived moments later. They do not see Baldur here. Perhaps Baldur's darkness's illusionary powers were disguising the young boy at this point. Again, it doesn't really matter, because they only witness Hoda kneeling on the ground and beginning to fade. Heimdall rushes towards Hoda, and if you combine the upperclassmen's version of these events with Baldur's, we can see that Hoda's final words were actually, "Baldur needs help." A desperate final cry for help to her friends that they would only manage to hear the latter portion of. I think the confusion caused by the illusions kept Hoda from fully knowing the truth about her brother.
Yeah.
Some part of her
See memories after that, but Hoda was not speaking to Baldur. She was pleading with her allies to save
heart
him.
must have known that Baldur was suffering immensely. What a tragedy that the realization came far too late.
Okay. Two retellings altogether. Needs help. No.
The upperclassmen could not see it, but the darkness struck the already fatally wounded Hoda. Heimdall watched Hoda's body fade away, as Helgi and Sigrun blocked an attack from, well, I suppose the darkness itself, disguised as Maleficent's dragon, or just a very convincing and tangible illusion, and began to battle it in order to avenge Hoda. The three students exhausted themselves battling against their foe, and while they took a moment to rest, Baldur's darkness struck the trio from behind, murdering them as well.
Oh!
It's again a little murky here, but I think that at this moment, Baldur's darkness transported Baldur back home to Skala at Kaim, where the darkness relinquished control of its thrall, and the boy fell unconscious. He
Okay.
was soon discovered in this passed out state, and Master Odin placed the traumatized Baldur in the infirmary, all alone. But back in the Enchanted Dominion, when their friends never returned, surely the remaining older students would have realized that something went horribly wrong. Vidar must have been feeling awful. Master Odin had stressed upon his students that upholding the order of each world was paramount, and Vidar, ever the dutiful student, had obeyed those lessons to the letter. His decision not to engage Maleficent immediately had led Hoda to act rashly and run off on her own, and then the next morning, Vidar actively advised against banding together as a group of 6. And
Yeah,
rushing to
they
Hoda's
actually should have gone
defense.
as a group.
Again, because he was more focused on keeping with Master Odin's teachings than on what was truly important,
Yeah.
his friend's safety. The survivors could have searched that castle from top to bottom. They never would have found a trace of their 4 missing friends. The logical conclusion would probably be that their classmates fell in combat against some dark foe, and maybe Maleficent herself would have been the most obvious initial culprit. Regardless, Vidar certainly blames himself and his strict adherence to Odin's teachings for costing Hoda, Heimdall, Sigrun, and Helgi their lives. And no matter who or what being of darkness committed the deed, the survivors would learn the truth, and that evil would pay.
Yeah.
Vidar must have solemnly vowed that their fallen classmates must be avenged. At this point, episode 1 of Dark Road chronologically begins. To quickly recap, not long after sending 7 of his burgeoning Keyblade wielders off on an unorthodox test, Master Odin has discovered an unconscious Baldur, has lost contact with his upperclassmen, and rationalizes that the best way of dealing with this situation is to send 6 more students, 6 even younger and even less
Yeah, this is
experienced
dumb.
students, mind you, blindly out into the worlds to go and find them. Odin assembles his unaware lower classmen together and informs them that time is of the essence, that today will not be one of their usual classes.
This guy's dumb. Why would you do that? Why don't you go and look for them?
The upperclassmen went missing during their world-exploring training for the Mark of Mastery exam that was to be undertaken before the actual exam itself, which seems to differ from what Hoda told Baldur, but I digress. Master Odin entrusts the lower classmen with the task of also searching the worlds, in order to find these missing people, much to the delight of the excited students who cannot wait to leave Scala and see what else is out there. Balder will not be accompanying the rest of his classmates on this excursion. Master Odin lies to the class and says that he does not wish to trouble Balder with the news that his sister is missing, and so he has given Balder a different task for the time being. Odin stresses to his pupils the importance of maintaining each world's order, much as he did with the upperclassmen, that even if a world's order seems confusing, or if it conflicts with the students' own beliefs and sensibilities, it must be respected and upheld at all times. He also teaches the lower classmen the method to equip themselves with Keyblade armor, and how to transform their Keyblade into a vehicle that is capable of traveling through the lanes between to reach different worlds.
Yeah.
Master Odin primes the worlds of Agrabah, Wonderland, the Dwarf Woodlands, and Beast Castle for his lower classmen to explore, and instructs them to split into 2 groups of 3. The students gather down by the water's edge, assemble a party, and then depart to fulfill their duty. In the first 3 episodes, Xehanort and Ericus will always travel together, accompanied by a third party member of the player's choosing, out of Ermod, Bragi, Erd, and Ver. The effect of this party member choice in these initial 3 episodes does not have any real consequence on the plot, so regardless of the footage you see on screen, you can assume any of those 4 students are equally as canon in that role. Xehanort, Ericus, and their companion first arrive in Agrabah, where they are immediately beset upon by Heartless. But the trio notice right away that something about their ambushes is strange. As a refresher, there are 2 categories of Heartless: the naturally occurring pureblood Heartless and Emblem Heartless. Heartless named for the iconic emblem that appears on all of their designs. But you might recall that Emblem Heartless are initially created artificially in the lab between Radiant Gardens Castle, and the machine that creates these creatures won't be invented for another 70 years or so, at a point in time between Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 1. Emblem Heartless were seen regularly during the mobile games, which did take place in the ancient past, but those Emblem Heartless technically weren't real. They were merely projections conjured up by the Book of Prophecies for the Keyblade wielders to battle against.
Yes,
The
yes,
students
yes.
thought that the presence of these Heartless might be a clue to the older classmen's disappearance, but, well, spoiler alert, Dark Road never actually explains it. From what we know about Missing Link so far, a game set even earlier in the timeline, Emblem Heartless will also be a primary antagonist of that game as well, so I expect to get actual answers to this mystery in that next title.
Yeah.
After defeating their attackers, the trio heads into the town of Agrabah itself, finding it to be completely devoid of any human life. Dark Road solidifies an important plot point here. We know that the Keyblade War split the Realm of Light apart into an endless array of independent worlds, each engulfed in the boundless tide of the Realm of Darkness that flooded in to fill the void. I think that 0.2 Birth by Sleep provides a reasonable look at what each world would have been experiencing as a result of the catastrophe. But over a large amount of time, each world gradually began to naturally recover from the disaster. Each world would eventually restore their place in the Realm of Light, ridding themselves of the darkness and materializing gummy-based barriers to safeguard the scattered worlds from the surrounding darkness, preventing any contact or interference from any outside source affecting that world ever again. However, the recovery process was different for each world, and as of the beginning of Dark Road's story, some worlds had already fully recovered, others are still in the process of being recovered, and for some, the recovery process has barely begun. The 6 students had discussed this phenomenon before their departure, with the subtle relevant takeaway being that when visiting a mostly recovered world, it was important that the lower classmen obeyed the established order that that world adhered to.
Yeah.
But if they found themselves in a brand new, barely established world, the eventual rules of that world could be influenced. To be there in a position of power at the beginning of a new world would allow one to establish order over that world from its inception. But regardless of a world's recovery status, time flows at relatively different speeds in each different world. And look, make no mistake, this is a very convenient writing contrivance that allows characters in this story, a story set the best part of a century before Birth by Sleep in Kingdom Hearts 1, to interact with characters and worlds that our future protagonists will encounter far, far later, but from their perspective, barely any time will have progressed at all. But this actually does make a good amount of sense within the series' already established lore. Being in the presence of darkness seems to distort the flow of time to those exposed, with the main example being that Aqua spent a decade in the Realm of Darkness without appearing to age a day.
Yeah,
In
she looks
Agrabah's
exactly the
case,
same.
As of the student's first visit, though the world itself is back within the Realm of Light and in a recognizable state, The living beings of this world are one of the last elements to be recovered, and Heartless roam the streets in their place. After taking down a particularly strong Heartless, the group returns to Scarlet Adkayam and reunites with the other 3 lowerclassmen. The entire cohort shows concern for the upperclassmen's safety, given that powerful Heartless like the ones they encountered exist in these worlds. But they are determined to press on with their task, and elect not to report back to Master Odin yet, choosing to continue onwards to a new world, Wonderland. The 3 lowerclassmen that aren't in Xehanort's part.
Right now, get up to
Interesting.
8 weeks free.
It'll be cool to see then how that all affects the rest of the story then. The whole flow of time thing has always been a key discussion though with everybody, because it's just like, it feels like time moves differently.
The ire of the Queen of Hearts and causes them to be arrested, then placed on trial and unfortunately sentenced to death. Ericus is ready to rush in swinging, but Xehanort reminds him that they cannot commit such a flagrant disregarding of this world's order. But at a sign of escalation, they elect to charge in and defend their friends with words instead. Arguing with the Queen of Hearts reveals her perspective and the nature of this world's order. All ways here are her ways. She rules with an iron fist and keeps her subjects perpetually in fear and thus under her control. The wielders didn't intend any harm, but even an act as simple as attacking the Heartless without the Queen's express permission was interpreted as an affront to her, a challenge to her rule, and a crime worthy of capital punishment. Ericus tries to reason with the Queen but gets nowhere, only enraging her further for suggesting that her subjects' obedience comes not from love as she sees it, but instead from fear. And at the peak of her fury, Xehanort briefly glimpses the darkness within her heart, before it manifests as a giant Reaper Heartless. All 6 wielders see this Heartless as fair game, and draw their Keyblades to defeat this foe, which Xehanort and his party are able to do. The lowerclassmen regroup afterwards, and are a little rattled. The idealistic students have been forced to acknowledge that even though this world's order is maintained by a person with darkness in her heart who rules by fear, order is upheld all the same. Their perspective of what is right and what is wrong doesn't necessarily hold any water here, and furthermore, they had to personally confront the darkness in a person's heart for the first time. And if it could happen here, then perhaps a person with darkness in their heart could be responsible for the upperclassmen's disappearance as well. At this moment, both Xehanort and Ericus seem to experience a similar flashback to a moment that occurred during Union Cross, both quoting the Union leader Brain as he expressed that darkness can hide anywhere, even inside someone. Xehanort probably experienced this flashback third-hand through their guardian, the player of Union Cross, who had such a strong connection to the Union leaders, but as for Ericus, well, who knows? The logical answer to me would be that seeing as this was such a pivotal moment for Brain, the words spoken at that time might feasibly have become a mantra that was passed on as a warning to his descendants.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not here to speculate about things that we may learn in Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. Xehanort can't stop thinking about the darkness within the Queen's heart. But what is most troublesome is that she doesn't even seem to realize that it's there. She seems fully immersed in the delusion that her rule comes from love and not fear. She's clearly overcome by darkness, and if the wielders were to continue on this journey, they might meet more people like her. At some point, they may have no choice but to engage in combat with people with darkness in their hearts. But could they bring themselves to do it? To attack someone who didn't even realize what they had become? The group agrees that one party of 3 should move on and start searching a new world, while Xehanort's party will stay and continue searching for any signs of the upperclassmen here a little longer. Episode 3 begins with Xehanort and Ericus' party meeting some strange members of Wonderland as they continue their investigation. The Tweedles tell the group the story of The Walrus and the Carpenter, a cautionary tale in which the moral of the story is that curiosity can lead to danger, a lesson that both Ericus and Xehanort would do well to take heed of throughout their lives. In an interesting piece of foreshadowing, in Disney's cinematic adaptation of Alice in Wonderland specifically, 12 curious oysters are lured away from their home by a hungry walrus and eaten. Their encounter with the Mad Hatter and March Hare proves that people are able to live their lives in this world controlled by fear, and darkness won't necessarily manifest in the citizens as a result. Xehanort eventually determines that the upperclassmen probably haven't come to this world. The Queen's earlier reaction implied that no outsiders have been seen here in a long time.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, observing and understanding the Queen's darkness could be helpful in tracking down the missing students, so the trio elected to return to her courtroom. They arrived to see one of her card soldiers being dragged away to a presumably grim fate. and Ericus began interrogating the queen. He refused to believe that a heart could be based in anything but light. There must be an external dark force in play acting upon her. As the queen began to lose her cool, Xehanort realized her darkness came from wrath, one of the negative emotions that Odin had warned the students about prior. Xehanort glimpsed the queen's darkness once more, but this time it seemed to smile, before bursting forth and manifesting itself as an even more powerful version of the Heartless that had been conjured before,
Ooh.
a being fittingly named the Furious Reaper. It is worth noting that this Heartless, though at
That's a
first
cool
glance
design.
is visually similar to the Fairy Reaper that the group battled earlier, now bears even more similarities to the Queen of Hearts herself. The exact same red and black colour scheme with white and yellow highlights should be immediately apparent. The being now sports a crown as the Queen does, the shaft of the Heartless's scythe now resembles the staff that the Queen carries, and the blade itself is now detailed with red and black triangles, reminiscent of the hearts and spades that can be found on the card soldiers that appear throughout the Kingdom Hearts series. The Fairy Reaper also attacked whatever surrounded it indiscriminately, including the Queen's own soldiers, and its appearance surprised the Queen. It did not seem like she intentionally summoned it,
Yeah.
much less was able to control it. Whereas the Furious Reaper appeared as the Queen demanded the Keyblade wielders lose their heads. Her card soldiers weren't in
So it's
formation
part of
ready
her.
to execute upon that command, but this Heartless instantly appeared and began exclusively attacking the wielders. It's almost as if the darkness within the Queen's heart has become far more closely entangled with her as a being since their last encounter,
Yep.
even if she has absolutely no idea that another being lurks within her heart. It was a tough battle, but the group vanquished the dark force within the Queen's heart, and agreed to head back to Scala to exchange what information they had gathered with the others. Continuing to follow sources of darkness seemed to be a logical next step in their search. The Furious Reaper was defeated, but there would surely be other dark entities out there. As we discussed earlier, Xehanort was discovering that as they, Keyblade wielders of light, move throughout the worlds, they may be unintentionally casting shadows in their wake, and exactly the same thing may have happened with the upperclassmen. Ver questioned whether the wielders literally were the reason the darkness was being born, but Erd wasn't so quick to believe in Xehanort's theory just yet. Light exists. Darkness exists. The wielders were granted Keyblades to spread light and counteract the darkness. She can accept all of that, but it's a bit too much of a leap for her to believe that light could literally lead to darkness. So how would they even begin to track the darkness? The Queen may have unknowingly had shadows cast on her heart by an outside source, or she may have welcomed it willingly. But Xehanort starts to wonder if any of that even matters. He's just witnessed a world in which darkness, for as bad as it has always been portrayed to be, kept order in a world. Wonderland's people lived in darkness-based fear, yes, but it was by living under that rule that ensured stability for Wonderland. It's as if the concept of whether light and darkness are viewed as good and bad is only a matter of perspective. But Ericus is having none of this. He refuses to entertain any notion that darkness is anything but bad. Always has been, always will be. And he hopes that Xehanort isn't forgetting his role as a guardian of light. And Xehanort isn't forgetting, but he wants the group to consider the possibility that if the upperclassmen entered a world...
I mean, that is true. I understand where Xehanort is coming from, but also, that's not good if they're being ruled by fear, isn't it? Like, that's almost like authoritarian. Like, not being able to have an opinion. Like, if we're talking about the Queen of Hearts in this sense, she rules with an iron fist, and if it's not her way, it's death. Like, you know. So, I don't know. Like, I understand where Xehanort's coming from, but I think this is where he gets his ideas about the balance of darkness and light, which is they should be equal. It shouldn't be one over the other. So I don't know, it's a very interesting concept that he's talking about, but also I don't fully agree. But I don't agree with Eric as being like, darkness is bad and la 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 la, because a good example of that is Riku. Like, obviously he was first bad intentions, desire, jealousy for Sora, as I've spoken about many a time when playing Kingdom Hearts. But then he changed his notion of darkness, and though he for a long time was stigmatized by it, then was like, oh, actually, even though I am using the darkness, I can use it for good reasons. So, like, for example, with Dream Drop Distance, he says, consume the darkness, return it to light. So return it to what is good, and, like, what is supposed to be good, at least in good order, like what he believes. So, I don't know, it's interesting to see these new concepts coming in. I wish this was not a mobile game so that all Kingdom Hearts fans would be able to experience it in a good way.
World that was ruled by darkness and tried to impose their light-based beliefs upon it, then they would be the ones disrupting that world's order. And it
I
could
sort
go
of see
both
that.
ways. Ericus won't even consider this outcome, but Hermod rallies the group. They'll continue searching for the upperclassmen in a new world, and if that goal coincides with delving further into the mysteries of darkness, then that's what they'll do. With a plan locked in, Xehanort, Ericus, and Ver departed for the Dwarf Woodlands. While here, Ver had gotten absent-mindedly separated from Xehanort and Ericus, which led her to stumble upon the Evil Queen's castle and the magic mirror that could be found within. And after witnessing the mirror's incredible ability to truthfully answer any question, the magical object seemed to be just what was needed to locate the upperclassmen. The trio was able to rescue one group of 7 people that needed help. It just wasn't the particular group that they were looking for. And then they set off for the Queen's chambers. Ericus wastes no time in asking the truly important questions, but before they can ask something actually useful, the Evil Queen interrupts. The envious Queen forces the mirror to attack the outsiders, and they are drawn into the mirror's realm.
God damn it, guys.
Ericus states that it reeks of darkness, upholding a much discussed piece of continuity from Chain of Memories, and eventually the trio are able to defeat it,
No, but
freeing themselves from their trap.
in saying that, I know that is a big meme about smell in Kingdom Hearts, but somebody said this in my chat when I was doing the watch along for Rechain. Go and watch it, because there's a lot of conversations we have in Rechain about certain themes and Riku and all that stuff. But the whole thing of smell is become a meme, because it's like, I can smell your darkness and la la la. But it's actually so important for Riku's story, because smell is one of the most powerful memory keys as well. And he remembers the smell of darkness and how it reeks because of what he was like with Ansem. So even with Ansem, he was like, you reek of darkness. When he says it to, what's his name? Emo guy from the organization, what's his name? He's got a cool name, but I can't remember his name. Hold on. Zex? No, not, is it Zexion? Yes, Zexion. And he tells him, he's like, you smell it, you reek of darkness. Even the light couldn't hide your scent. And so, like, he knows for light, it is pure. It is, like, maybe, like, a different sort of smell. But then for darkness, because, again, he was possessed by Ansem, he knows what it's like. So it's a memory key for him. And so I know that it's a meme, but ever since I realized that this year, it's like, oh, I actually have a lot more respect for that, even though people are like, oh my god, he can smell and all that stuff. Like, it's weird. It's like, I don't know. I like it now.
The Wielders begin to first ask where Vidar is, but they needn't have bothered, because at that precise moment, Vidar himself appeared through a portal behind them. When we last left Vidar, I rationalized that himself, Vala, and Vali must have been on the path of vengeance, to identify and strike back at whatever dark force took Hoda, Heimdall, Sigrun, and Helgi from them. The first step of this plan seems to have been replenishing their ranks, and replacing the 4 lights that were lost with new ones willing to step up and take their place. Vidar tells the lower classmen none of this, of course, and ignores Ericus' questions about why he's yet to return home. His focus is drawn to Xehanort. Seeing Xehanort in person, there is clearly something different about him, and he can now understand why Xehanort has caught the attention of Master Odin, implying the pair have spoken about Xehanort before. But his true target is Ver, honing in on her current lingering doubts. Earlier, when Ver had first discovered the magic mirror, she had asked it if she would ever become a Keyblade Master, to which the mirror bluntly replied, well, in rhyme of course, that within the comfortable familiarity and shelter of her friends, her progress would stagnate. She's faced with a difficult choice. If she never leaves this blanketed safety net of her friends, then when the group eventually grows up and goes their separate ways, perhaps she won't have the ability to make it on her own.
She
But
might
Vidar is
lean on
offering
them.
Ver a chance to break out of her comfortable bubble and to follow him down an unknown path towards achieving his goals. Ericus tries to convince Ver to stay, but Xehanort seems to agree with the sentiment and to embrace the inevitability of change. Ver thanks the two for their perspective, but her heart and her mind are made up, and with a determined look on her face, she and Vidar enter the portal, leaving Xehanort and a bewildered Ericus behind. They resolve to return to Scala immediately and let everyone know what just happened. It's logical to assume at this point that Vidar explained the upperclassmen's great tragedy and necessity for revenge to Ver, and she in turn would have likely filled them in on the task that Odin laid out for her and her cohorts.
Yeah.
That Xehanort, Ericus, Ermod, Erd, Bragi, and herself were supposed to find the missing upperclassmen, and that Odin had given Balder a different task to complete in the meantime. But I surmised that this piece of information was enough for Vidar to finally solve the mystery he had been struggling with. Odin was not preventing Balder from attending this excursion because of some concern for his well-being. Balder was the very culprit that they were searching for. Somehow, he had committed an awful taboo and killed his sister and her friends. But how? Was he possessed by some being of darkness? Were the Heartless responsible? Or did the darkness manifest from within his own heart? Too much was still unknown. But regardless of the reasoning, the plan to seek revenge was brought to a screeching halt. How could they hunt down and slay Hoda's younger brother, even considering what he had done?
Yeah.
In what sick world would that be honoring Hoda's memory? The emotional turmoil that Vidar had experienced in the last few days was becoming too much to handle. The fear, the guilt, the horror, the shame. Where would he even go from here? How could he continue as a Keyblade wielder after suffering such tragic losses to the darkness? Vidar also returned to Scala Akayan, where he would announce to Master Odin that he was leaving. But he barely started his declaration when Odin cut him off, with a warning that a darkness like no other may soon be upon the worlds. Despite never teaching the students of this fairly important topic before, for some reason, Odin decides that right now is the perfect time to introduce Vidar to the concept of the 13 ancient darknesses, the most primitive of shadows, and the source of practically all forms of darkness in this world.
What the hell? What is this teacher?
As a quick refresher, the 13 ancient darknesses were revealed near the ending of Union Cross to be the ultimate enemies of the Master of Masters and people of light at large. They were beings that initially had physical forms in the most ancient past of the series, just like humans and other beings of light, but abandoned those forms to become unkillable and gain an enormous advantage in the conflict between darkness and light. Without form, they were able to possess endless human beings, infiltrating their hearts and using their undignified victims as helpless vessels to commit their schemes, costing many people of light their lives, including many allies of the Master of Masters himself. The entire point of the Keyblade War scene in Kingdom Hearts Union Cross was that it was an essential component of the Master of Masters' plan to put a stop to these darknesses. Prior to the war, the Master had trained and tormented his unknowing disciples in such a way that their hearts had become the perfect traps for the 7 most deadly of these darknesses.
Yeah.
It's as if the Master of Masters saw his pupils as nothing but appropriately named containers to house the darknesses analogous to the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah.
Master Odin refers to these beings as true darknesses, and though he doesn't seem to know everything about this ancient foe, he is somehow aware of the Master's incredibly secret plan to deal with them.
Yeah.
He knows that the Master of Masters himself, plus the Foretellers and Lushu, was said to have trapped 7 of the 13 within their hearts. And even more confusingly, Odin also accurately knows that another 4 of the 13 darknesses were trapped in the realm between of another world, something that basically only Ephemera and Skull should be able to know about. He's not
Maybe
quite correct about
Ephemera?
the last 2 though. Apparently the theory is that they might have been destroyed.
Hold on. So did Ephemera write, like, maybe because he came back to Scala and he knew about most of that information, did he maybe write that down and pass that on because Scala and Kylam is his city? Or maybe did Brain know? Brain knew. Sort of. Not fully. Yeah, he didn't fully know because he didn't know what happened to Ephemera and Scold. Yeah, I'm not sure. Curious now.
He's not quite correct about the last 2 though. Apparently the theory is that they might have been destroyed when the data Daybreak Town collapsed, when the truth is that one of them hitched a ride in Ven's heart as Ven travelled through time into the future. We don't have any solid idea about the last one yet though. The last time we saw it, it was conversing with Lushu in the real world. But this implies that somehow, despite both versions of Daybreak Town falling apart, this extremely sensitive information has been passed down through the generations.
Yeah.
Maybe it was written in the Book of Prophecies, maybe Ephemera
Maybe.
or Lushu were able to spread the knowledge down. Who knows? This is another question for Missing Link to answer.
Yeah, I think
Vidar
Ephemera
is
maybe.
listening closely, and picks up that Odin is implying that one or more of the unaccounted true darknesses has returned to this world, despite being unseen for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Vidar is, of course, at this very moment, wondering what could have caused Balder to attack his sister. And without Vidar even having to ask, well, along comes Master Odin with an extremely plausible and tempting answer. Perhaps one of these ancient darknesses has returned and possessed Balder. That would mean that the atrocities weren't Balder's fault. Vidar asks how one would defeat one of these true darknesses. And again, Odin correctly knows that the reason the Lost Masters trapped the darknesses within their hearts was because this made the darknesses vulnerable again. If a formless darkness was trapped within someone's heart, and then that person was killed, the darkness would be destroyed in the process. But Vidar cannot bring himself to make that awful choice. If a true darkness has infiltrated Balder's heart, there must be some way to rid him of the darkness without murdering him too. And luckily again, Master Odin has a possible solution. The Great Kingdom Hearts is said to have the power to purge the worlds, and if one were to obtain and use this power, maybe the true darkness would be eradicated in the process. Odin
Doesn't that
reminds me
mean Kingdom Hearts is basically like a nuclear bomb? And they just blow everything up and then hope for it to be reborn? That's so weird. I don't know, maybe not.
To summon Kingdom Hearts is strictly forbidden, but then immediately afterwards lists the exact steps he believes will summon it. He tells Vidar that the known method is to gather 7 true lights that shine against the darkness of chaos, after which Kingdom Hearts should reveal itself. Odin cautions that successfully summoning Kingdom Hearts and purging
Yeah, this guy's
everything
sus.
would have a profound effect on every world. And then, without Vidar even having to mention Balder, Odin asks whether preserving one life is worth the cost. Odin cautions Vidar one more time that summoning Kingdom Hearts is forbidden, but he may as well have saved his breath. Vidar now knows what he and the upperclassmen must do. They must gather 7 true lights. While I understand that Master Odin has recently discovered Balder unconscious, and can probably sense that something about the situation is wrong, the timing of his latest lesson is extremely suspicious.
Yeah.
Of course, at this point in the narrative, the audience has no idea what Vidar has been up to, and one part of the reason for this cutscene's inclusion is to plant the idea in the viewer's mind that one of the 13 darknesses from Union Cross could have returned.
Yeah.
But regardless, Vidar would have never even known about the existence of the true darknesses, and certainly have never even considered summoning Kingdom Hearts as a solution to the supposed problem, if Master Odin had not literally planted these ideas in his head at
Yeah.
Vidar's most vulnerable moment. And sure, he cautions Vidar that summoning Kingdom Hearts is forbidden, but it's almost like warning Vidar not to take his beautiful Ferrari out for a spin after literally handing him the keys and
Yeah.
telling him how much fun he would have behind the wheel. If Master Odin is actually acting with 100% sincerity and 0 ulterior motives here, I will be completely flawed. Because at best, this is gross incompetence that could potentially have apocalyptic consequences.
Yeah, because he's the one who set. He knows where those other guys went. He know that they went to the Sleeping Beauty world, and then isolating Balder by himself, encouraging Yeah, it's so sus. This guy's sus as hell.
And Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. At the same time that Odin was conversing with Vidar, Xehanort and Ericus had returned to Bragi, Erd, and Hermod to let them know what happened. They wanted to tell Odin as well, but he was conveniently busy with Vidar at this moment, so the young people had to come to a decision about what to do next on their own. Ericus is racked with guilt that he didn't try harder to stop Ver from leaving with Vidar, and wants to head back and ask the mirror where she is right away. Xehanort, however, trusts that Vidar and Ver will turn up again when they complete whatever goal Vidar wants to achieve, and thinks that if the lower classmen continue working towards their own goals, then they'll very likely cross paths once more. Ericus really lays on the manipulation here, accusing Xehanort of not caring about his friends, and puffing himself up as wanting to go about life as a Keyblade Master would.
Damn.
To which Xehanort retorts that a Keyblade Master is just a title, and not what's actually important about the role.
Damn.
The group splits on uneasy but understanding terms, as Ericus takes Bragi with him back to the Magic Mirror, whereas Xehanort, Erd, and Hermod press on to a new world, Beast's Castle. Upon arrival, Xehanort's party immediately defends one of this world's residents from some Heartless, and they soon learn that a mystical item has gone missing that seems to have some connection to this world's order. After talking to the Beast himself, they get a clue that the upperclassmen might
Look at the
actually be
design for him,
responsible
it's
for the
great.
theft, and before too long, their suspicions are confirmed. Erd gets separated from Hermod and Xehanort when dealing with a powerful breed of Heartless, and finds herself in a particularly bad spot, but holds her composure and remains strong against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, Vala of the upperclassmen appears, and expels the Heartless effortlessly. Vala has been observing from afar, and is impressed by Erd's conviction and believes her to be a light that shines even
glasses.
brighter within the darkness of chaos. Vala seems to think that Erd is a suitable candidate for helping the upperclassmen achieve their goal, and Erd has a lot of questions about just what that goal might be. But Vala seems a little taken aback, expecting a lot more obedience out of her younger colleague, and seems quite disappointed when Erd reiterates her plan to keep adhering to her mission, not abandoning it to follow at the whims of the mysterious Vala. Vala bids Erd adieu, and asks if Erd could kindly return the beast rose to him before she goes.
I'm
Which
sus.
fellow classmen begrudgingly do, before departing again for the next world. Next,
What?
the trio
I'm so
arrives
sus
back
of
in
that.
Agrabah, finding it to be significantly more restored than it was when they had initially visited. For one, people have returned as if they had never been taken in the first place, and everyone's favourite royal vizier, Jafar, conjures up a sob story and begs Erd, Xehanort and Imad for their help to seek out a magic lamp. Imad seems genuinely moved by his plight, but Erd and especially Xehanort are less convinced, the latter sensing darkness in the form of greed within Jafar, but agree to go along with the sham because it'll give them access to an
Oh, interesting. Xehanort can. Oh, yeah, because he might be the child of destiny, so he can sense it. So, yeah, he can sense a lot of darkness in different people, which is probably why he can sense the darkness in Terra so early. But, yeah.
important part of the world
Interesting.
that they haven't been able to search yet. The three wielders are recognized as true diamonds in the rough, as all our Kingdom Hearts protagonists seem to be, and descend into the Cave of Wonders. They eventually catch up to Ericus and Bragi, who had also ventured onto Agrabah after not having any success with the magic mirror in the Dwarf Woodlands, and are also on a lamp-seeking mission. When they discuss Jafar's deception, Bragi wants to call the entire search off, but Erd feels they should press on, and explains that this lamp might be similar to the Rose of Beast Castle, an object of great importance that is essential to this world's order. The united party reach the depths of the cavern and finally discover the lamp, just as Vidar simultaneously arrives via portal.
Oh.
Erd's suspicions seem to have been proven correct. Vidar and the upperclassmen are indeed looking for powerful artifacts that help maintain each world's order, and Ericus can't believe that Ver is content with helping him risk the balance of the worlds to achieve this goal. Vidar explains that yes, they are disrupting the balance of the worlds by taking these items, but they hope that in response they will find true lights that shine even in the face of confusion and uncertainty. And there actually seems to be a certain amount of logic to that plan. This
Yeah,
is
sort of.
getting into theory and future video territory, so I'll keep it brief. But maintaining balance and order in each world has always been stressed as being of paramount importance, even as far back as Kingdom Hearts 1. Residents from one world should be prevented at all costs from learning about the existence of other worlds outside of their own, no
Yeah.
matter what external forces attempt to act upon them. And I can extrapolate from what is being said in Dark Road, that an unintentional consequence of the Keyblade wielders maintaining each world's order is ensuring that the story of these worlds play out exactly as they did in the original Disney films that inspired them.
Yeah.
Consider that in the existing Disney films that many non-original Kingdom Hearts worlds are based upon, a villain never has the powers of darkness, or heartless, nobodies, or unversed to aid them. But in the Kingdom Hearts iterations of these stories, the villains often find themselves granted the incredible, otherworldly abilities to summon and wield dark forces that they never had in the original. Should these powers be used unchecked, surely the villain would upset the intended events of the story and end up seizing victory over the protagonists that were supposed to prevail. But from what we have seen, every time, without fail, along came heroic Keyblade wielders just in time that act as a force for maintaining order, almost as if they are summoned in response to the additional threat of these intrusive foreign forces. The darkness can be as enormous or powerful as it likes, but it seems that when a Keyblade wielder is fighting to maintain the order of a world, they will always be granted enough power to succeed and ensure that events end up playing out as they are supposed to. It doesn't matter if a world is said to be real, or a memory recreation, or a data recreation from a journal, or a version based on dreams, or an illusionary version of it conjured up by yet another journal, or yet another data version based on the second journal version. The Kingdom Hearts version of a story must always remain faithful to the original film. A hero or heroes will always rise to save the day. A
Always
world's order
win.
must not be allowed to slip away into the chaos of the unknown.
This guy's so
So both
funny.
the Magic Lamp and the Rose from Beast Castle are two items of extreme narrative importance and consequence to their original films. I don't think it is too much of a stretch to say that each entire story hangs around them respectfully, and removing them from their
I'm just
proper
gonna
place
get
in the
comfortable.
narrative would have disastrous consequences on the original plot. This is exactly what the upperclassmen are hoping to threaten with their actions, with the desired outcome being that a great power will appear to them that balances what has been imbalanced and restores the intended order. They, Keyblade wielders and guardians of light, have chosen to act in the role typically occupied by the forces of darkness, in order to
Oh.
force great lights to rise up, almost as if by harmonic resonance. They must find their 7 true lights that shine brightly in the face of chaos, no matter the cost. The lower classmen are horrified that the upperclassmen could even consider disrupting the order in such a way,
Yeah.
and Vidar scoffs as he recalls Master Odin's lessons that stressed the importance of that very subject. It was, after all, Vidar's adherence to those rules that helped cost his friends their lives.
Yeah.
But Vidar is steadfast in his belief that true darkness must be defeated, insisting that he and Ericus both want the same thing. And as if to test Ericus, or maybe to put the burden of such an act upon Ericus himself, Vidar asks that Ericus also take up the goal of finding these brilliant lights, and states that he should be the one to take the lamp, before promptly departing with Ver. Ericus gathers his courage and reaches for the lamp, but quickly realizes that the cost is just too great, and the poor boy might be in over his head. Xehanort comforts his friend and affirms that they are far too young and inexperienced to know how to act in this situation,
Sure.
and in an interesting piece of foreshadowing, insinuates that when Ericus is an older Keyblade master, he might know what decision must be made when faced with a similar terrible choice, with world-altering consequences. The group decide to return to Master Odin to confer, not caring at all about returning to Jafar and his false sympathy act. Looks like he'll need to find another diamond in the rough to aid him in his schemes. The lower classmen relay what they have learned about Vidar and his goals to their master. That Vidar believes true darkness, whatever that is, has taken the lives of some of Vidar's friends, and that Vidar wishes to assemble 7 true lights to combat this great threat. The master informs the younger students too about the nature of the 13 formless beings known as the true darknesses, and when the students ask, just as Vidar had, how one would possibly defeat something like that, Master Odin again wastes no time in also revealing his theory that the great power of Kingdom Hearts should be capable of purging everything. He at least states that as of right now, it cannot be certain whether or not the threat that Vidar faces is true darkness, and even if it is summoning Kingdom Hearts the correct decision? Will they risk the lives of
That
people and
sucks.
worlds
Why does he keep
everywhere
asking
to possibly save
to
Vidar and
summon
Ver
Kingdom
from
Hearts?
the target that has already taken
Well, saying
several
that.
of their friends' lives? Odin affirms that the students were correct. They are not equipped to deal with this vitally important matter, and that they have all been dismissed from their task of solving the disappearance of the missing wielders. He discharges his students, who all get up and leave the room, heads bowed in thought, disappointment, and shame. But as Xehanort leaves, he is focused on only one thing. As soon as Master Odin mentioned the power of Kingdom Hearts, a thought entered Xehanort's mind for the first time. The power of Kingdom Hearts could purge everything, even the worlds themselves, leaving a blank canvas upon which to start again. Once his students have all left, Odin whispers to himself, "The Dark Seeker will finally be upon us." I had my suspicions up to this point, but upon hearing these lines, I was fully convinced. The false Mark of Mastery exam, the insistence on maintaining order to the detriment of all else, the spoon-feeding of information about the true darknesses, and the method of summoning Kingdom Hearts to absolutely anyone who asks, I fail to see how Master Odin is not acting with ulterior motives throughout Kingdom Hearts Dark Road. At this stage we can only speculate his overall goals, except of course to affirm that one component of the plan seems to have literally been to bring the Dark Seeker into the world.
Is that
At the
Lucifer?
very least, be there to observe the Dark Seeker's arrival. For those needing a refresher, and to fast forward several decades, one incarnation of Xehanort's future self is
Is Ansem,
the self-proclaimed Seeker of Darkness, one component of a man that will eventually become ruthlessly obsessed with bringing about another Keyblade War as a means of summoning Kingdom Hearts. Master Odin seems confident that he has just witnessed the advent of such a man upon this world, which implies to me that the existence of someone known as the Dark Seeker was seemingly predicted to occur.
Yeah, and
Again,
the Keyblade's there that Lucifer had. So is that Lucifer as Odin?
all eyes should be on Missing Link for any signs of what Master Odin and any collaborators he might have are up to. I'm not even necessarily saying that his actions are inherently evil, but the man is absolutely up to something more
Yeah.
than just being a teacher.
100%, because he egged on all the upperclassmen and was like, oh, you guys have the marker mastery exam, but it's the shittiest marker mastery exam, because then he was like, you guys gotta stick to the rules, like, you can't change anything, also, like, just all these other rules, and then they go missing, and then sends all these other students to the worlds that are not the world that they went to, and he knows what world they went to, so it's like, what are you doing? And then obviously the survivors come back, and he quickly mentions, oh yeah, to fight the 13 darknesses, by the way, you can summon Kingdom Hearts, or you could do something else, and it's like, bruh, this is so fucking sus, like, what are you doing? Like,
Disappointed students made their way back down to the benches by Scala's water's edge, wondering what to do next. Odin had forbid them from pursuing this matter any further, and even if they wanted to, he had already closed all the gates. They weren't able to explore any previously visited worlds. Ericus and Omod were particularly frustrated in their inability to do anything, but they all wished to continue with their task, despite Odin dismissing them. Erd wondered if they could learn more about the true darknesses. Maybe that could help. Bragi responded without much hope. The only other people they could ask about true darkness are Vidar or the ones that have already died, and there's not much chance of that happening. Balder seemed to agree. At that moment, the absent boy appeared.
oh,
His excited friends rushed to greet him. Xehanort asks what Balder has been up to, and Balder repeats the line that Master Odin used at the beginning of the student's quest, that he had been busy with his task to learn more about darkness and its different types. In reality, he had been doing something far different. You'll hopefully recall that the last time I mentioned Balder, my thought was that immediately after his body was temporarily overcome by his own darkness, and used to kill his sister and 3 other upperclassmen, his darkness took him through a corridor back to Scala, where it relinquished control and Balder fell unconscious. Upon being discovered, Master Odin placed the fragile boy in the infirmary alone. Instead of being surrounded by his friends in a time of weakness, Balder was kept alone in a dark, windowless room, with nothing but time and his own thoughts to keep him company. Balder's sister Hoda was his source of light, a bright beacon to repel his own darkness. But in that moment of weakness, the darkness had taken control and snuffed that light out, leaving only the dark void, with nothing to repel it.
yeah,
Over 7 agonizing days, while the lower classmen were taking their first steps in the world outside, Balder was kept in this awful room, left to dwell on the things that had happened in the Enchanted Dominion as his shadow grew and grew in strength. His sister was gone. Her friends had failed to protect her, and now they were gone too. By the 4th day, he realized that everyone had perished, and by the 5th and 6th day, Balder realized that he was responsible.
yeah, the shadow's growing
By
darker.
the 7th, Balder, now completely flanked by his own dark shadow, came to the awful conclusion that without his sister in the world may as well fall to darkness. And the shadow welcomed the Forsaken boy with open arms, whispering into Balder's heart that if Balder no longer had hope for this world, he should purge it, plunge the 13 lights into shadow. Balder stood, now perfectly in sync with his heart's own darkness, as it
Yeah,
became irrevocably entwined with his heart and body. From this moment on, whenever I mention Balder, I am most likely referring to the pair that are now in complete control of Balder's body. Balder and his darkness working in tandem.
yeah,
The darkness would act through Balder to carry out its plan, and together, they would make the lights disappear. Once free of the infirmary, it was able to move unrestrained throughout the worlds, and had recently been keeping watch over the actions of the upper and lower classmen. As mentioned earlier, Balder's darkness, as a component of Balder's own heart, wants above all else to usurp the current status quo of these light-based worlds that condemn it for merely existing, and forge a world where it can not just exist, but thrive.
that's very much the now older Xehanort's thoughts. Like what he wants. He wants a perfect world of balance of light and darkness. He doesn't want light to overcome darkness and darkness to overcome light. He wants it to be perfectly balanced. And by purging, this is why, when we saw before, the whole purging of the world that he mentions as well throughout the series and even in this one, he's purging the world so he can create a brand new world from scratch and make it balanced, not one of just higher rank of darkness and higher rank of light, which is insane.
And whether Vidar was maliciously guided down this path by Master Odin or not, his mission to endanger the worlds and secure 7 brilliant lights probably would have succeeded in summoning Kingdom Hearts. However, this would have had disastrous consequences. Summoning and invoking the power of Kingdom Hearts would not have merely purged the darkness within Balder's heart,
Everything.
as Odin had softly insinuated. Its uncontrolled might would have annihilated everything,
The apocalypse.
shattering what little remained of the scattered worlds and leaving nothing but rubble from which those worlds could begin anew. Exactly the outcome that Baldur's darkness desired, and its actions from the shadows had all been in service of achieving that goal. And when Vidar showed signs that his resolve to assemble those 7 lights and summon Kingdom Hearts was wavering, the darkness decided that the time had come for a more personal touch. Vidar may have been unwilling to do what was required to see his goals through, but the darkness was not. Of course, the lower classmen knew absolutely none of this.
Yeah.
They had no reason to doubt the lie that Master Odin had told them. Vidar, of course, didn't know either. He was still running under the assumption that Master Odin had carefully led him towards. That the most likely theory was that one of the ancient 13 darknesses had possessed Baldur, and that summoning Kingdom Hearts to purge the worlds was the only probable way to destroy it without killing Baldur in the process. Baldur played the lower classmen along with an innocent and ignorant routine, asking what they'd been up to, tricking them into sharing the assignment that they were supposed to have kept secret from him, before letting slip that Bragi's question might actually have a way of being answered. Apparently Baldur knew of a world where communication with the dead was actually possible. He then reveals his version of the sequence of events that had led to the death of his sister, that he had arrived just in time to see Hoda getting attacked by a great dragon, that Hoda had given her life defending him, and that after that he passed out, and when he awoke next, he was in the infirmary. Erd asks if he is okay, and he almost cheerfully replies that he's fine. He just wants to know what led to all of this. Without a chance for anyone to ask any more questions, Baldur immediately summons his Keyblade and opens a corridor to the underworld. If anyone asked, Baldur could just respond that this was one of the worlds that Master Odin had given him permission to explore, and that he still had access to. But in reality, I don't even know if Master Odin knew that Baldur had left the infirmary yet.
Yeah, I was
Without
gonna say.
hesitation, Ericus and Xehanort agree to enter the portal. Erd follows, and Dermot is the only one that expresses any caution. He has to be led in by the shoulders by Bragi. Upon arriving in this new world, and expressing out loud a desire to reach the underworld, Hades, Lord of the Dead, immediately appears and confronts the outsiders, offering them a one-way ticket into the place that most people are usually dying to get out of. After some typical game shenanigans and Hades' trickery, all 6 lower classmen are warped into the underworld. Xehanort, Ericus, and Bragi appear in Hades' own chambers, with no sign of Baldur, Omod, or Erd. The trio interrogates Hades about their missing friends, but he's not being super helpful. He's more curious as to why they're trying so hard to get into this place. Xehanort confesses that they want to speak to some people who have died, and Hades agrees to assist them on one condition. If he's successful, one of the 3 must stay behind permanently in the underworld, to be his pawn in Hades' next scheme. The classmen are repulsed by the suggestion, but Xehanort still asks Hades if he can locate Hoda for them, and after some time, Hades returns and confirms that he has located her and her friends. He sends the trio on their way, and greedily wonders to himself just how many pawns are about to join his collection.
Yeah.
On the way to
He's
their
lying.
destination, Cerberus attacks the trio. They keep the beast busy, but aren't able to take him down, and seem to be getting backed into a corner, when suddenly, some blasts of energy fire in from the east. Baldur leaps in to lend a hand, and generously tells Xehanort and Ericus that they should continue onwards to the deceased upperclassmen, leaving Cerberus for Bragi and himself to handle. Ericus isn't so sure, but Bragi is more than confident in his own abilities, and the former reluctantly agrees to press onwards. Xehanort warns Bragi to be careful, but tells Baldur that he'll see him later. He can count on it. And initially you could read this as a positive thing, that Xehanort knows Baldur will be fine, and that the pair will definitely reunite soon, both safe and sound. But under the surface, it is clear that Xehanort meant it as a subtle warning. Baldur's timely arrival and offer to help by splitting the group are enough for Xehanort to begin piecing together the puzzle. But with no proof, and
Yeah.
under the dangerous circumstances, Xehanort can hardly raise those concerns now. But even though his suspicions are raised, Perhaps Xehanort does not want to confront the reality of what it would mean if those suspicions were correct.
Yeah.
What he might be forced to do should Balder not be truly as he presents himself to be, and Xehanort can only offer a veiled warning to the two that he is forced to leave behind. The pair soon find Erd and Hermod, who have only just regained consciousness after being transported by Hades, quickly explaining to them that they left Balder and Bragi fighting Cerberus alone. The newfound wielders offer to run back and help, and Ericus wants to return with them, but Erd urges them to keep going, and Xehanort agrees, explicitly asking them to make sure that Bragi is okay, before he and Ericus continue onwards with their task. But Erd and Hermod needn't have bothered running back, as Bragi and Balder have already convinced the beast to turn tail and run. Balder cautions Bragi that the darkness here is especially dense. Their usual methods at fighting it won't work. This is enough for the penny to drop for Bragi, who has likely also been trying to figure out just what has been going on. He realizes in that moment that Balder is responsible for most, if not all of the chaos that has befallen the upper and lower classmen up to this point. Balder knows the jig is up, that the time has come to snuff Bragi out as well and blame his death on Cerberus. But Bragi is confusingly not afraid, or even that bothered at all, to be honest. It is at this point that I'm going to give a warning to the people that have not yet played and seen the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. That it would be in their best interest to skip the video forward to the timestamp they see on the screen at this time.
I've seen it, so it's
Bragi
alright.
dispels his Keyblade and begins to lay some cards of his own on the table, because this is the end for both of them, not just Bragi. If Balder dispatches Bragi here and goes back alone, Xehanort's suspicions of Balder are 100% confirmed. But Balder isn't worried.
Wait.
He doesn't need to go back right away. He just needs dispatches Bragi here and goes back alone.
Oh.
Xehanort's suspicions of Balder are 100% confirmed.
Oh, okay.
But Balder isn't worried. He doesn't need to go back right away. He just needs Bragi dead. But now here Bragi is unleashing some vague threats that completely baffle Balder, saying that he'd draw far too much attention as a vessel, and that Bragi would rather keep his current body a little longer. Whatever that
Is that Lucia?
means. Balder strains to even hold his weapon against the unarmed Bragi, until Bragi effortlessly resummons his own Keyblade and disarms his former classmate with lightning-fast speed. Bragi mocks the far less experienced...
As if! Hold on!
Disarms his former classmate with lightning-fast speed. Bragi mocks the far less
Oh my freaking... Oh, wait! His name spells out Braig! As in Braig from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep! Oh my god. Lucia, you come up with the shittiest names, dude. Bragi? Really? Oh my god! It's Lucia! What the fuck? So he's keeping an eye out on Xehanort as well, I think. And the Keyblade, he doesn't have the Keyblade anymore because it's going to be Xehanort's anyway, but still. Oh my god!
experienced Balder. And even though it seems like he could easily put a stop to Balder's entire plan here and now, Bragi states that he doesn't want to fight. He'll go along with Balder's plan and simply disappear. Balder is utterly perplexed and asks just who Bragi really is, a question to which he receives no answer, and the frustrated boy resummons his blade and charges towards Bragi, ready to strike him in the back. He might have even got a couple of good hits in, we don't know, but ultimately, Balder was not able to take his opponent down. We'll come back to Bragi later. Because meanwhile, Xehanort and Ericus have still been pressing onwards, and Xehanort finally alludes to the fact that something about the situation has been bothering him. He doesn't reveal to Ericus his suspicions of Balder just yet, and before much longer, the duo have reached their destination.
Oh.
As light cascades down from above, the recently deceased Hoda, Heimdall, Helgi, and Sigrun appear before Xehanort and Ericus. They are surprised to hear that Vidar is planning on summoning Kingdom Hearts to purge the worlds, and Hoda actually closes her eyes and clutches her heart when Ericus reveals that Vidar's reasoning is that he wants to destroy the darkness that took the quartet away from them. Heimdall tells their recollection of the story, that the trio went chasing after the absent Hoda, only to find her already fading away by the time they reached her. They attempted to battle the evil fairy, but no mention was made of Balder at all. At some point they must have been struck down, and when they awoke, all that was left of them was their hearts, cast adrift in a world with a never-ending sky and ocean. Spoiler warning for Kingdom Hearts 3 yet again, but anyone that has played that game should recognize the description of the final world anywhere. And it's interesting to think that even though these people did not die in Olympus or the underworld, their hearts have been temporarily summoned from the final world to this place. And
Yeah, the
Xehanort and
final world.
Ericus can even see them in their original forms. Perhaps there are other hearts in the final world that this same ability could be used on. Ericus wonders if
Oh my god! That makes so much sense for Kingdom Hearts 4 then, because we saw... Oh my god, it makes so much sense, because in Kingdom Hearts 4 teaser trailer, we see Goofy and Donald in the underworld, and they're looking for Sora. So they're trying to... Oh my god. Are they trying to contact him like this? Oh my god. That's brilliant.
true threat they seek, though she doesn't sound anything like the formless darkness that Vidar was concerned about.
So good.
And Heimdall and Helgi reject the notion as well. The upperclassmen's time in the final world seems to have granted them some new level of perspective. That maybe the difference between light and darkness is not as straightforward as they had been led to believe. That instead of feeding into the conflict born of light and dark, perhaps there was a way to understand other people, and not immediately write off others with opposing beliefs as being followers of darkness. Xehanort and Ericus don't seem to share the viewpoint, but the upperclassmen are not here to judge. Their final message is that Xehanort and Ericus' lives are not the upperclassmen's to judge, but theirs to lead. They should broaden their horizons and find their own answers. And with that, their time is up. The four begin to fade away back into the light. But before she goes, Hoda approaches Xehanort and asks him for a favor. Hoda has remained quiet all this time, perhaps out of a guilty conscience, or so as not to reveal what she knows about her brother's involvement in what's happened. But now she asks Xehanort for a chance to temporarily rest within his heart and go with him, to see her brother and speak to him one more time. Now that they have conversed with their allies that have passed on, Xehanort and Ericus race back to their friends. Ermod took off to search for Baldur and Bragi, so the pair is only able to find Erd. Ericus calls out to the keeper of this domain for assistance in finding the rest, and Hades materializes immediately upon hearing his name being called. Erd asks the Lord of the Dead if he knows where either Bragi or Baldur are, and Hades is almost insulted by the insinuation that he would bother to keep tabs on, or even learn the names of these two insignificant young Keyblade. But he at least knows that one of the pair is here, as a new permanent resident of the underworld. Hades' words are written to deliberately obscure the fate of Baldur and Bragi, as at this stage the audience has not yet learned about Baldur's fall to darkness, nor Bragi's
His
secret
eyes.
agenda. But in hindsight, we know that neither Baldur nor Bragi are actually
Oh,
dead,
is it the other
so
one?
I can only infer that Bragi has already left this world, and that Hades considers the unassuming Baldur to be as good as his already. The group is outraged. Erd in particular is absolutely not about to leave without her friends, which is especially understandable given that she wasn't even present when Xehanort made the deal in the first place. But Hades protests that they knew the terms of the agreement, and if they won't honor it, then he can always make room for everyone here. They begin to battle, but before too long Ermod returns from his unsuccessful search.
Oh, okay,
and
he's
blocks
back.
one of
Good.
Ericus'
I was gonna say, maybe he
is
was bad.
completely appalled by
Oh,
his
dead.
friend's actions. How is attacking a resident of this world maintaining the order? Ericus protests, convincing Hermod that Hades is the reason why he could not find Bragi or Baldur, and that's enough for Hermod to switch sides. Hades is more than a little agitated at this point. Regardless of the accusations, he hasn't personally taken anybody as a pawn, yet. And now that he's facing off against 4 of these self-righteous little twerps, it might be time to get serious. He raises his hand to cast some sort of attack, but he and the 4 wielders are quickly taken by surprise. A giant portal of darkness has somehow appeared behind his foes, a portal which has enough of a gravitational force to draw the 4 young wielders inside before dispersing.
Oh.
Hades is very confused and returns to his calmer state. All that bluster, and those 4 weirdos who just vanished like that? But as he begins to turn and walk away, he catches sight of the person who summoned the mysterious portal.
Was it
White-haired Keyblade
Baldur?
Baldur was acting from the
Yeah.
shadows, and while the wielders were worn down and distracted by Hades, he seized this golden opportunity to claim some more victims. The way that the portal was opened by a Keyblade wielder of darkness and then drew in 4 lights is ironically a total inverse of the conclusion of Union Cross. Where a Keyblade wielder of light pulled the same maneuver to trap 4 darknesses within a corridor of light. You know, it's sort of like poetry, they rhyme. Either way, the 4 Keyblade wielders have vanished.
Damn!
Long gone, and Baldur is certainly not about to
Very
hang
much
around and
poetry.
become Hades' pawn, so it looks like someone else will have to fulfill that role in Hades' next scheme.
Yeah, Zach.
Xehanort awakens in the chaos of a corridor of darkness and spots Ericus unconscious nearby. He rushes to his friend and manages to shake Ericus awake, urging him to immediately equip his Keyblade armor. Xehanort cautions that if either of them listen to the faint whispers of this place, the darkness will worm its way into their minds and then their hearts. Their Keyblade armor will buy them some time, but its protection won't last forever. They need to find a way out. But how? Things look bad, and the pair decide their first move should be to locate Omod and Erd. That pair have also banded together and equipped their own armor, but unfortunately, Omod has begun to hear the murmurs. He
No.
believes that darkness has breached his heart. He collapses in
No.
pain as Erd urges him not to give up hope, despite the darkness corroding away their armored masks as they speak. But there, slightly out of sight, perhaps a faint glimmer of hope, Erd seems to recognize someone and smiles, but within moments assumes a cautious stance. Balder has followed his prey into the corridor of darkness, and there is nothing the helpless pair can do to avoid being
No.
his fifth and sixth victims. With one final strike from Balder, Erd and Omod's last moments are spent incapacitated, as the darkness eats away at their Keyblade armor before finally consuming their bodies, leaving their hearts to drift away.
Sad.
Nearby, but tragically too far away to help, Xehanort and Ericus continue to trudge through the fog of darkness, but the dark clouds are becoming too much to bear, and Ericus falls to his knees before completely keeling over. A careful eye will notice that the tufts of darkness appear to be in the shape of Balder's silhouette,
Yeah.
and as Xehanort hobbles back to his friend's side, he too finally concedes to the darkness and falls unconscious as well. Balder walks towards his prey, but is forced to flee at the sight of a brilliant sphere of light approaching from the distance.
Hmm.
Master Odin has finally arrived, and his light engulfs
Finally.
the two collapsed students. No more darkness corrodes their armor, now that his light is shielding them. Odin sadly remarks that only these two remain, and Balder can only watch from the shadows as Odin opens a corridor of light with the Master Defender Keyblade, revealing that he is the iconic weapon's current wielder, saving the two boys' lives as they escape this nightmare and flee
What?
to Skala at Kain.
I'm so confused then by his character, the way he acts. So he's the wielder of that Keyblade. I'm trying to think. Wait. Is that Brain then? Maybe older? No, I don't think so. Because he would have died by now, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
What can even be said after all the horrible things that have happened? Without speaking a word and without even really looking at each other, Xehanort and Ericus assemble their board for a round of chess. Maybe it brings them some comfort to engage each other in a familiar game with rules, order, and a predictable outcome.
Aww.
Master Odin arrives to greet his two remaining pupils and relieve them of any responsibility for the immeasurable losses that have been suffered. He blames the upperclassmen's departure, as well as his own inability to identify this unknown new darkness, for the tragedies. Strange to blame the upperclassmen's departure when it was Odin himself that arranged the ill-fated voyage,
Yeah.
but we'll move on as he does. Odin insists that the sacrifices of all the others must not be in vain. Ericus shows regretful reverence by evoking the names of those he believed to have passed. Erd and Omod lost in the darkness, Bragi and Balder, who presumably fell in the underworld. But at the mention of Balder's name, Odin is suddenly very confused. He doesn't inform Xehanort or Ericus of his thought process, but he must be wondering, how could these two have crossed paths with Balder when Odin had kept Balder isolated in the infirmary? There's no time to ponder this question, because without warning, the castle begins to quake. The world is under attack. But this may be another event that Master Odin had a level of foresight about, because his next words are, "So it begins." He orders Ericus and Xehanort to remain here, as he summons the ancient no-name Keyblade from its position on the wall, despite already being shown to be the wielder of the Master Defender.
Yeah, what the hell?
Claim that whether Odin knew of the hidden truth behind the blade or not, the Master of Masters was about to get a front row viewing of everything that was about to happen. Odin left the classroom to go evacuate the remaining students, confirming the presence of other classes besides the two that Dark Road is centered upon. We will touch on Odin's knowledge again later, but for now, the time had come for Xehanort to come clean about his earlier suspicions. Ericus is a few steps behind Xehanort, but is still able to follow all the clues to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
Baldur fell to darkness after losing his sister, and is the one responsible for the deaths of so many of their friends. The young boy who believes in the light in people's hearts is being truly tested here, but knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
With raw determination on his face, Ericus charges off, intent on purging the darkness from Baldur's heart. Skala at Kaim is suffering attacks from multiple occasions at once. Either Baldur is warping and blasting indiscriminately, or he has summoned forces of darkness to help him in his raid. At least things seem calm by the water's edge, and Xehanort and Ericus take a brief moment to reflect. Their journey began right here, not even 2 weeks prior, but with everything that has transpired, it may as well have been a lifetime ago. Ericus snaps back to the present, and is adamant that he cannot lose any more friends, beseeching Xehanort's help to ensure that Baldur is saved, not slain, regardless of what he has done. Xehanort agrees, and immediately afterwards, Vidar, Vala, and Vali finally make their return to Skala ad Kaim,
Finally.
appearing through a corridor of light. Vidar wants to know what has happened, and when Xehanort delivers the news of Baldur's descent into darkness, Vidar shamefully reveals that he already knows, but had believed that Baldur would never go after any of his own classmates. Xehanort is surprised, and Vidar apologizes for being unable to bring himself to take Baldur's life. Ericus is appalled, however, and blames Vidar for failing to protect Hoda, believing Hoda's death to be the inciting event that led to all of this chaos and turmoil in the first place,
No, I
and
wasn't before
draws
that.
his Keyblade in anger against his older contemporaries. Xehanort warns Ericus not to let his heart give in to anger and fall to darkness, just as Baldur had. But Ericus is fine with embracing his anger, and reminds Xehanort that he had pledged to help Ericus in his goals. Xehanort reluctantly concedes, and the five wielders begin an emotionally charged, but ultimately pointless battle that leaves all participants exhausted.
Yeah.
With the battle seemingly at a standstill, the wielders take a moment to catch their breath, but the furious Ericus spies the opportunity for a sneak attack and leaps forward. However, Xehanort blocks the attack and subsequent strike, managing to talk some calm and sense back into his partner.
Good on Xehanort.
Finally, the group can talk, and Vidar commiserates with Ericus's disbelief that Baldur could ever fall to darkness. Vidar did not want to accept that as the truth either. He wanted to believe that one of the true darknesses had returned and possessed Baldur, and was unwilling to make the difficult choice that could have ended this matter once and for all when he had the chance. That's why he was willing to risk it all on the power of Kingdom Hearts to purge that darkness.
Yeah, instead
and
of
hopefully faultless
taking the
Baldur.
action of killing someone.
But now, Vidar has given up. Even if he could summon Kingdom Hearts, he wouldn't. When push came to shove, the cost truly was too great. Again,
Sure,
he was unable
it
to
is.
stand up and make an immensely difficult decision that could potentially affect the lives of people everywhere. That's actually what the upperclassmen have returned to announce. Their abandonment of their quest for the Seven Lights to summon Kingdom Hearts. In fact, Verse should be on her way to the top of the tower right now to tell Master Odin directly. This news is enough for Baldur to bring himself out of hiding, and braggadociously announce his disappointment that Vidar had failed to gather the Seven Lights. For the first time, Xehanort and Ericus can truly see that their friend has been taken by the darkness.
Yeah.
And deep within Xehanort's heart, Hodor cries out in pain at the sight. Baldur is glad that Xehanort didn't announce his suspicions too early, and Ericus pledges to Baldur that he will bring him back to the light. Baldur's darkness completely obscures its host, taunting Ericus with the knowledge that it and Baldur are one and the same now. There's no way to destroy one without the other. Vidar finally concedes that he has no other choice, and the upperclassmen prepare to face off against the fallen wielder. But Baldur has no intention of battling them here, and summons a squadron of pure-blood Heartless to keep the five wielders occupied, before warping away to the top of the tower to add the isolated Ver to his list of victims.
No.
The upperclassmen dispatch the Heartless in moments before giving chase on foot, with Xehanort and Ericus in hot pursuit right behind them. Baldur gleefully reaches his target, and Ver expresses her condolences for Baldur's sister,
Aww.
asking if this has all been because of her. And here, Baldur's darkness finally reveals that Hoda's death was not what had caused her younger brother's descent into darkness. The darkness within Baldur's heart was itself responsible, and only grew in power and control once it had snuffed Hoda's light out.
Yeah.
It delights in revealing
It's-
that it was the one responsible.
It's again like what I said. It's that mental health aspect. I think that definitely is like driven into the story of Kingdom Hearts, and like that doubt, it's sort of like depression where it feeds on you. I talked about this a little bit in my Last of Us reaction today, that if you I mean, you can choose. I mean, I chose isolation when I had depression for a while, but either it's just unfortunate isolation, or it's isolation you put on yourself. So you just fall more and more into that darkness, more into that mental spiral, and more into those really dark thoughts that even like the human, like there's been research about it, the human brain sort of goes through that sometimes, where whether it's like, trigger warning, self-harm, suicide, or just, you know, a lot of those violent sort of reactions that people do have, unfortunately, because of those like mental triggers. And I guess in this case it's this sort of like, I need to snuff out all light, which is, I guess, all people, and very much like a murderous rampage for Baldur. So it's very interesting to see that sort of be written into Kingdom Hearts.
Responsible for the deaths of Heimdall, Helgi, Sigrun, Bragi, Erd, and Omad.
There you go, yeah.
Ver will be its 8th victim. It's again curious that the Darkness is already claiming Bragi, given that we as the audience know that Bragi has escaped. But perhaps he performed a convincing fake death that was enough to persuade the overconfident Baldur that he had been slain.
In the series.
Ver is mortified and vows that Baldur will not get away with this, summoning her Keyblade against her former friend. With the Darkness as his strength, Baldur effortlessly toys with his opponent, electing to strike her down with an outlandishly flashy attack, which is blocked just in the nick of time by Vidar, Vala, and Vali. Ver passes on Baldur's murderous confession to the upperclassmen, confirming once and for all Vidar's theories about what dark fate had befallen this poor, forsaken boy. But Vidar had no blame to lay upon Baldur's shoulders, claiming much of the responsibility for the tragedy as his own.
Yeah.
The Darkness knew a way to make...
I mean, it was also Hoda, because she went off on her own. I'm not sure if that's because of her thing with Valdi, but still, she didn't need to go off on her own. I'm just saying.
Amends, though. The upperclassmen could accept their fated death by its hands as atonement for their failings. Vali, Vala, and Vidar pledged to send the possessed boy into the next life peacefully in Hoda's honor, uttering the ancient Keyblade wielder mantra, "May your heart be your guiding key," as they begin their assault. Xehanort and Ericus finally arrive to see the battle in full swing, and it looks like Baldur is on the back foot. He bends over and breathes deeply, and though Ver is clearly worn down, the older students seem to be far more composed. Now, with the arrival of 2 more wielders of light, things aren't looking good for Baldur. Vidar readies his blade to deal the final strike, but Baldur suddenly cries out in pain as the darkness within violently bursts forth as an enormous emblem Heartless, Kringhorn, a creature fittingly named after the fabled ship that belonged to the Baldur of Norse mythology.
Ah, that's so
Baldur and
cool.
the creature walked behind the exhausted Ver, instantly assuming an offensive configuration, and
4 swords use protection, main 2 swords gap. Displays Heartless emblem, half light, half dark, circle on the head, Baldur and helm rotates upwards and under style. Eyes revealed and mouth created on body, true face.
readying themselves to grab a quick kill. With a mighty slash, Kringhorn lashes out again, but instead of Ver, it has struck the trio of upperclassmen who gave their lives to defend Ver once more. Kringhorn returns to defense mode as the 3 upperclassmen begin to fade away. And the 4 upperclassmen can only mourn as Baldur's darkness greedily claims his 8th, 9th, and 10th victims. In his final moments,
trying to get
Vidar
13.
apologizes. The responsibility of taking Baldur's life has fallen to Xehanort and Ericus now. Kringhorn moves forward to attack once more, and as Ericus and Xehanort hold back its blades, Ver attempts to strike down the distracted Baldur. But that is exactly what he wanted.
No!
Dark power wells within the boy's body, and with one swift, fatal strike it is released, piercing Ver and sending her flying across the room. She lands with a harsh thud, and begins to fade away as Xehanort and Ericus rush to her side. As she disappears, Ver apologizes for leaving her classmates behind and traveling with Vidar. Among her friends, that's where she feels she belongs. Her body fades and her heart floats away. Hopefully she will be joining her friends very soon. Ericus and Xehanort shed tears. Despite already losing so many, this was the first time that their lack of strength had led directly to a friend's death. And it was a particularly sweet, innocent friend that they had wanted so badly to protect. 11 lights have now fallen. the showboating darkness wanted to claim its
Yeah,
final
12
two
and
victims in
13.
a place worthy of the occasion, and warped away to the very peak of the tower, knowing Ericus and Xehanort would show no hesitation in following. At the highest summit of the entire world, Baldur's of Darkness greeted the new arrivals, claiming that the 13 darknesses would be assembled here and now. Xehanort and Ericus were confused, and Baldur's of Darkness finally revealed to them its true plan. It wanted Kingdom Hearts to be summoned. It wanted the worlds to be purged.
Ah, yeah.
Because when the uncontrollable force of Kingdom Hearts was unleashed in an uncontrolled state upon the worlds, everything would be destroyed, and eventually reborn in darkness. Vidar's plan to summon Kingdom Hearts would not have merely purged the darkness within Baldur's heart, as he had been led to believe. In fact, the darkness had been laying a path for Vidar to succeed in assembling the Seven Lights all along. This darkness was initially a mere shadow on Baldur's heart, something that Baldur could never so much as acknowledge for fear of eradication. But when it seized the opportunity and struck down Hoda, its plan to secure a future for itself was put into motion.
Yeah.
It knew that Vidar would be bound to seek revenge on whatever dark force had claimed her life. But when Vidar found out that Baldur was the one responsible, the darkness knew that Vidar would be incapable of claiming vengeance, and it either made a correct, educated guess, or somehow knew with confidence that Master Odin would inform Vidar about Kingdom Hearts and
Yeah.
the method of assembling Seven Lights to summon it. Heimdall held
Who's Odin then? Because I think Bragi is Lushu, which makes more sense now after what happened before. So then who's Odin? Is Odin Brain? But then why would Brain... Oh, maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking now, because there's that theory of what we just watched before, where there's two brains. So there's the data version, and then there's the real version. So the real version gets put, but that means that it's the one that got pushed forward in time. Because I said the one who got pushed forward in time was the real brain, and he went to the first Scarlet Kylam, before it went all to the white design and all that stuff. And then the other data version was taken under Lushu's wing, made into an apprentice, took the Keyblade, took the box, and went off on an adventure. Oh, no, wait. No, that makes sense then. So maybe this is actually... But then what happened to the other one then? Unless... Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. Because either Brain... This version obviously is in the future, like, okay, sort of, going back to what happened in that one with Brain, like, maybe, yeah, he's in Scarlet Kylam, changes it, becomes old Odin, and then that apprentice comes back with the box and the Keyblade after looking across the world and getting all that information with the Keyblade, gives the Keyblade to this Brain, and then moves away, unless that will mess with time. I'm not sure. Goddamn Kingdom Hearts. Now I'm confused, and now I'm thinking... Because it can either be one of those two things. Because Missing Link happens before this, and it would make sense, maybe, that Brain does all this stuff? I don't know, like... I don't know, we'll see.
Olgi and Sigrun's deaths were additional incentive for Vidar to carry out his mission, but they were also part of the backup plan in case he failed. And when Vidar and the upperclassmen began to waver in their goal of assembling those important lights, the darkness understood that it had to step in and commit to Plan B. Because in addition to leading Vidar down its intended path, the darkness has also been working in the background to plunge 13 lights into shadow, its own method of summoning Kingdom Hearts. Now this may sound different to the method that Vidar was employing, or methods that we have previously seen in the series for that matter, but to me, it sounds like there are many valid pathways towards summoning Kingdom Hearts, that may differ only in interpretation, not so much execution. Vidar was told that Kingdom Hearts could be summoned by gathering 7 pure lights that shone within the darkness of chaos. That sounds a lot like gathering 7 hearts of pure light, that when assembled, would unlock the door that leads to an artificial iteration of Kingdom Hearts. Vidar was even beginning his task by seeking out important items in Agrabah and Beast Castle, the home worlds of Princess Jasmine and Belle respectively, two who will eventually be known as Princesses of Heart. Baldur's method was for himself, a being of darkness, to take 13 lights and successfully clash with them, claiming their lives, and apparently resulting in the summoning of Kingdom Hearts. KH3 spoilers again, but I ask, how is that any different from technically 7 lights, but let's be real here, basically only 1 light,
Yes!
clashing with 13 darknesses, which allows the summoning of Kingdom Hearts? A significant conflict born of light and darkness seems to be sufficient to at least summon Kingdom Hearts. However, mastering and utilizing its incredible power is only possible with possession of the true, complete Keyblade.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like a lot of the message of Dark Road is that light and darkness vary mainly in perspective, but they are very much two sides of the same coin when you get down to it. It's not like Kingdom Hearts itself comes with an instruction manual. I mean, we've already seen 3, possibly 4 different Kingdom Hearts with distinctly different summoning methods appear across Key, Birth by Sleep, and the 3 number titles. So I wouldn't get too hung up on the exact semantics here, though if you disagree with my theory, I'd like to hear your thoughts, and I'd be happy to dive into this topic in its own video if you are interested. In any case, Dark Road asserts that 13 lights being snuffed out by darkness would have been sufficient in summoning Kingdom Hearts, and here, at the climax of Dark Road itself, Baldur believes he is already 11/13ths of the way towards achieving that goal. Just Ericus and Xehanort left to go. Baldur becomes engulfed by darkness, assuming the form of Hringhorn once more. After an intense battle, the heart assuming the form of Hringhorn once more.
Oh. Okay, in hypothetical time where the Dark Road did not experience any delays in development turmoil, wondered the 7 sins and their link to the people who would have been further expanded upon. Ah, yeah, maybe.
After an intense battle, the Heartless recedes back within Baldur, and the 3 wielders gasp for breath, exhausted. Xehanort falls to his knees, and Baldur readies himself to claim number 12. But Ericus is able to use the last of his strength to block the strike, and both attacker and defender fall to the floor, completely drained of energy. Ericus sees their chance, and commands Xehanort to drive the darkness out of Baldur's heart. Xehanort rises, and walks towards their fallen foe, standing above him with Keyblade outstretched. A beam of light begins to glow at the end of his weapon, but as Xehanort considers his choices, he stops, and the light is dispelled. Xehanort raises his Keyblade up high and prepares to drive it home through his foe, as Ericus pleads with his friend to reconsider. As Xehanort hesitates, Baldur seizes on that reluctance and unleashes a cloud of darkness that ushers the 2 into a shroud of shadows, where they can talk alone. The darkness insists that Xehanort's assumptions are wrong. It is not one of the 13 true darknesses, as Xehanort has been led to believe. To prove this, it attempts to draw a parallel between itself and Xehanort, questioning if Xehanort can honestly claim that his heart possesses no traces of shadows. Does Xehanort really believe he is like all the others? Does he possess a heart of brilliant light that shines like the rest? No. Baldur can see inside Xehanort's heart even now, and there is no doubt about it. He and Xehanort are one in the same. Their role is to stand beside the lights, Baldur with Hoda, Xehanort with Ericus, but beget shadows in their wake with their mere presence. And should those lights disappear, they are destined to be swallowed by the very darkness they themselves cast. Xehanort tries to deny the accusations, but the darkness doubles down on its claims. It is not one of the ancient darknesses, but a being made manifest from the collective terror of the unknown that lay within the hearts and minds of all the Keyblade wielders.
The doubt.
The empathetic Baldur was the perfect incubator to grow this being and see it fully realized as its own distinct entity.
Yeah.
And Baldur's darkness was not the only one. It claims that all forms of darkness.
Damn. If it's just made from his fear, though, that's insanely powerful. Like, it grew and grew from that doubt because of everybody else as well. That's insane.
Have been able to grow in strength and number over the years as a result of their entanglement within people's hearts. Baldur's claims have rattled Xehanort, but he regains his composure and readies himself. No matter what this darkness is or what it has planned, this all ends when Xehanort strikes it down. But the darkness again knows that even now, Xehanort cannot bring himself to take Baldur's life, just as Vidar failed to do so before him, and that inability to do what must be done to achieve their goals is the reason why all of these sacrifices were even necessary in the first place. From the moment of its creation, the darkness wanted the worlds purged by Kingdom Hearts, and to bring about this goal, it devised an initial plot that only required one victim, Hoda. If everything went to plan, a plot that only required place is the reason why before him, and that not
Sorry, I
the
want to
devil.
go back.
But the darkness again knows that even now, Xehanort cannot bring himself to take Baldur's life, just as Vidar failed to do so before him. And that inability to do what must be done to achieve their goals is the reason why all of these sacrifices were even necessary in the first place. From the moment of its creation, the darkness wanted the worlds purged by Kingdom Hearts. And to bring about this goal, it devised an initial plot that only required one victim.
4 victims. If Darkroad had more development time, I think the story would have had more room to breathe in some areas. Some of Vidar's and Baldur's dialogue leads me to believe that initially only Hodor was meant to perish in the Enchanted Dominion, but this video is not the place for these ideas. Okay.
Hodor. If everything went to plan, this should have caused a chain reaction that led to Vidar summoning Kingdom Hearts under his own volition. And even though all worlds would have been greatly affected, perhaps even catastrophically so in the process, no additional lives would have been directly required to see it through. But when Vidar faltered in his goal of assembling 7 true lights, that is when the sacrifices of all these Keyblade wielders became a necessary means to the darkness's ends.
Yeah.
To me, it sounds like the darkness is saying that it didn't even necessarily want to take all these lives. It actually sounds outright angry at Xehanort that it even had to do so. But unlike Vidar or Ericus, or evidently even Xehanort, it was willing to do whatever it took to achieve its goal.
Yeah.
After hearing all that Baldur's darkness had to say, Xehanort responds by telling his foe to hold on to that anger, and Baldur is a little confused. Baldur had said that Xehanort was just like him, and it seems like Baldur was more correct than he realized. Because it seems like Xehanort was now finally ready to shoulder that burden.
Was Xehanort ready to do something terrible for the greater good? That's nice he able
and
to do.
what needed to be done.
Yeah.
But perhaps the lingering Hodor sensed the shift within Xehanort's demeanor and knew that her brother's life was genuinely in danger, because this was the moment at which she finally stirred from within Xehanort's heart, her voice speaking from within and urging the true Baldur to stay strong. At the sound of his sister's voice, Baldur's entire facial expression, body language, and tone of voice changed. I think that now, for the first time since the infirmary, Baldur himself was once again the dominant force in control of his own body. Hodor projected herself forth from Xehanort's heart, veiled in light, and able to maintain her original appearance despite lacking a true body, and she immediately apologized to her brother for causing him so much pain. Baldur apologized too. If he hadn't chased after Hodor, she might never have been struck down. But Hodor holds her brother no ill will at all, and wants to use this brief opportunity to remind Baldur that the world isn't such a bad place. But Baldur had not become corrupted by the evils of the world as Hodor might have assumed, and with pure anguish on his face, Baldur told his sister of the things we had discussed earlier. Baldur's descent was a result of his heart sinking into the abyss of the negativity that he was absorbing from others.
That's
Made
like what
all
I
the
said
more
before.
worse when he peered back into the hearts that he was hoping to cleanse. He had realized that there were 2 kinds of people in the world, and though it seemed like everyone else around him was, he was not the type of person with a heart that radiated light, and his animosity
Riku.
towards those that were drove him further into the pit of despair. And most of all, he was terrified of what would happen when
Judgment.
he was left behind by his sister and her protective light, the only thing that could repel this encroaching darkness within him. Xehanort sees some logic in Baldur's theory that there are 2 kinds of people in this world, as Hodor steps towards her brother with arm outstretched. It's alright, she's here now. He doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Baldur lets down his guard and reaches out his arm as well. But as the 2 siblings look in each other's eyes, they see the truth, and both instantly brandish their blades to each other's throat. To me, Baldur has realized that all this talk is pointless. As said earlier, Hodor is a person with very similar values to Ericus. To a person like this, darkness is evil and must be eradicated, and there is absolutely zero room for any conflicting ideologies. She will offer comfort to a younger sibling in his final moments, but ultimately,
Make
she
the
alone
sacrifice.
possesses the conviction to carry out the sentence that no one else seems to be able to perform. How ironic that Vidar could not bring himself to harm Baldur for fear of dishonoring Hodor and her memory, and yet, in Vidar's refusal to swing the blade, In the end, he thrusts responsibility for the deed back upon Hoda herself.
Yeah.
Balder surely knows of his sister's black and white ideology, knows that her olive branch cannot be sincere, and as soon as he sees the look in her eyes, what choice does he have but to summon his own blade to defend himself? He notably summons his Keyblade a moment after hers is drawn, and he does not strike at her, merely maintains the standstill. But Balder's action is more than enough to convince Hoda that her perspective was correct. Her brother belongs to the darkness now. Balder muttered that he knew Hoda would never understand. His perfect sister and her heart of radiant light. Hoda's own actions have ironically validated the very fears that Balder had been harboring all along. The very terrors that caused Balder to chase after Hoda in the first place.
I feel like
No light
someone like Sora would have given him the benefit of the doubt. I think. Sora's very much like that, and we saw that with Riku. How many times Sora put himself at risk to listen to him? Same with many other characters, we see that in the series, but I think someone like Hoda is very much like, again, Ericus. And Ericus, like, Ventus was begging, like, please, I'm begging you, like, help me, like, I want to stop this, and he said, no, the only way to stop you is to kill you. Like, I'm not risking keeping you alive, because Vanitas is alive, and also the darkness as well, and he doesn't like that, so...
remained to keep darkness from engulfing Balder's heart. Even Hoda herself would show him the exact same level of mercy as any other tainted wretch of darkness. Despite how long I have taken to talk about all of this has all happened so fast, and Xehanort desperately cries out for the clashing siblings to wait. And as soon as her host utters his plea, Hoda halts all movement, almost as if she has been frozen in place. Her Keyblade slowly slips from her loosened grip, falls to the floor, and is dispelled, and Balder is stunned at the turn of events. I, again, invite other interpretations of this scene apart from my own, but I think that what has happened here is that Xehanort has finally seen that the true Balder does still exist, despite how endlessly deep beneath the darkness his heart lies. When Hoda threatened Balder's life,
Xehanort was finally ready to strike down Balder. This is prompted by Hoda to appear from Xehanort's heart. Their conversation led to Hoda to believe that Balder was irredeemable. Xehanort, however, resonated with Balder's point of view and saw that the original boy still existed and didn't want Hoda to attack him.
Had a visceral reaction and yearned for her to stop. And because Xehanort's body was the willing conduit through which Hoda was able to project herself, when Xehanort decided for her to stop, she stopped. His feelings completely immobilized his guest.
Yeah.
We have seen people appearing through another person's body many times in the series before.
Yeah.
Note the repeated visual language of the soft golden glow that accompanies a person appearing outside of the body they are in. But for a specific example of a host being able to prevent their occupant from moving, we can actually look all the way back to the original Kingdom Hearts.
Yes!
When Riku surrendered his body to Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, in Hollow Bastion, his own heart was sidelined, and Ansem's heart fully took control of the vessel, even outwardly altering its appearance to those who observed him. But when Kairi was threatened, Riku was able to temporarily exert enough control to force his body to halt. And despite Ansem's efforts to regain control, Riku had given Kairi, Donald, and Goofy enough time to escape. In the case of Xehanort and Hoda, granted, the roles are reversed when compared to my Kingdom Hearts 1 example.
No, but still, that's the
think
perfect
this is the most
example.
logical explanation. When Hoda's Keyblade fell, she was rendered utterly defenseless. And when Balder realized this, he could have easily finished her off, but chose not to. He lowered his Keyblade, and I'd like to think that when Hoda saw this, maybe her perspective finally did soften here. Her brother did not immediately rush to attack her. Perhaps there was still some good in him after all. As Xehanort's control over Hoda loosened, Hoda did not struggle to immediately arm herself once more, but instead reached out her arms in a genuine act of kind-heartedness, and Balder raised his right arm to return the reconciliatory gesture. But the darkness within Balder's heart did not give him the chance, and immediately seized control back from its victim, disparaging the poor boy and his so-called weak heart. Now notably appearing visibly out of sync with Balder for the first time since the initial possession, the darkness forces its thrall to leap into the air, preparing a lethal strike that would destroy Hoda, putting an end to the one thing that seemed to threaten the darkness's hold over its vessel. But at the apex of his jump, Balder was suddenly struck and ensnared within a set of glowing golden chains, confusing everyone and causing the Dark Shroud to recede. We can see that Ericus is still close to the ground after colliding with Balder. Meaning the
Odin!
entire previous obscured conversation must have taken place within only a few seconds, and in that time, Master Odin had finally arrived, and from the tip
Yeah,
of
it
the
took him long
no-name
enough.
keyblade he wielded, he was producing binding chains to contain the darkness, a technique that his pupil will one day adopt and pass on to students of his own. Anyway, my apologies. Odin was struggling to maintain his restraint over Balder, and commanded Xehanort to seize this one chance and quickly rid him of the darkness. And this time, even Ericus seemed to support the decision. Though he seemed steadfast in his resolution earlier, perhaps Balder's words, or the knowledge that the real Balder was buried within this vessel had given Xehanort pause, and now he stood silently, staring at the floor to quickly think. Hoda looks back and sees Xehanort's hesitation. Their one opportunity is slipping away. There's no time to debate this further. It's up to her. Hoda resummons her blade, jumps up, and delivers a two-handed slash down hard on her brother, who had managed to wiggle his left hand free just enough to prepare his own blade and retaliate with a simultaneous upswing. Hoda's strike against her supposedly defenseless foe was a purely offensive one, and though her blade had rung true, she had not come away unscathed, and both brother and sister's weapons disperse as their owners fell to the floor. This was the end of Hoda. What corporeal form she was able to muster faded into light, and her heart floated off into the sky. The defeated darkness had one final message for Xehanort, a message that I hope you'll allow me to briefly extrapolate on. There are people in this world that belong to the light. Then, there are the other kind, those like Balder and Xehanort that serve as a sponge to mop up the excess darkness. The people of this light-based society are taught so relentlessly that the light they pledge themselves to is good, and that darkness is unreservedly evil. Any instance of it is wrong and must be eradicated. There is never any room for discussion.
Yeah.
When the two opposing forces meet, of course conflict immediately arises. So, it's reasonable to assume that if a person of light has a goal, it will usually involve defeating or suppressing darkness in some way. And if they use the power of the light to achieve those goals, well, that's only natural and accepted by this society. But if a person like Xehanort or Balder even attempts to pursue a goal that steers even slightly away from the light, even more towards the middle, everyone loses their minds, and immediately concludes that they must be using the power of darkness to achieve their dark, aka evil, ends.
It started using Hemera without permission and was surprised when she used the power of darkness to defend. Yeah, I get that.
They're awful, emotionless
That is
monsters.
true.
They'll stop at nothing to achieve those evil goals, and they must be exterminated at all costs.
That is
Balder's
true.
darkness sought to purge and reset the worlds, yes, but to be created in a society where it is feared and would be hunted down for the mere crime of existing, is it that unreasonable to understand where it's coming from? As I said earlier, I don't think the darkness even necessarily wanted to hunt down the 13 lights, and even seemed angry that it was left with no other alternative. Balder's darkness sees a kindred spirit in Xehanort and beseeches him. Seek answers to these injustices of the world. Seek answers to the darkness. Before both boy and
He writes
shadow
about that in
collapse.
his secret reports.
Xehanort slowly walks towards Balder, takes a deep breath, raises his blade, closes his eyes, and strikes. Balder cries out in pain as the body fades into particles of light and as the darkness disperses into equivalent particles of darkness. Balder's heart, free from both light and darkness, floats skyward, just as his sisters and classmates before him had. Ericus feels bad for Xehanort and the burden that was placed upon him, and Master Odin speaks softly, as neither Xehanort nor Ericus seem to hear his voice. I finally see the truth of those words. Destiny can be so cruel. Whatever prophetic words Odin is referring to, we do not get to hear them ourselves in Dark Road. All we can infer is that after everything that has happened, Odin has achieved an understanding that he was not able to until now. Again, Missing Link will surely address my many questions about Master Odin, but I feel like the implication is that Odin has some level of foresight about this time period and the events that have just transpired.
Yeah.
The Book of Prophecies is the most likely answer to this mystery. After all, the no-name Keyblade has been close by for essentially the entire story, and we know that the tome itself is intentionally written to be vague and confusing at best, and it certainly does not go into the details of any specific person's fate. I'd say that Master Odin, at the very least, knows that at around this time, a new form of darkness would arise in the world, and that when all was said and done, one known as the Dark Seeker would emerge, a person of great importance to the events that were said to
So
transpire.
is it
later
Brain
in the
then?
book. I'd even go so far as to wager that all
Dunno.
of Odin's actions, the questionable mark of mastery, the spoon-feeding of information about the true darkness, and the methods of summoning Kingdom Hearts, the specific withholding of other information, and the interventions that always seem to come far too late, all of these were done in order to ensure that the Dark Seeker was brought into the world as was prophesied. The very same Dark Seeker who will one day attempt to summon Kingdom Hearts in likely this very same location.
Yeah.
12 Keyblade wielders had lost their lives to see it through, but now the task was done. Whatever relevant, prophetic words Odin spoke of have evidently come to pass and revealed their true hidden meaning. Destiny can be so cruel.
I was supposed to only watch half of this, but we're just gonna
Later,
watch the rest of this.
Someone visited the Skarland graveyard, a field covered in what seemed like endless headstones. He laid flowers atop 4 graves for his fellow lower-classmen, Hermod, Erd, Bragi, and Vor, before crossing the dividing pathway and laying out more for Vidar, Vala, Vali, Heimdall, Helgi, and Sigrun. He adorned the final grave with 2 sets of flowers. Of course, in the Kingdom Hearts series, no body is left behind when a person is struck down, and so Xehanort is symbolically laying both Hoda and Baldur in the same location, so that they may never be apart again, but they will
Aww.
always have her light to share. I
Aww.
won't ask the question of whether all of these graves stand in the memory of victims of Baldur's rampage, but one must wonder what is going through Xehanort's mind right now.
Yeah.
Of course, none of this was actually his fault, but one can only imagine that certain thoughts have crossed his mind.
Yeah.
Xehanort had genuine suspicions of
doubt.
Baldur as early as the Olympus Colosseum. If he had only spoken up sooner, if he had not been afraid to confront that awful truth, if he had put his task on hold, united with Hermod and Erd and returned to Baldur and Bragi in the underworld, making the difficult choice to accuse Baldur of foul play, then perhaps so much of this tragedy could have been avoided.
Agreed. If they all went together,
Ericus
it would have been
arrives
easier.
shortly after with a bouquet of his own, and the pair catch up. Apparently, Xehanort has barely left his room in the last month. Ericus has been heard crying night after night in his own chambers, and Master Odin is hardly
Aw.
more than a glum old man these days, barely recognizable from the person he was before all this happened. I'll try
Aw.
not to read anything into Ericus's words here and banish any thoughts that Odin could have been possessed out of my mind. What we do know is that Odin is apparently already looking towards Xehanort and Ericus's own Mark of Mastery exam. He ceased taking on new Keyblade Master apprentices and wants this pair to take over for him so he can leave this world for a nice cozy one and retire. Apparently he thinks it's time for a change. Xehanort concurs. Ericus changes the subject to chess and challenges Xehanort to one more game, and the pair exchange some light banter as Ericus already knows that Xehanort will eventually say yes. As Ericus begins walking upstairs to the classroom, Xehanort smiles and agrees to the game before closing his eyes. He says quietly under his breath that he hopes Ericus holds on to his dreams of the light. Now, this actually confused me at first, because I am 99% sure that Xehanort is referring to a scene that takes place 2 years after this one. The final episode of Dark Road
when
opened
they're
with a
older.
flash forward to 2 years after the events of the main plot, and I believe that for this penultimate scene, this is meant to be a nice little callback to that moment to close out the story. However, lore-wise, I think Xehanort is demonstrating his ability to see into the hearts of those close to him, and even though he and Ericus will not actually discuss these particular dreams for 2 more years, Ericus's is already firmly marked upon his heart. Xehanort doesn't have to worry in the way that Baldur did. Ericus's dream is to remain a loyal beacon of light to those that might be wandering astray in the darkness. So even if Xehanort were to lose his way one day, Ericus would always be there to rescue him. As the pair leave the graveyard to the east, a cloaked person steps in from the west. The figure approaches calmly, unseen by the 2 that had just departed, and stopped in front of Baldur's grave. The person lamented that Baldur wasn't the one they were looking for after all. Their chosen one had not yet appeared. But this escapade had not been for naught, as Xehanort himself might be useful to their plans one day. The stranger pulls back their hood, kindly allowing the audience to see that Bragi was the mysterious figure wearing the cloak.
I knew it!
This time, we are also treated to a flashback that illuminates more on the brief showdown between Bragi and Balder seen earlier. I already explained most of it as it chronologically happened, but I didn't elaborate on the true importance of that scene at that time in order to not ruin the reveal for anyone who has not played Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, and I'll reiterate that same warning now. I hoped all those people have stopped watching by now, because Bragi is heavily implied to be the latest in an extremely long list of stolen vessels of the Master of Masters' sixth apprentice, Lushu. This time posing
I knew it!
as a brand new Keyblade wielder.
Yeah.
The talk of vessels and keeping this current body should have made this apparent enough, but the clincher was of course the, dare I say, iconic use of the phrase, as if, that his other well-known vessel, Braig/Zigbar, has used on numerous occasions.
Yeah.
It's not exactly clear if Balder believed that he actually did kill Bragi. I mean, we did see Bragi suffering quite a large attack in a flashback, so I think it is very possible that Bragi, or I suppose Lushu, faked his death and slipped away unseen to continue observing events from afar,
Yeah.
just as he had done in the Age of Fairy Tales. The last time we chronologically saw Lushu was in the ancient past, and he had just sent something that he referred to as a seed of light forward through time, the true dandelion. He then had a discussion with the 13th Ancient Darkness that seemed like it was building to some sort of violent outcome, and then shortly afterwards spoke to the Union leader Brain right after Brain had sent 4 friends of his own into the future. By his own reports, he claims to have bestowed the no-name key.
Because there's one of the union leaders just no small concentrated in the line of Willow Levon and then the Keyblade list I landfill
Blade onto a Union leader at this point and taken them on as his apprentice, with instructions to eventually pass that Keyblade down again to an apprentice of their own, and so on. He then departed that land, Keybladeless, and without a copy of the Book of Prophecies to guide him, and naturally progressed through the hundreds, if not thousands of years that it would take until the Master of Masters returned, implanting his heart in a new stolen body whenever his current one became too old or inconvenient to keep using.
Yeah.
So that brings us back to his line spoken now in the Keyblade Graveyard. Bragi had a strong reason to suspect that Balder was the so-called chosen one that he was looking for. But what does this refer to? Balder was an empath, as we have discussed many times already, so I suppose that means that he partially fits the description of the Child of Destiny that I mentioned all the way back at the beginning of this video. Could that tie in with the true dandelion seed that he planted earlier? Maybe, but I think the true answer lies in the Kingdom Hearts 3 secret reports. As said, Lushu was not granted a Book of Prophecies to accompany him on his task, but the Master of Masters must have left him some level of instructions for his pupil,
Yeah.
because Lushu would know that the Master of Masters' return was imminent by the arrival of this so-called Chosen One. He refers specifically to a Chosen One in those exact.
Somewhere in this cyclical history of bequeathings, a chosen one will appear and reenact the Keyblade War. When the scapegoat arrives and takes my Keyblade in hand, that will be the time to take the stage and finish my role. The Lost Masters will. So it's Xehanort? And they thought it was Boulder because of the empathetic heart. That makes sense. But then they got it wrong and it's Xehanort. And then they had to, deal with that stuff. Oh.
Exact words, as they are someone that will eventually come into possession of Lushu's no-name Keyblade and reenact the Keyblade War, facilitating the return of the Foretellers and then the Master of Masters himself. Balder did come extremely close.
Yeah.
He plunged 10 lights into darkness, and if he managed to take down Xehanort, Ericus, and I suppose Odin as well, that would have made 13. Plus it would have allowed him to claim no name at the same time, fulfilling all the report's criteria. So it's understandable that Lushu would have considered him.
Yeah.
But even though Lushu only considered Xehanort as being potentially useful at the moment, well, in about 65 years' time, Lushu will be convinced that Xehanort is indeed the one he is looking for. Xehanort soon inherits no name from Master Odin, and Lushu will eventually step in and intervene directly in Xehanort's life once more.
Yeah,
offering his
but basically.
services in exchange for the false desire of being bequeathed a Keyblade in another stolen guise as a man named Braig. Xehanort will then split his heart into 13 vessels, have those 13 darknesses clash with 7 lights, and as a result, is able to summon Kingdom Hearts, enabling the Master of Masters' return as prophesized. But for now,
Ah.
the usefulness of the vessel of Bragi is lessening. It sounds like Lucia will remain Bragi for a little longer, but if he wants to continue keeping a close eye on the Master of Masters Keyblade, he'll need a new appearance soon, as everyone in this world believes that Bragi is already dead.
Yeah.
With Xehanort's displayed ability to peer into hearts, though, one must wonder if Lucia will take some level of precautions for presenting himself to Xehanort some 65 years from now.
Yeah.
One plotline running throughout Kingdom Hearts 3 concerns the location of the Black Box, an unknown place that even Lucia himself seems to be searching for. I have theorized in the past that perhaps Lucia was able to segment his heart in such a way that the knowledge was hidden even from himself, so that when Xehanort peered into his heart, or even implanted his heart into Lucia directly, that Xehanort would not immediately be able to figure out that this oddly opportunistic stranger, Braig, was far more than he appeared to be. This is technically the end of the main story of Dark Road itself. However, as has been mentioned before, this story also features several flash forwards that further connect the events of this series and allude to the events of future titles as well. And I don't think I'd be fully explaining Kingdom Hearts Dark Road if I didn't cover at least some of those as well. 1 year after the main events of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road had concluded, Master Odin decided that the time had come for Xehanort and Ericus to begin their preparations for the Mark of Mastery exam. Just as the upperclassmen had ill-fatedly done 1 year prior, the pair were both to explore the outside worlds and broaden their horizons before undertaking the test itself. As Xehanort trudged through the corridors of darkness to his destination, he realized how different his emotional state was now compared to when he first embarked with his friends to search for the upperclassmen. Or maybe these feelings were born when he took that initial step down this road 3 years prior, when the man in the brown cloak first set him on this path through the darkness.
True.
Back then, he'd felt horrible emotions as he walked. Hatred, jealousy, doubt, but didn't realize at the time that these emotions belonged to people that he had yet to meet, and some were even directed at him. This initial journey was the point at which the first traces of darkness began to sprout within Xehanort's heart. Now, 3 years later,
Doubt.
Xehanort walked these roads again, but even though he was clad in armor this time, each voyage allowed the darkness to seep a little further into his heart. But maybe that was okay. If his heart was strong enough, if he was the child of destiny that his original guardian always told him that he was, then the darkness should not be able to conquer him. Xehanort dispelled his Keyblade armor and allowed a cloud of darkness to wash over him. However, this was a huge mistake. Within seconds, he was overcome and collapsed within this turbulent tunnel. All was not lost, as within mere moments of his fall, Xehanort was approached by another man in a black cloak, none other than the Master of Masters himself, addressing Xehanort as the Singularity. The Master rescued the young wielder and took him to the Keyblade graveyard, and in his whimsical and mysterious way, startled Xehanort as he regained consciousness. And here, the two engaged in one of the more interesting conversations of the entire series. The Master refuses to identify himself, stating that he could introduce himself as Theodore or Jack, but without any proof to back up his words, what's the point? He also refuses to elaborate on just why he happened to be walking through the extremely hostile corridors of darkness at the exact right time and place that Xehanort needed help. He tells Xehanort that he used to be a Keyblade wielder, more or less, despite not being familiar with the concept of the Mark of Mastery exam, and even seems repulsed by the idea of traveling the worlds to broaden one's horizons, further fueling Xehanort's suspicions about his mysterious savior. To support his claims, the Master beckons Xehanort's blade into his own hands before physically handing the weapon back to the bewildered boy. This is an interesting display. We have never seen a Keyblade wielder able to exercise any level of control over another person's Keyblade before, unless of course they feasibly had some claim to the blades themselves.
Yeah, Riku.
Riku was the true original owner of the Kingdom Key. Sora technically is Roxas in many ways. So these two examples make sense, and we're not even going to talk about what happened here. So unless the Master of Masters ends up being related to Xehanort himself in some way, perhaps the implication is that the Master has dominion over all lesser Keyblades. The Master warns Xehanort against attempting to travel through the corridors of darkness unprotected, and grants Xehanort with his first Dark Cloak, advising that the older style garment will offer far less physical defense than the fancy new Keyblade armor, but in exchange, it will provide far more protection against the darkness. In return, the Master only wants Xehanort to observe what lies in the hearts of others as he journeys through the world.
Because he has the
He equates the
Keyblade
feelings that one
now.
might experience towards someone they love as not always being good or well-meaning, calling them a false kind of light, and
Ericus.
questioning whether such feelings could still be thought of as light or darkness. The Master seems to categorize all people within two camps, those with power and those without, but regardless, all hearts are capable of harboring darkness. Those with
course,
power
everybody
exhibit
is.
the sin of pride and judge those below them, while those without power envy those above them. The darkness that lurks within all hearts is allowed to rise to the surface when dragging others down, when attaining power by seizing it from someone else. The Master wonders aloud in his own manipulative way which type of person Xehanort is. Someone with power or someone without. One of the strong or one of the weak. Xehanort doesn't want to indulge in the Master's pontifications of assigning people into two extreme categories, and even if he was to fall into either of these supposed types, that wouldn't actually mean that he carries darkness. But the Master questions if Xehanort's assertion is actually true. Can he say the Master is wrong after all that he has seen so far? Xehanort has no answer. The Master claims that observing people's hearts will help with Xehanort's ongoing task of broadening his horizons, and promises to wait right here until Xehanort returns to hear all about it.
Oh.
So, clearly, the Master of Masters has deemed Xehanort important enough to personally interfere directly in his life.
Yeah.
It's important to remember that this man is an enigma in so many ways, always performing whatever role is necessary to manipulate those around him into doing what he wants them to do.
Yeah, his
It's
theme is so
unclear how long
chaotic.
The Master's Keyblade hung in the Scala at Kayam classroom, how many students were observed and assessed for their suitability as pawns within the
Yeah.
Master's schemes. But make no mistake, the Master was obviously not in the lanes between coincidentally when Xehanort needed help, nor did he just happen to be carrying a spare dark coat.
Yeah.
Every word of their initial and subsequent conversation
Wait.
was carefully selected.
So are the dark coats he got because of the the Master of Masters, and then he just continues to use those forever? That's so funny. Because I remember when, this was all like first came out, like the back cover key thing, Union Cross movie. And everyone was like, why does he have the coat for Organization 13? But we all know now because Xehanort got the coat, and then he was like, I'm gonna get all of those for my members.
To ensure the Master's plans came to fruition. But how did the Master even show up at this time?
Yeah.
As far as we've been told so far, the Master of Masters' plan was to set the events of the Keyblade War into motion, then time travel forward until the point in the future where he could reap the rewards. Lu Shu's grand task was to physically wait through the eons until someone was successfully able to recreate the Keyblade War, as this event would facilitate the return of both the Foretellers and the Master of Masters.
Yeah.
But yet, here the Master stands, almost a century early, maneuvering perhaps his most important chess piece yet. Assuming the Master of Masters obeys the laws of time travel, he would need a medium, memories, and a waypoint to arrive at this time.
Yeah.
Lu Shu clearly exists at this time, as does the no-name Keyblade that has observed all of Xehanort's life since he arrived at Scala ad Kayam. So, no rules on that end should be broken.
Yeah.
The only question is, why is Xehanort important enough to leap out of time for? And even beyond that, why was saving Xehanort's life performed in secret? Why was the Master's most trusted pupil Lu Shu, a man who has spent an eternity faithfully awaiting the Master's return, forbidden from knowing that the Master had left out of time earlier than Lu Shu was told that he would?
The shock I had.
The way that the Master referred to Xehanort as the singularity is very telling. For my math nerds, in physics, a singularity is defined at the point at which a function takes on an infinite value, a common example of which is the infinite density of matter found at the precise center of a black hole. We know that Xehanort's
Oh.
journey began when he was visited by a person in a brown cloak that set him down this dark path. A path that will eventually lead him to becoming the very man in the brown cloak that sends his past self down that same road once more. An infinite loop with no beginning and no end. A loop that can only exist once because it existed always.
Yeah.
Perhaps being such a person meets the Master's definition of a singularity. But of course, Xehanort is also the one who will successfully recreate the Keyblade War, an event that the Master will have seen clear as day as he peered through his Keyblade into the future.
Yeah.
At the culmination of Kingdom Hearts 3, Xehanort first defeats the 13 Lights as planned, before Sora is able to tear a hole in the fabric of time itself and overwrite the Light Side's defeat, giving them another chance at victory. Yet even after this, Xehanort is still able to forge the Keyblade and summon Kingdom Hearts, before finally being vanquished by Sora and his fellow Keyblade wielders of light. Perhaps this outcome, two simultaneous but contradictory histories existing within the same timeline, is exactly the conclusion that the Master of Masters.
A divergence in the fabric of time that occurred when Sora used the power of waking to override the timeline of defeat. When the phenomenon came into being, a new world without defeat was born, creating two contradictory histories within the same timeline. Okay.
Sort. And perhaps therein lies our answer for the question of why Lushu could not know about the Master's intervention to set Xehanort on this very course. Lushu was forbidden from taking a copy of the Book of Prophecies with him on his century-spanning quest, with the idea being that if Lushu read a copy of the book and knew exactly where and when he was supposed to appear throughout all of time, the very act of knowing his own future would allow him to alter it. Perhaps if Lushu knew with certainty that Xehanort was the scapegoat that would finally spell the end of his task, he may have acted in such a way that might prevent that outcome from occurring at all. After his journey through the worlds that we do not get to see, Xehanort returns to the Keyblade Graveyard once more, and viewers that have played Kingdom Hearts 3 will recognize this next section very well, as it is a word-for-word recreation of one of the first scenes in the Remind DLC.
Oh, well, I haven't played Remind,
Here,
but that's okay.
The returning Xehanort yet again confers with the Master of Masters, and affirms that his journey to revisit the worlds and observe people's hearts has only solidified his beliefs. Regardless of how faint it may be, darkness lurks within every heart. And just as the Master had alluded to in their prior meeting, this darkness indeed causes inevitable struggles for power within each world. From Xehanort's perspective, the weak indeed usurp the strong in meager attempts to seize power, and perpetuate this endless cycle of chaotic violence as they scramble for control. This must not be allowed to continue. Xehanort says verbatim that he has now learned the reason for his existence, and with the added context of Dark Road, I think we can finally understand precisely what Xehanort means by this.
Yeah.
For all of his childhood, Xehanort was taught by his mentor that he was this so-called child of destiny, someone who was born to save the world from darkness.
Yeah.
But if he continually observed that darkness lurks within every heart, even in these worlds filled with supposedly abundant light, then how could he fulfill that prophesized role? He had already seen the devastation that could be wrought by just one heart that succumbed to the darkness within. The catastrophe and heartbreak that someone could inflict when attempting to enact their own dark ambitions. Just one heart of darkness had nearly summoned Kingdom Hearts and thrown all worlds into turmoil. And in the infinite expanse of worlds and the countless people within endlessly grasping for power, it could surely happen again. But Xehanort had also seen worlds in which order was forcibly maintained. The citizens of those worlds could have darkness in their hearts. That was fine. It only manifested as insignificant, feeble fear anyway. None dared challenge the overwhelming rule of the Queen of Hearts or the order she kept. So rather than allow this perpetually repeating cycle of chaos as the weak vie to disempower the strong, Xehanort's experience told him that it would be better for all people to be ruled by darkness. Xehanort discusses his beliefs. The Remind version of this cutscene veers away from Xehanort's perspective and arrives on the Master's hands. The Master's left hand is tightly gripped by the right, as if to prevent the Master from outwardly reacting to the news that his latest pawn was following the exact path that was laid out for him. Perhaps, in order to successfully manipulate someone into following this drastic path that culminated in the recreation of the Keyblade War, the Master could not have just simply told Xehanort about all the evils of the world and what Xehanort should do to set things right. But by carefully identifying someone who had experienced all that Xehanort had been through, someone primed to accept exactly the worldview that the Master wanted him to adopt, and by prodding and guiding Xehanort down this path to observe the all-encompassing darkness in people's hearts, Xehanort now unreservedly believed in his destined status.
Yeah.
In his mind, he was the child of destiny. He would prevent the chaos of these false lights from consuming the world, and he had an enormous personal stake in ensuring that he succeeded. But as for how to actually make that happen, Xehanort still wasn't sure. With the journey to broaden his horizons almost over, The Mark of Mastery exam wouldn't be too far away now. Perhaps the test itself would grant Xehanort some clarity in how to proceed. But the Master of Masters won't hear it, urging Xehanort to listen to what his heart is telling him, regardless of whatever the Mark of Mastery exam might say. Xehanort believes the world needs him. He should trust in his heart
Feeding
and
into
let
that
it guide his actions.
dream.
And when Xehanort does listen to his heart, he can feel exactly where it is that he is supposed to go. Between the time when the Master of Masters first rescued Xehanort and now, Xehanort was once again contacted by a future version of himself. The very same heart that had initially set Xehanort upon his journey 3 years ago showed up again now and assisted Xehanort in time traveling forward through time to assemble the 13 vessels that would make up the true Organization 13 seen in Kingdom Hearts 3. Xehanort time traveled forward as instructed and performed all the actions that we saw him perform in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, where we refer to him as Young
Yes.
Xehanort to distinguish him among all the other
Going back in time, defeat did not erase the losing history. The history clearly exists, or is able to reach it again in Remind. Let me know if you fully explain this as well. Yeah.
versions of himself that were currently present. His act of travelling forward meant he became a waypoint himself
How much time do
for
I
the
have?
hearts of
Okay,
Ansem the Seeker
half
of
an hour.
Darkness, Xemnas, Vanitas, and the Riku replica to temporarily leave their places within the stories of the various Kingdom Hearts games and guide themselves into the future, to await the arrival of Master Xehanort as his body reformed after the destruction of both his Nobody and Heartless in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. But as we saw in Dream Drop Distance, the attempt to unite the 13 vessels on this day was thwarted, as the organization's plan to snag Sora as their 13th and final vessel failed, and young Xehanort's heart, and all the hearts that Xehanort had guided to that point, returned to their original departure points in time. Unfazed and planning for all eventualities, they time-traveled forward once more as seen in Kingdom Hearts 3, this time
Yeah.
inhabiting replica bodies that allowed them to stay in their non-native times for far longer than the brief moment they thought they would require in Dream Drop Distance. But they were all again defeated by Sora and the Guardians of Light in the final battle at the Keyblade Graveyard, and each returned to their respective times. As per the rules of time travel, young Xehanort remembers none of his journeying throughout time. However, the act of him time traveling into the future has been etched into his heart. His future is now written in stone, and in order to grow into the man that becomes all these others, he must live his life exactly in accordance with his destined path,
Yeah.
so as not to cause any paradoxical deviations from the history that requires him to grow and travel backwards in time himself, to send his past self down the exact same road that he was once sent down. Which brings things back to Dark Road. When Xehanort says he can sense where he's supposed to go and what he's supposed to do, well, yes, he probably very literally can. Even the black coat itself seems familiar, which it damn well should, seeing as how often a version of himself will wear it in the future. But the Master of Masters doesn't want Xehanort to get too comfortable in this coat, and again in his manipulative way, states that if Xehanort truly possesses great power, then he needn't fear the darkness forever. In fact, one day, Xehanort will be the one wielding it. Xehanort has finally had enough of these games, and straight out asks just who or what this clairvoyant and mysterious man is. But the Master dances around the question, again reinforcing his earlier point that words could be misleading, but that the truth is whatever Xehanort actually sees with his eyes. Disregarding this message, Xehanort asks once more for the Master's name, and the exasperated Master finally drops all pretense and actually tells the youth his true name. We, the audience, however, are not so fortunate as to actually hear the name, as in both Dark Road and Remind, the subtitle is blanked out, and Remind even goes so far as to mute the Master's word and flash light across the screen as he speaks, almost as if to deliberately show that the word is being censored by an outside force that doesn't yet want us, the viewers, to know. The enigmatic man confirms that he is a lost master, one of the mysterious Keyblade wielders of yore, for whom the ancient Keyblade War was started, just like in Master Odin's favourite story. And as the Master of Masters walks away, his latest pawn, properly placed now on the board and destined to fulfill his
Again, Odin has to be someone that we knew from Union. Like, I feel it has to be one of the versions of Brain, maybe. Like, that's the theory, that there's a data version and then there's the real version. Which one it is, I don't know. And if it isn't him, who is it? Because he clearly has history with the Union leaders, or, like, at least Ephema and, I think to an extent Luciu, maybe, but I don't know. Like, It just seems sus.
Wishes leaves Xehanort with a final message, just as he had with all the other young people who looked up to and trusted him. A mantra that sounds nice and even reassuring on the surface, but in hindsight seems tinged with the machinations of the Master of Masters every time it is uttered.
Yep.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Yeah.
Arnhardt's great. Steer us wrong every time.
75 years later, soon after his recompletion during the events of Dream Drop Distance, the far older Master Xehanort will look back on this moment and chuckle to himself, now understanding the truth behind the mysterious stranger's words. Ironically, Xigbar doesn't want to hear about any old bedtime stories, urging Xehanort back to his task at hand of assembling the 13 vessels of the real organization. Though if Master Xehanort had been allowed to continue talking, perhaps Xigbar would have pieced together that the old man was talking about his former master.
Yeah.
2 years after the
That would have been
events of Dark
interesting if
Road,
Lucy found out.
20% protein. 100.
If he found out that the Master of Masters had jumped out of time to speak to Xehanort, then it would have been. I feel like he would have been betrayed because it's like, where the fuck have you been? I've been doing all the work for you, and suddenly you jump out of time for this guy. Like, yeah, I think it would have been interesting.
reunite after their respective journeys to broaden their horizons over their favorite pastime of chess. It was always Ericus's dream to travel the worlds on his own, a dream he was now finally able to realize. But that desire for independence rings so hollowly now that his 5 classmates are no longer here, and isolation is a constant factor of Ericus's daily life. Xehanort's
True.
especially his encounters with the Master of Masters, has led him to do a lot of thinking on both the events of the past and his plans for the future. The conclusion that he reached was that one lifetime was simply not enough. And whereas Ericus believed that one should find pupils to carry on one's legacy, he was rather taken aback to hear Xehanort state that he would rather see things through himself. Ericus humours his old friend, wondering just how many lifetimes it would take to see Xehanort's grand ambitions realized. Xehanort tallies in midair and finally settles on his number. 13 lifetimes is what it would take to rebuild the world. And a 14th. One last lifetime for the curious Xehanort to explore this brand new world. This scene is perhaps our biggest hint as to the future of the Kingdom Hearts series, and because I intend to continue discussing Xehanort's life in this chronological manner, I will expand upon exactly what this is implying a little later on.
This is hurting my eyes.
But surmise it to
Closing
say
my eyes.
that I think Xehanort's extraordinary dream will one day be realized. As for Ericus's dream, he simply wants to stay true to the light. Should anyone lose themselves in the darkness, Ericus wants to be there as a beacon to guide them home. Master Odin had shone a light that cut through the darkness and saved both his and Xehanort's lives. And perhaps with a warm, supportive light, instead of the depressive force of loneliness, Baldur would not have been irreversibly lost to his own darkness. And while these events may have played a part in formulating Ericus's dream, I think that deep down, he knows that his best friend Xehanort is someone who walks a road close to that dark path. And should Xehanort ever lose his way, Ericus wants to be there as a waypoint to guide him back to the light. This is the very same dream I mentioned earlier, the one that I can only infer that Xehanort was able to read within Ericus's heart 2 years prior, showing that Ericus's commitment to ensuring his best friend stays safe within the light and does not succumb to the darkness like Baldur did, has not wavered after all this time, or throughout any of the things that Ericus saw on his own journey. After another 2 years of training and studying, and with the Mark of Mastery exam finally on the horizon, Xehanort prepared to leave Scala ad Caem once more. On a dark and rainy day, just before his departure, a dejected Xehanort yet again visited the graveyard where his friends and former classmates were symbolically laid to rest to pay his respects, showing that the events that took place those 4 years ago still weighed heavily on Xehanort's mind and continued to inform his current actions. Ericus also arrives and greets his sullen comrade, trying to get Xehanort to remember the good times with their departed friends. But Xehanort's demeanor is unchanging, even as Ericus continues to extend an olive branch by saying that he doesn't have to go anywhere, and that what happened to these people wasn't Xehanort's fault. Clearly, Ericus has observed quite a shift in his friend over the past 2 years, as any trace of that curious and naive boy he once was is gone, and a permanent scowl now constantly adorns Xehanort's face. A potent cocktail of emotions must be constantly mulling within Xehanort at this point. The weight of his ever-present prophesized burden to somehow save the world from chaos, the awful implications of just what saving the world would require him to do, plus the constant and deeply personal reminders of what could happen if those with the power to make a change in the world lacked the conviction to do what was necessary. Xehanort does not place any of these worries on Eraqus' shoulders, and simply states that he wants to see more of what's out there before the Mark of Mastery exam. But Eraqus is a little confused and concerned. Haven't they already spent a year seeing what's out there? What isn't Xehanort telling him? What is Xehanort truly looking for? Xehanort has no answer for these questions, and begins leaving the graveyard to commence his departure. But Eraqus calls out through the rain that Xehanort had better return. The pair have a score to settle after all. Eraqus is about 200 losses behind Xehanort in chess, and by the sounds of things, he intends to even the score, no matter how far behind Eraqus and his light pieces are, or how many times he has tried and failed before. Xehanort turns around to correct Eraqus' arithmetic, and upon seeing his best friend's face, there it is. A glimmer of light and hope has broken through the turbulent dark clouds that obscure Xehanort's heart. Xehanort questions if Eraqus really means what he said. Was Xehanort truly not to blame for his classmates' deaths? Could he still remain here, standing beside the light after all that had happened? Had he not already walked too far down this dark road?
Nah.
With all the turmoil that Xehanort faces, he has almost forgotten that Eraqus will always believe in him, always be there.
It's like
for him,
Sora with
no matter
Riku.
what.
It's sort of the same
With some
thing.
common ground finally found between the pair, Eraqus bids Xehanort well on his journey, knowing that Xehanort will always have a beacon of light to show him the way home. We only see one instance of what Xehanort witnessed while on this latest journey through the worlds, as he allowed himself to be captured and dragged before Wonderland's Queen of Hearts once more. Xehanort was charged with trespassing and willfully disturbing Her Majesty's peace, exactly as his classmates had been accused of 4 years prior. Perhaps Xehanort attacked some Heartless to get the guards' attention in the same way that they had. The Queen is predictably infuriated by Xehanort's transgressions, but surprisingly, she doesn't recognize him, even after their 2 prior encounters. It has been 4 years from Xehanort's point of view, but, as we discussed earlier, time flows differently from one world relative to the next. We can assume that because Sora, and then Roxas, will visit Wonderland about 70 years from now to find the Queen of Hearts and all her subjects within it alive and well, that time must be flowing extremely slowly in this world, relative to what we can assume is the true flow of time throughout the realm of light. So what I'm getting at here is, though it has been 4 years from Xehanort's perspective, barely any time is likely to have passed for the Queen of Hearts at all, which makes it even more interesting that she does not seem to remember one of the mysterious outsiders who stormed into her courtroom twice and caused an enormous ruckus a relatively short time ago. Xehanort is surprised by the Queen's amnesia, but upon peering into the Queen of Hearts' heart, he observes that darkness has once again taken root within. This is apparently precisely the outcome that Xehanort anticipated seeing, a confirmation of the last 2 years of studying and the reason for his journey to the outside worlds once more. Xehanort smiles to himself as the Queen once again demonstrates her wrath, and he confidently strides up to the courtroom podium to receive his sentence. So despite destroying a physical embodiment of the darkness in the Queen's heart not once, but twice 4 years prior, only a short time later, once again the woman's heart overflowed with darkness. So why does this information not only not surprise Xehanort, but even seem to make him happy? I absolutely have thoughts about this, but maybe I'll elaborate on them a little later.
No! Oh, wait, hold on, my dude. My god, I
I'll
can't read that
elaborate on them
fast.
a little later.
Okay, this is way outside the scope of Dark Road Explained video, but here are some quick thoughts. Does each homeworld of Princess of Heart have a paired Heart of Darkness, with a Heartless symbolically representing one of the 7 deadly sins, a darkness that is always slain by the hero of light, temporarily cleansing the worlds of the sins? Even if it's unrelated to the princesses, is this what keeps the isolated worlds of light in balance, or the darkness in people's hearts coalesces into chosen sacrificial people that are periodically struck down, only for it to regularly appear again? Is this the result of the worlds keeping light and darkness separated? If so, something must be done to harmonize these opposing forces and right this injustice. From
Just as she had
Xehanort's
delivered
point of
the
view,
first
yes,
time,
probably.
I'm sure the verdict for Xehanort's latest crimes was also guilty, but clearly Xehanort did not allow himself to receive the capital punishment that the Queen felt he deserved. Perhaps he had to battle yet another Heartless embodying the sin of wrath, or maybe he merely portaled out of the world after his hypothesis was confirmed. Xehanort might have even journeyed to more worlds as part of this latest pursuit of knowledge. We do not get to see anything that happened immediately following this scene. But what we can surmise is that in the 2 years that followed, the youth eventually returned home. And after 6 years have passed since the main events of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, it is implied that Xehanort and Ericus' Mark of Mastery exam was finally conducted by Master Odin. The curious, enigmatic old man with a yet unknown agenda, seen wielding both a blade associated with darkness and another of light in equal measure,
Yeah.
eventually named the pair as Keyblade Masters, and passed one of those ancient blades onto each of his inheritors respectively. But Xehanort believed that though both friends had been granted the title of Master, only Ericus, new wielder of the Master Defender and known descendant of a long lineage of Keyblade wielders, was Master Odin's true successor and heir. Xehanort would later write about this time period in his 8th report, wherein he also discussed Ericus' refusal to sway from the absolute perspective of light being the only path forward to protecting the world, and darkness in all its forms being a non-negotiable evil. But in all the years since he first arrived in Scala ad Caem, and through all the countless encounters with light and darkness that he had seen throughout his life, Xehanort's perspective had become more nuanced. He believed that light and darkness should exist in harmony, in balance with each other, and that too much of that darkness had been stamped out of these light-filled worlds for their own good. I've written about 4 more pages of discussion here on this topic, but it's very much outside of the scope of this video, so I'll do my best to summarize, and post the rest of that script on my Patreon. Essentially, I almost wonder if Xehanort has realized that in the aftermath of the Keyblade War, where every world now exists as a discrete little pocket of almost pure light sequestered amongst an ocean of darkness, the intended harmony of the universe has been completely shattered. Darkness is forbidden from existing, and yet, as a natural component of this universe, exist it will continue to do, cropping up particularly strongly in the hearts of certain people in each world. These people almost always disrupt the balance of a world ruled by light, constantly causing chaos and claiming lives as they clash against the unbalanced nature of their world, and are destined to be dispatched in the name of the light by various heroes, almost like some sort of sacrificial lambs that soak up all the darkness of these worlds.
Almost like an empath,
purged.
almost.
Ultimately, such chaos could very easily again lead to the destruction of all worlds, as it very nearly did a few years prior at Baldur's hands. Unless, of course, someone stood up and made an incredibly difficult, but ultimately necessary and beneficial choice. And as both one of the few remaining Keyblade Masters in the world, and supposedly the prophesized Child of Destiny, perhaps Xehanort alone possessed the right to dictate the future of...
Interesting, because I remember people saying that the Child of Destiny might be Sora, but I'm guessing maybe not.
worlds. 1 year after being pronounced a Keyblade Master and inheriting the no-name Keyblade, Xehanort approached his good friend and fellow master Ericus with a proposal.
7
The
years
pair
later.
should summon Kingdom Hearts and purge the worlds. Baldur would have used this destructive power to usher in a world ruled by darkness, and the cycle would have only repeated itself once more, this time with light chaotically fighting for its own existence. But with a wielder of light and darkness united at the helm, together they would tear down the tyranny of light, and hope for a new world of light and darkness in equal measure to be created from the ashes. After everything Xehanort had experienced, endured, and been led to believe, he wished to create a world in which there would be no more conflict between light and darkness.
That's
This
impossible, but
is how
yeah,
the Child
I
of
get him.
Destiny would save the world. But just as the deceased upperclassman had urged the pair to do years prior, the two friends had indeed broadened their horizons and taken much from their experiences, arriving at two extremely different perspectives as a result. Because Ericus, of course, was unwilling to budge on his worldview even a little, and rejected Xehanort's proposition. I find it hard to blame the boy, having been brought up since birth to believe that darkness in all its forms is the definition of evil, and seeing firsthand the carnage wrought by a being of darkness that was attempting to do the very thing that Xehanort was proposing now. Xehanort spoke sincerely, claiming that this is what his experience has taught him was the best path to protect the world, and that he did not come to this decision easily. But Ericus is unconvinced, and demands to know how Xehanort can be so sure that the drastic measure of summoning Kingdom Hearts is the correct method to protect the world. How would one go about explaining the burden placed upon oneself as a child, that it was their destiny to save the world from darkness? How could he explain that he felt the path to this outcome already etched upon his heart, and that he had no choice but to follow it? Maybe Xehanort can't quite put the feelings into words, because his only answer is to ask how Ericus can be so certain that his solution is not correct in return.
Yeah.
Ericus appears sad and lost in thought for a moment, before readying his blade. After everything that Ericus has experienced, allowing someone this close to the darkness to summon Kingdom Hearts would surely be a disaster for the world. As a Keyblade Master, no. As Xehanort's true friend, Ericus must put a stop to him and show him the way back to the light. The two masters
A very
leapt into
aggressive
the air
way.
as the clash of their weapons rang out. Xehanort's first true step towards enacting his plans of summoning Kingdom Hearts that would eventually lead to the Keyblade War seen in Kingdom Hearts 3, a cruel reflection of a similar clash between masters that signaled the beginning of the previous Keyblade War all those years ago. Ericus's
Albert and
words,
Luciu.
life has taught us far different lessons, could very well serve as the thesis statement of Dark Road's entire story. Perspective is everything. The same events, witnessed by the same two people, in the same place and at the same time, were interpreted in two diametrically opposed ways.
Yeah.
In this example, because of the witnesses' wildly different perspectives on darkness and light. Xehanort would devote the rest of his life to his interpretation, and Ericus was equally ready to give his own life to ensure that Xehanort would never see that vision through. In his 8th report, Xehanort described this moment, noting that he and Ericus did not see eye to eye, and after this encounter, he left to wander the worlds, feeling true freedom for
Hey,
the first
Heffy,
time
how you
since
doing?
he stepped through the portal at Destiny Islands and escaped his childhood home for the worlds outside. But free to do what? How would he achieve his goals, especially without the blessing and aid of Ericus? Over the next several decades, the curious Xehanort would research many subjects, including the mysteries of the Keyblades, with such knowledge leading him to uncover more about the ancient Keyblade War, and eventually to discovering the legend of the fabled Keyblade itself, a weapon with which one could not only summon Kingdom Hearts, but also unlock and truly master its incredible power. With such a blade in his hands, Xehanort would not be merely at the mercy of Kingdom Hearts to blindly purge the worlds and hope for the best, but truly in command to wield its power and recreate the world exactly as he saw fit.
I'm good. A little numb because some reason I thought I'd be a good idea to play DVD. Oh, bless you. My DMs are always open if you need to talk. Hope you're okay.
With 47 years of time and research to reinforce his beliefs behind him, Xehanort once again returned to Ericus.
Oh my god, why does Ericus look so
Ericus's
white?
special inherited dominion, the land of departure. with
He's
a
so
new
tan
vision.
in the game.
Ericus helped Xehanort as he completed his grand task of obtaining the Keyblade. With this mighty key, Xehanort sought to first summon Kingdom Hearts, and then open every imaginable door to every world, beckoning whatever remaining Keyblade wielders still existed across these
Yeah,
scattered
well, I
worlds.
just mean Dead by Daylight is a shit game. Says it. Oh, lots of sweats. No, yeah, that's why I've taken a break from DBD because of the sweats. It's a fun game, but it's only fun if you play like with a full squad. Personally, for me, if you play with a full squad that people you know, shit game. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. What your other post meant. Sorry, my apologies. I thought something was wrong, and I was like, no.
Worlds, knowing that they would flock together to battle over ownership of this precious power. The resultant battle would once again enact another apocalyptically destructive toll onto all worlds, reducing the already fragile lands of light to rubble, and with the power of Kingdom Hearts under Xehanort's command, he would recreate the world.
Yeah, I have
from
a
the
4.
darkness
Well,
that
3
seeped
now.
in
Code
to
doesn't
fill
play
the
anymore.
voids.
Ah, bless.
Creation born from ruin. an entirely new world existing in a perfect equilibrium of darkness and light, one that the curious Xehanort could not wait to explore.
Oh,
As we
yeah,
see
this
in
is
Dark
Dark
Road, and as we
Birth
saw
by
a
Sleep.
decade earlier in Birth by Sleep, Ericus was willing to give his life to ensure that his old friend Xehanort would not be allowed to go through with this drastic plan. And after his words failed to dissuade Xehanort from his life's work,
Welcome to join us sometime if you like. Of course, I would love to. Let me know. I'm happy to play. I haven't played in a long time, so I might be rusty, but happy to try.
Ericus charged recklessly at Xehanort as the visitor strode away. But with a simple motion, Xehanort unleashed the power of darkness upon his childhood ally, scarring his face permanently with its tinged and corrosive power. For the first time, Ericus could see that the darkness had truly
This
taken
power.
a man he once called a friend.
Has the
And
darkness
the only
taken you,
praise that this
Xehanort?
act of desperation had been enough to give Xehanort
I love that
cause
line
to
in the
reconsider
series.
his plans.
That's okay. We play for fun. If we get out, if we don't, oh well. Ah, cool.
64 years after the main events of Dark Road had concluded, after another decade of planning and exploration, I believe that Master Xehanort has finally learned the method for crafting the Keyblade. The blade was a
Took him
perfect
so
balance
long.
of light and darkness itself, but it was alleged to have split into 20 pieces, 7 of light and 13 of darkness when it shattered. So, if equal powers of light and darkness were to be pit against each other and clash, the Keyblade should be reforged. But Xehanort's body was growing old, too old to see this task through to its fruition. I think at this point, with his goal now so close to finally being attainable after a lifetime of research and work, Xehanort might have reached some level of sentimentality as he looked back upon his life and all that he had done since leaving his tiny island home as a boy. Before he carried out his grand plan, perhaps it was time to indulge in the pursuit of something a little bit closer to the heart, to seek out the very people that he once dreamed of, the people that had inspired Xehanort to leave his island and seek the worlds outside in the first place. It's also very possible that he simply needed an additional pawn to see his plan through, but whatever the reason, Xehanort returned to the magic mirror of the Dwarf Woodlands to ask the magical entity a question.
But this is also sort of like what he was saying the light was bad for, because the light, they all went and they secretly used this, and then the queen turned against them. But he's also basically doing the same thing, so it sort of contradicts himself, in a way. Like, I'm not saying that Xehanort is a good character either, because, like, I think when he was younger, he was very innocent, so it's easier to say that he had very early ideas of darkness. But after, I think, what happened with the Master of Masters, it very much set him on the path that he wanted.
Did those 6 friends ever even exist? And if so, could they be found? The mirror, in its typical non-conventional way, implied that indeed, the people that Xehanort dreamed of did exist. And though some lay beyond this world and time, there were some that could be found here and now, describing a boy bearing both great light and darkness that had arrived at a location that Xehanort instantly recognized as the
Ventus!
graveyard. All those familiar with Union Cross will recall that near the end of that story, after Ven had recaptured one of the 13 ancient darknesses back within his heart, Brain sent Lorium, Arena, and the unconscious Ven forward into the future to destinations unknown. As per the rules of time travel, they were reduced to mere hearts as they voyaged through time, and required a waypoint, someone with memories of them, and
Oh wait, we already
a
know this.
medium to rebuild their bodies with, in order to become completely whole.
Cool
again.
rules though for time
I can
travel
only
that they
surmise
made
that
for Kingdom
Xehanort's
Hearts.
act of seeking out and learning Ven's location may have sufficed as Ven's waypoint here. The fact that someone was opening their heart and reaching out for any trace of their 6 friends may have been enough for Ven to unknowingly.
Yeah, because the play, obviously, as we know, if we watched Union Cross together with me, just then, literally the player is Xehanort and has all the memories of him spending time with Ven. Like, what the? And then, yeah, opening his heart, questioning, who is this person? Oh, by the way, he's just a couple of words away. Go travel over there, you'll see him. Oh,
latch onto and
no.
allow him to arrive in this time. Union Cross made the effort to show the audience that the wind was blowing in the Keyblade graveyard at the moment of Ven's arrival, which is a somewhat overlooked detail about this world, apart from all the tornadoes, of course. But it's a detail
Yes.
worth noticing when you compare his arrival scene to Lorium and Orena's, which show that pair have rematerialized in a field of flowers and in a lightning storm, respectively. Presumably, the developers would therefore like the audience to infer that these people were somehow reformed in their respective locations by using one of these elements as their medium,
Yeah.
which matches what we associate them with throughout the rest of the series.
Makes sense.
So, I'll admit that it's a bit of a reach, but given that cinematically, we are shown several scenes of people arriving in the future after successfully traveling through time back to back. First Maleficent through her robe, then Lorium in the flowers, then Elrena in the lightning. 3 scenes that show particular focus on elements that we can reasonably assume to be the traveler's mediums.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
it's all worlds that Xehanort can visit too. Like, in terms of this. So maybe Braig later went and saw and he was like, oh, these are the guys that we might have to follow up on later for Organization 13. Like,
too far out of the realm of possibility to assume that the wind helped reform Ven as his medium. Wind is practically his namesake after all,
That's
an
true.
element he most closely associates with apart from light. And it's not like there was anything else in this immediate vicinity that could have helped.
Yeah.
The actual Keyblade graveyard part of the Keyblade graveyard
Excuse me.
is a bit further away. And the earth Ven is lying on is more of that other guy's thing. Although, immediately following those aforementioned cutscenes, another starts to play. And this scene shows that Ven's arrival point does seem to be at the exact spot that a certain someone, a someone that I don't think is Luxu, is shown to be walking through and pause at, with the infamous black box in hand, at some currently unknown point in time.
Yes.
Aside from lifting his hood to reveal a face identical to Brain's, we have not yet seen what happens immediately following this moment. Why
Yeah.
exactly this person is here and chose to lift up their hood and affirm their goals at this time. If said someone were to then influence the spot in some way, maybe by burying the black box here, who knows? But maybe whatever reason this cloaked individual was here has something to do with why Ven's heart arrived and reformed his body at the exact time that perfectly aligned with Master Xehanort's moment of introspection
Yeah.
and future ambitions. Ven is said to be the one foretold to carry darkness into the future after all. His departure and arrival should have been
Poor
witnessed
thing.
by Luxu and Xehanort respectively.
Had such
And
pain through
as
his
they
whole
were
life.
each wielders of the no-name Keyblade at those times, those moments should therefore be recorded in the Book of Prophecies. This has gotten very far off the rails for a simple tangent. Let's somewhat happily resign to thinking of the wind as Ven's medium until any further information contradicts this and move on.
Yeah, no, hurry up, Kingdom Hearts. I
As
want to
for
see what
Ven's
happens.
Memories, Xehanort has already displayed the ability to recall segments of a conversation from the ancient past because of his connection to the player, and in that very same conversation that he recalled in Wonderland, the name Ventus and Ven were spoken. I think that Ven would at least be able to recall his own name because Xehanort would have been able to provide Ven with that fragment of his own memory. But because no one else in this time retained any memories of Ventus from his time in Union Cross, essentially every other memory about his life prior to time traveling would be completely lost to him, making the boy little better than a complete amnesiac when he arrived in this time. It's also worth noting that the darkness that Ven absorbed into his heart came along for the journey through time,
Yeah.
and that its presence may also be a factor in deciding where and when Ven arrived. Hypothetically, Maleficent could also be acting as a waypoint for the time travelers as well, but I can't say with any certainty if she's relevant in this case.
Yeah, not in this
Either way,
case, but
Xehanort discovered
maybe
that
in
one of
other
the people
cases,
from
though.
his childhood dreams was indeed real, and took the young boy on as an apprentice Keyblade wielder. Xehanort would write in his reports that the boy was too young to inhabit as a vessel, but with the tremendous darkness coursing within him, the boy was a perfect candidate to serve in his other purposes. He would forcibly extract the darkness within Ventus's heart, creating a new being that would be known as Vanitas. The process very nearly killed Ventus, and Xehanort took the dying boy that he once dreamed of to the very island home in which he once dreamed of him.
yeah.
However, Ven's injured heart was able to reach out and connect with another, and the light of the unborn saw his heart called back and filled in the
Unborn?
blank space in Ven's heart that had been torn out to
I thought he was
create
born.
Vanitas, influencing how that being would appear in the future. Slight detour aside, Xehanort now had his heart of pure light and pure darkness, and he reached out to his old friend Ericus to ask that he care for Ventus as he recovered. Xehanort travelled the corridors of darkness with the injured Ven following in tow, his recovering heart completely sealed off from the darkness through Sora's protection. Xehanort also no longer feared the darkness, walking these corridors without the protection of a black coat, just as the Master of Masters had predicted that he would. As the pair travelled, Xehanort recalled the journey his own guardian had taken when he left Scala ad Caem and travelled to the Destiny Islands through these same corridors. with the baby Xehanort swaddled in only a blanket for protection in their arms. He then says something rather interesting, that Xehanort's mentor, the reincarnated player and protagonist of Missing Link, had, among other things, taught Xehanort that the one inscribed in the book, the one chosen to be a dark vessel, can connect their heart to others and feel what they feel. In his continuing lifelong attempt to live up to the prophecy his mentor spoke of, Xehanort then outstretches his arms, actively embracing and connecting to the hearts of darkness that flood these corridors, in the hopes that he might finally be found worthy of his supposedly destined role. As Xehanort and the barely responsive Ventus arrive in the land of departure, they are greeted by Master Ericus, who takes Xehanort aside and leaves Ven with Terra and Aqua. We have seen the three disciples' conversation before in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah.
The Dark Road allows the audience to hear Xehanort attempting to apologize to Ericus, before asking Ericus to take Ventus into his care. Xehanort says that he stands too closely to the darkness, and tells Ericus that Ventus could be the child of destiny, letting us know that Ericus is also aware of this prophecy. But, this has to be a lie, right? Xehanort might suspect that Ven could fit the description, but surely he still believes himself to be the one his guardian spoke of, even though that belief might be wavering after all these decades of perceived unrealized potential. Xehanort is also no stranger to lying to those he wishes to manipulate.
Yeah,
in order
we've
to
seen this.
behave how he desires. His interactions with Terra and Ericus throughout all of Birth by Sleep should give us little reason to trust him here. But what if he's not lying? Xehanort does already know that Ven is special in some way, having seen Ven in his childhood dreams, and he can probably peer into Ven's heart even now and see the miracle that has taken place within it. A miracle that occurred when the boy connected his heart with another's on the Destiny Island.
Yeah, actually.
This gave Ven another chance at life from the clutches of death, a birth by sleep, if you will.
It was,
This
yeah.
child with a heart of pure light that can verifiably connect that heart with others has effectively begun a new life that started on these islands. These are all factors that mean Ven fits convincingly into Xehanort's former mentor's prophecy. Let's put a pin in this for a moment, because, lie or not, the statement is enough to convince Ericus to take Ven on as a pupil. But the pair don't have any more chances to chat, as Ven can be heard bellowing out in pain from the entrance hall. As we
Yeah.
saw in Birth by Sleep, Terra and Aqua's questioning about Ventus's past has caused the amnesiac boy tremendous pain. After offloading Ventus, Xehanort made to leave the land of departure when he was approached by Vanitas, who essentially asked if Ven was alright. Xehanort didn't answer the being, and Vanitas brushed Ven off, glad that the pair were rid of him. But Xehanort surprisingly says that he did all this for Ventus, not for Vanitas. Extracting the darkness from the boy's heart and leaving him to be raised under Ericus' guidance were apparently not only means to the end of creating the clash between light and darkness that Xehanort sought, but acts of mercy as well. Perhaps Xehanort intervened to prevent Ventus from the pain of harboring such a darkness within his heart.
Maybe.
Or to ensure that Ven
Who knows
could
what would have
not be the
happened?
fated one from the prophecy of the Child of Destiny if his heart was no longer entangled with darkness, or was sealed off from connecting with any further hearts. If Ventus no longer possessed these supposed capabilities of the Child of Destiny, then perhaps such a frail child as Ven would be spared the burden of saving the world. A burden that Xehanort felt only he was convicted enough to see through, no matter what terrible sacrifices such a role would surely require.
It's a bug and all.
Giving Xehanort a somewhat sympathetic backstory that informs his misguided lifelong goals through Dark Road, whilst also having to acknowledge and account for his particularly evil deeds seen in Birth by Sleep,
Yeah.
was always going to be a challenge for the writers. But telling us now that Xehanort was somehow doing Ventus a kindness by nearly killing him is definitely one of the tougher revisionist pills to swallow.
Oh,
I'm interested to
100%,
hear your
because-
interpretations as
It's tough. I think seeing the way he interprets light and darkness makes sort of sense, because he sort of sees the burden of of destiny his goal and his lifelong work. So he believes like, oh, I am the child of destiny. That is my role. Nobody else should harbor that, which is to not separate light and darkness, but to balance them out. But because he felt darkness was so imbalanced on Ventus, he was probably like, you know what? I'm gonna save this guy's life and take the darkness out of him, let it be separate, and whatever happens to him will happen. Like, he's just gonna live a life at least. And then when the time comes, it's sort of like spoilers, Harry Potter, where Dumbledore knew what was going to happen to him basically, not the whole time, but had an idea. And then at the end, Snape says in the movie and in the book, he's basically been raised like a pig for slaughter. Not going to spoil it too much, but that is a line, and it's huge in the story of Harry Potter. And so I think it's very much like in this case where Xehanort's like, I will let you live on the condition that eventually you will work in my favor to get Kingdom Hearts, and then rebuild the world into a balance of light and darkness. So that's basically probably what he was thinking.
As to why Xehanort would disclose such information to Vanitas at this time. Vanitas accused Xehanort of switching sides, to which Xehanort responded by reminding the young upstart who exactly wielded the bigger Keyblade around here. He began to probe the newly created Vanitas for information about the 13 ancient darknesses. He
Yeah.
demonstrated a remarkable amount of knowledge about the true fate of the 13. Knowing that the most powerful 7 were to be trapped within the Lost Masters, that 4 more were contained within the worlds of data, and, just like Master Odin had said earlier, knew the rumor that 2 more were said to have been destroyed when Daybreak Town crumbled. But Xehanort somehow also knows the actual truth, that one of those 2 remaining darknesses hid within a wielder of the light. He teases Vanitas with this information, poking and prodding the being, and seemingly attempting to get him to admit that he actually is one of the 13 ancient darknesses of legend. Xehanort wonders what reason one of these darknesses would have to stay incognito in this time. Do they fear the light, or something else entirely?
Maybe.
Xehanort finishes by saying that his meeting with Ventus was no accident, that this was a fated encounter, which causes Vanitas to coldly ask, what exactly does Xehanort know about all of this?
Yeah.
Because the 13 darknesses knew that Ventus was their chosen vessel. A darkness accompanying Ventus into the future was written into the Book of Prophecies, and that book ends by revealing that darkness will ultimately prevail and the light expire. So surely they want to follow the words of this book to the letter. But is there even more to this going on? Does the fact that Xehanort seems to have cottoned on to more information than he should
Yeah.
worry the darknesses? Could there be
How did he
further
know?
irons in the fire that this knowledge would threaten? Xehanort playfully asks, what is there to know? Refusing to show any more of his hand, and Vanitas drops the subject, following Xehanort as the pair
How
depart.
does he know? Was it the Master Masters? Or maybe he just
Now,
found out.
Xehanort was probably told stories of these events as a child by his guardian, and even may have dreamed of this exact moment where Ven reclaimed the darkness that had possessed his body.
Oh,
And
true.
it's interesting to note that Xehanort somehow has even more knowledge of that ancient past now than his own master did 60 years prior.
Yeah.
In fact, Kingdom Hearts 3 and Melody of Memory imply that he may have a level of foresight and knowledge far beyond what we, the audience, were privy to. And I think it's interesting that Dark Road took the time to show us that Xehanort knew these things, and that one of the darknesses was concerned by this. This visit to the Land of Departure was the first time Xehanort had laid eyes on Terra, and here, he observed the pupil's lingering darkness within his heart. Perhaps Xehanort even felt some level of pity for the boy, a youth much like Baldur and his own younger self, that was taught to reject and demonize that natural occurrence within his heart. But regardless, Terra was the perfect vessel with which to enact the final stage of
That's
Xehanort's
so
plan.
true, actually. It makes sense.
We have finally
That-
reached the end.
Actually makes so much sense why he chose Terra over... well, I mean, Aqua was just pure light and was Ericus's pupil, so there was no chance. But still, it makes so much sense because of his history with Boulder and everybody else in the early prologue of this game. He knew! That is insane! And yeah, just I think as a child of Destiny as well, understanding darkness and it's what it fuels it, what gets it excited and stuff. Oh my god, this game became even more complicated than I thought it was. That's so cool.
Of what Dark Road's cutscenes directly cover. And from here, the plot of Birth by Sleep and the Kingdom Hearts series at large plays out as normal.
Yeah.
Sometime later, after Xehanort had begun infecting the worlds with Unversed via Vanitas, Ericus
Please accept my deepest gratitude for the invitation. Oh, yeah, this is the
invited
invitation.
Xehanort to witness as he anointed Terra and Aqua as true Keyblade Masters. Xehanort took this perfect opportunity to prey upon Ericus's flawed ideology, drawing attention to the abundant darkness he had previously witnessed within Terra's heart. Darkness that,
Yeah.
quote, was just waiting to be awakened, After experiencing the tragedy of the heartbreaking awakening of the darkness within Baldur's heart firsthand, Ericus was all too willing to take on Xehanort's suggestion that the two pupils be tested for the Mark of Mastery.
Yeah, that's
just as
insane.
Xehanort and Ericus were themselves back in the day. Terra's own instilled insecurities about the darkness in his heart are preyed upon. and he
My
leaves Ericus'
ideas are so
protection
right.
in an
I've
attempt to
written my
prove
article
himself,
about this.
finding
It's
comfort
exactly
in
this.
Xehanort's acceptance. Ven is similarly manipulated into leaving the land of departure by Vanitas, growing stronger until he stands on equal measure with his darker half. And
Yeah.
Aqua is also burdened with an awful task by Ericus in the name of the light, serving as a further example that faults can be found even in the most faithful of devotees. And everything the old friends had learned and experienced throughout the events of Dark Road would lead to an ultimate climax, as Ericus is forced to make a horrible decision for the good of the worlds. Once he realized that Xehanort intended to go through with his plans of forging the Keyblade, Ericus would have the choice to destroy Ventus rather than let Xehanort succeed.
Yeah.
Whereas the younger Ericus was unable to go through with such a terrible choice as a child, the older and hardened adult possessed the conviction. Terra's intervention spared Ven's life and knocked some sense into Ericus, but then Xehanort showed that he too was willing to make a monstrous sacrifice in the name of achieving his goals.
And he has no
With
sympathy.
his back turned, Ericus, Xehanort's oldest friend, and perhaps the one man that knew what Xehanort was truly capable of, was struck down by his
No, and yet
former
he didn't-
lifelong ally.
And yet he didn't expect this
Instead
though.
of departing this world entirely, Ericus performed a trick he had seen years prior by Hoda, allowing his heart to remain in the land of the living a little longer as it sheltered within Terra's.
Only reason why
The
Terra
mysterious
survived.
man had offered to assist Xehanort with his schemes along the way, and finally, at the Keyblade graveyard, technically 7
Oh, my
Keyblade
babies.
wielders would assemble. They would battle in Xehanort's first of many carefully planned attempts to claim the power of Kingdom Hearts for himself, in order to purge what he saw as a broken world beyond repair, and build something in balance anew. For this was supposedly his destiny, to save the world from darkness by doing what no one else was willing to do. Someone strong who possessed the fortitude to make terrible choices in order to dictate the future for the weak. He had been taught this since birth, and his lifetime's worth of experiences only served to reinforce those beliefs.
Yeah, that's
But
so
only
true.
after actually achieving his goal, with the legendary Keyblade finally in his hand and the purge begun, did Xehanort finally see the error of his ways. An incredible boy, who had once seemed so dull and ordinary, managed to triumph over him and challenge his beliefs through the power of his friends. A boy who also hailed from the Destiny Islands, who connected his heart with the hearts of many others, and countless times had saved the world from darkness. A boy who believed the worlds and their people were worth fighting for, and part of a larger generation that didn't reject the darkness on principle, but had even found ways to coexist and healthily embrace it. Perhaps this child, who believed and accepted that destiny was beyond any one person's control, was the right person to entrust the future to.
Yeah.
And perhaps the curious Xehanort will even get a chance to explore whatever future that boy might help create.
Aww.
And with that, I think I have fully explored the story of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road for now. I hope I've really
Damn.
explored why I like this story so much, and how much I feel it enhances the story of so many other games in the series, particularly the climax of Kingdom Hearts 3. The visual
Yeah.
integration also felt very well utilized in this game.
That is. That actually makes me respect the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 now, because I understand Xehanort. Because if you guys go back and watch my reaction to Kingdom Hearts 3, I am shell shocked. I'm just sort of like, what the fuck? Like, why is suddenly he saying that, oh, it needs to be a balance of light and darkness, and also Sora's maybe the child of destiny, not me. Not the child of destiny, but the right person, not me. And it just felt so weird, because it was like, what? Where is this coming from? Because all we've seen is him kill 3 innocent kids, and then him go through 2 organizations, nearly kill Sora, nearly kill Riku, kills Kairi, and then suddenly, oh, I've got a change of heart. I'm gonna go with Ericus and live happily ever after in the afterlife. And it's like, what the hell? Like, what do you mean? That doesn't make sense. But now, I think, now watching Union Cross, and that was a twister and a half, but also watching Dark Road makes so much more sense now. Why this is so important to Kingdom Hearts 3's ending and why it actually makes it work. But then it's like, why didn't Square say anything? Or at least release this before Kingdom Hearts 3? Because it's insane. Because we get the fact that we get Kingdom Hearts 3 first, and then we're sort of like, what the fuck? Like, majority of people were just like, what's going on? Like, this doesn't make sense with the build-up we've had from all the games. I think the only part that was my fault, I forgot that Xehanort wanted it to be balanced, which was sort of yes, but also he wanted it to be overbalanced with darkness, like a little bit more. So I thought it was just all darkness. He wanted it all to be darkness, but because I hadn't played Birth by Sleep in a long time, when playing Kingdom Hearts 3, I forgot that. So that was my fault as an audience member, being like, oh yeah, that's completely wrong, but in reality, sort of on the right track, but still. The fact that, oh god, my brain. I'm still processing watching both those movies. But, seeing that, and then thinking, and seeing what this gentleman, this great guy who put this analysis together, Damo279, I've subscribed to him because that's just amazing, explained it and did it. It makes so much sense why Xehanort's story turned out the way it did, and why he made his decision in Kingdom Hearts 3 at the end. I'm just so annoyed that Square Enix decided, oh yeah, let's put this in the phone game, when they know 90% of their audience has no way to do that, because the games that they release on phone are so powerful, and only the highest tech can play those games. And it's just annoying, because they're all hidden behind transactions and shit. It's like, why would you do that? Now I'm gonna have to watch, anytime it's released, I'm gonna have to watch all the phone game stuff, because I need to keep up to date with that shit now, because it's important. Oh my goodness. So quickly, let's talk about Union Cross. Oh my god, there are so many twists and turns to that story that, and I remember when Keyback Cover came out, and they were like, oh yeah, you only need to watch that, it's fine. No, you need to watch all of Union Cross. I'm so glad that that analysis is out there for people who are future players of the game, or like the series, because I didn't know that. I only looked at Keyback Cover and I was like, meh, like very little information and very confused. But watching all of Union Cross then in that analysis made so much sense, because it was like the 13 Darknesses are actual like things. It's not just a darkness, it's like one, like separate entities that exist, and then taking in the form of different people with Ventus, and it makes so much sense, and it makes Ventus's story so much sadder, and I love that, but also hate it because I feel bad for Ventus. And then like the sacrifice of the player in Union Cross, finding out that him giving up his heart and sort of letting his existence go away, you become Xehanort, and then you remember all the people that you knew in Union Cross as you play as Xehanort in the Dark Road story, and those are the people he's chasing because he's the child of destiny and remembers everything. Oh, like, it's so insane. Like, this is so crazy, and I'm so happy to finally understand what's going on now, but still, that is insane. Like, what the... like, the fact that they linked all that together is insane. And it's so cool. But also, just what the hell, Square? Like, why would you put it behind a phone game? That's why nobody understands it, or, like, made a big deal about Kingdom Hearts 3. But now I understand. Now I understand, and I get the hype, and I understand everything now. It's so good. But also, again, I hope they learned their lesson, because that was huge. Oh, well, actually they haven't, because Missing Link is going to come out. I don't know when the hell that's going to come out, but when it comes out, that's something I'll have to keep up to date with too. But damn, That was really good, because I know that obviously people, like, the person analyzing this demo was saying as well that unfortunately both games had bad production, like development delays, so it was like, if they had more time to work on it, I think they would have had more time to flesh stuff out. But I think with what they had was very interesting, like, and even that idea of darkness and light, this is something that I've been talking about too. The fact that they actually went into detail about it makes me so happy that my theory was right. It's like, oh my god, I was right. Like, so I love that. And yeah, I'm working on that article still about Terra and Riku. And my ideas about Terra were brought up in this too. Well, it's an analysis of someone, but still, at least somebody agrees with me that I'm on the same page. But yeah, hopefully, my website will be done soon, so hopefully I can release some articles for everybody to read, but I feel nice after that, because some of the ideas I have, actually, people agree with that, so that's cool. But yeah, damn, really good. It's annoying though. Like, I wish that these were either graphic novels or something more accessible to people, because that's why people don't pay attention to these phone games, and now people are starting to, because it's important. It's like, whatever. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna finish there because I'm tired. It's 10 o'clock. I haven't eaten, and I'm hungry because I don't want to keep eating snacks. But fantastic. I enjoy that. And today I was gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna watch it on my own off stream. Thank God I didn't, because that was hilarious. I gotta go back and what's it called? Check out my reaction, because I like threw something across the room when the whole thing about Xehanort came up in Union Cross, and I was in shock. And the whole thing about Maleficent, like, that's insane. That's so cool. Like, that link, and then Marluxia and Loxine, and then Ventus is it's so cool. But anyway, I'm tired. I'm gonna jump off for today, guys. We probably won't be streaming tomorrow. We'll be starting next week with the chapter, what is it called, 0.2? Because I thought we'd have to watch this. I was going to split this up and watch the rest tomorrow, but I was so keyed in. I was like, I'm not stopping. I need to watch this, because otherwise I'm going to be thinking about it all day, and I'll probably watch it on my own. But what is it called? Let me find it. Hold on. Steam. Kingdom Hearts. No, not the movie. We already watched that. Basically, we don't need to watch Key Back Cover, because we basically watched it. 0.2 Birth by Sleep Fragmentary Passage, that's the one. And that leads right into Kingdom Hearts 3, so that'll be nice. I'm excited about that. And then we'll be playing Kingdom Hearts 3, so that'll be nice. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so tomorrow I might take some time off just to relax, because today I was exhausted, because the last few nights I've been going to sleep pretty late. Because, yeah, Mother's Day, and I was doing my mom's gift, and then yesterday I was writing some stuff for my website, and then some other stuff during the week. So, yeah, it's just been long days that I think I just need to take a second to just breathe and take Tuesday, Wednesday to relax. We'll probably be back on Thursday with a stream. We'll see how it goes, because I've got stuff happening in the evening, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's it. But thank you guys so much for joining today's stream. I know that I think like a lot of people wouldn't have maybe enjoyed this, but I hope people enjoyed watching me get crazy over Kingdom Hearts, because this is stuff I've never seen before. So it was fun. I'm probably going to make a highlight video out of it and put it up on my channel probably, because this is stuff that I've never seen before. Otherwise, if it's other stuff like I've played before, then it's like, okay, cool. But because this is stuff I've literally never seen apart from one tiny bit that I mentioned in Union Cross. Yeah. Also, just really quick, in Dark Road, Luxia being what is it? Bragi? Yeah, that's such a stupid name, but also, Bragi, really? Like, I was like sus, because I was like, wait, what's he saying? And then he was like, my vessel, a new body, as if, and I was like, that's frickin' Luxia. Like, who else is that? But I'm also curious about who Odin is. Like, who is this man? Like, how do you know so much? So that's why, again, the whole brain thing is coming up, but I don't think it's him. I don't know, because there's two, again. So there's a data one, or maybe. This is, again, a theory. If there's two, there might be one. But there might be two. Oh, well, actually, it does make sense that there might be two. So there's one that goes to Scarlet Kylam, the one that Ephema made. And then there's another one that becomes the apprentice of Luxia, and then goes off and does all that stuff for him. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Missing Link should explain that, but it hasn't come out yet, and we don't know when it's coming out, so we'll see. But anyway, I'm off, guys. I'm hungry. I will catch you guys on Thursday. Take care. Have a lovely day, evening, wherever you are, and I'll catch you guys soon. Bye, everyone.